What the kosher clinician said was a hopeless man is a broken man. A hopeless man is a broken man. This is a very deep and passionate statement, a deep and passionate claim. But this claim is very personal to me. Let's talk about it. I was once this man. I was once a man who had to sit here and reflect back on my life, and while I've had many successes, I've had many failures. While I've created great paths for many people, I've also left a trail of destruction. But I'm going to tell you that sometimes we need help, my brothers, just like I needed help. And a lot of times we're crying out for help, but we really don't know where to get that help from. And you know, there comes a time when a man must take a stand against the immoral acts of other men, regardless of the consequences he may have to face.
What this all before?
Now I'm back because I've been working on Emancipated Studio. Emancipate your mind, which means it's time to free your mind. Good evening, good evening, good evening. Can everybody give me a 1 in the chat just to make sure everybody can hear me? Can y'all hear me out there? All right. Everybody, if you like that second part of the introduction, I want y'all to give She Stole My Thunder. She is the one that put that whole video together for me. And that's going to be both my new introduction, and that's going to be what's going to be on my stream. So I just want to give a big shout out to She Stole My Thunder. I want to thank all my moderators, Miss B Finesse. I know Tough Love is in the house. Thank you. Salute to you, my brother. I appreciate you stopping by, and I'll definitely be waiting on that email so we could do that collab together. Much love. Wale before the billions. Kambusha, welcome, welcome. Hey, Mr. Vaughn and My Journey. How are you, young lady? I just want to appreciate everybody coming here today. And as you know, today is the big day. You know, I feel more nervous being with this young man today than I did with Antoine Daniels. So y'all know we're going to have to rock it right. Today, as you know, we got the world famous TLA, better known as the lead attorney. Before I bring the lead attorney up, I just want everybody to understand in the chat and those coming in. Salute to you, Peter Investor. We're going to be talking about some very heavy topics tonight. And some of these topics may be a trigger for some people. And I need you to understand that we are not trying to trigger people, but the topics is going to be deep and it's going to be very serious. And so I'm just pre-warning you. The information you're going to hear tonight is going to talk about subjects that many women either don't know or never heard of before. Some of these topics, some of you men may have been through some of the issues that we're going to talk about tonight. We're going to speak to TLA on these subjects and on these topics. But as my little right hand, Miss B Finesse, always says, we got to come up with a plan of action, because we just don't want to sit around talking about problems. We also want to find solutions. I also want y'all to know that, as I said before, I'm trying to line myself up with positive people. So I want everybody to make sure that you go sign up for Tough Love. He is one of my brothers that is trying to collab with positive people to get a positive word and change the narrative on so many things. And I rock with him and I support him. And y'all just go ahead. That's his YouTube channel, Tough Love, written just the way you see it. If any of the moderators can please drop his YouTube channel in the chat, Tough Love. If you don't mind, just write your YouTube channel right there in the chat. And I'm quite sure one of my moderators is going to pick it up and put it out there. We ain't signing itch. My brother, I definitely appreciate you and all that you brought to the table the other week. It is awesome. Man, you got me editing for days on that video, but I appreciate what you did and showing nothing but love. So without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, we present to you the one and only, all the way from Georgia. Y'all know that he gonna represent. Y'all know he gonna represent the ATL here tonight. So everybody give a big shout out for the lead attorney.
There he is. There he is. I'll hit it for you guys. I will hit it.
Appreciate you. I mean, I got mine, but you know, my speaker system is a little off, so
I got you.
We got to do some technical changes here.
It takes a while to dial it in. That is so true. It's so easy to get all this stuff, and then to try to figure out how to use it. It's a little...
I tell you, look, I got some inside jokes.
Yes, sir.
You ready to go to? You ready to have the numbers like your boy Kevin Samuels?
Let's hear him.
All right. This is what all the women want you to do.
Uh-huh.
A lot of people saw that El Guapo photo of you.
With the Hodge twins.
You with the bodybuilders.
Yes.
You know, so you know you had the world famous Bishop Eddie Long.
Bishop Eddie Long. Please don't put him with me.
So you go ahead and put on one of the body shirts.
Oh my God.
Just show up for the next, couple of live streams and just,
Bishop Eddie Long. I mean, he was down here in Atlanta. He's passed away, right? He's not around anymore.
He passed away.
Yeah, that was pretty scandalous.
But you know what? Regardless of his ending, the brother did give a lot of knowledge, wisdom, and understanding. He did a lot.
Well, his ending, I mean, weren't there allegations with him and young men though?
Oh yeah, he definitely got the allegations.
Okay, so I don't. I hear what you're saying.
But them tight shirts. I said that's why he got a big old church. Tight
Listen, Atlanta's deep, boy. We got a lot of things. We got a lot of things going on with these undercurrents, and there's a lot of stuff. Atlanta's pretty shady. We absolutely got it.
I got people down there, at least in the Georgia area. But it's like, when you go through, just go around Atlanta. Don't try to go through it.
Don't go through it, just go around it. I heard that. I absolutely heard that, boy. It can be for real. That is super true.
Yeah. Well, I'm gonna say this, and I think I'm gonna say this on behalf of all of us young content creators. I think they don't mind if I just say it from my voice. We really appreciate all that you have done for us. You've motivated us, you've taught us, you've really mentored us, you show us, and between tough love and you, I tell you a short story. I was sitting in my living room,
Mm-hmm.
and I was listening to a podcast that Tough Love gave. And Tough Love said, listen, all of you got a story to tell, and
Nice.
you need to start a YouTube channel, and you need to speak your story. And he really made it specific. He said, listen, whether you got one person that you're talking to every day, make sure you can change that one person's heart.
Nice.
And that was a real powerful message for me. And then 1 week later, you got on your platform and you said, all you guys over 40, you need to start a YouTube channel. And for me, from a spiritual side, that was definitely confirmation.
Yes.
So it was like, bet I'm gonna do that. And as soon as I was able to get that YouTube channel started, Tough Love was one of the first people I definitely reached out to let them know, because of your inspiration, I did that. So I
Awesome.
just want to tell you I appreciate you. And I'm quite sure everybody that Miss B Finesse is out there. She running it.
And
But
she's killing it.
yeah, she killing the game. She says she want her gold plaque though.
Nah, I mean she killing it, but she trying to fudge the numbers. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes people get a little bit too greedy, right? They killing it, but they even want to kill a little bit more, right? So they start fudging the numbers. They start cooking the books, right?
Yeah.
She back there cooking the books. That's what that is. I got my eye on Miss B Finesse, boy.
Look, that's my moderator. She might shut you down tonight.
Right? Black women always cooking the books, boy. They do not want to be in that kitchen, but they will cook some books, though. They will absolutely fudge some numbers. No, but I really appreciate your such kind words, Uncle Stu. And I mean, you take this so seriously. Every time I turn on YouTube, you are on somebody's panel, you're in somebody's chat supporting, you're in my chat supporting me so graciously. And I really, really appreciate that. And so, if you invite me to come on, you just tell me what time. You just tell me what time, and I am here.
Well,
And
I tell you, Tough Love is trying to. He's trying to fit that niche of positive motivational, niche, and really say, look, we got the complaints on one side, we got the complaints on the other. Somebody got to come down that middle road. So, I'll definitely be reaching out, and I will definitely tell you, look out for his email as well, because I want to be a part of, his team in that getting that positive word out. That's why when She Stole My Thunder did the video, it was like, oh my God, was she reading my mind? I mean, it just really hit home.
Yeah, no, I hear you. I hear you. And I'm so glad that, we need brothers like Tough Love. We need brothers like you, brothers who can give us some inspiration. Life can be so hard, and we'll talk about, I'm sure, some tough situations even in this stream, but we definitely need to see a positive side. There's a lot of negativity floating around. All I got to do is check my inbox. I'll see some negativity, right?
Look,
I will absolutely see that.
And I think that's the big irony, and that's the big question that I really have, and is, whether it's to you or to anyone, how do we get that conversation started? Like, I totally understand. One thing that she stole, Lord. One thing that we ain't signing itch. He did a real kind of nice generalization of the manosphere and many different sectors of the manosphere and many of their, arguments. I mean, it was very crystal clear. A lot of women in the chat really walked away with a good, clear understanding of it. But we have this situation where I'm getting the anger on one side, but it's like, okay, where does the middle come in where both sides is talking? And I know you've been out here for a little while do you see a middle ground, or do you just see that we're just so rigid in our right left positions?
Yeah, that's such a great question, and I hope, to be honest, I hope that my channel represents a part of the middle ground, with the whole the Glendon Cameron situation, there were a few content creators, men content creators in the manosphere that were kind of supporting him. And, I talked about them a little bit. I didn't call them out by name, but then when I
Right,
went on their channels, they knew I was talking about them. And
right,
I was like, hey guys, we got to call this stuff fair. It's so easy to talk about all Black women don't want to be accountable. And then when we got somebody like Glendon Cameron walking around, then everybody's like, no, 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 he's cool. It really is an experiment, right? And this isn't you saying it. This is me.
right, right, right,
I don't
right,
want to
right,
put
right.
this
I
on
know
your
that
channel,
part.
right?
Yeah, yeah,
But
yeah.
we're talking about controversial subjects. So, whenever there is a time to kind of call men out, I really try to do it. I did that with the whole fresh and fit thing. It's a lot
Right,
of people, it's 400,000 people that love to see fresh and fit, pack an apartment full of women. And then, 30 minutes later, start screaming at them and kicking them off.
right. After you done
And
got them drunk.
exactly. And, you didn't see me supporting that.
Right,
Usually I live stream. I try to live stream on a Tuesday or Thursday, something like that. I might have live streamed about them boys for a week straight every day, not letting off them.
right.
Um, and even in some clips, I've got clips of videos where some guy will say something and it's just not adding up, and I don't even want the other brothers to hear it. So, whenever a brother kind of steps out of line, I really do try to call it fair and call it out. So hopefully I can be a middle ground and say, hey, we got some sisters that are lost and try to pull them back in, but we also got brothers that are lost, right? And
Yeah,
try to pull them back in too. Now the problem is pulling people in, sometimes doesn't give you the views. Pushing people out gives you the views. Kicking bitches out your apartment, that gives you the views, right? All
right,
that screaming at people, and so that's the problem, because what's views? Views it can really translate into money.
right,
So, people can kind of view themselves as making money. Like that's their job. It's like, listen, I need money. And if I got to scream at women to get it, I'm going to scream at them, And so people have a financial incentive to kind of stay, on the extremes. But ever since I started my channel, I really just want to kind of call things fair and call it like I see it. So hopefully, we can be a part of, kind of reaching the middle ground. I'm not interested in just having an echo chamber and just, talking to one side or the other. I want us to be able to talk.
yeah. That's what I'm looking for. I'm trying to hit that middle ground. You know, I look at channels like yours because you go down the middle ground. I look at Tough Love channel because he shows me that middle ground. He's gonna call it straight down the middle. If he see brothers that's off, he gonna go off on them. If he sees the sisters that's off, and I like that middle ground road because it keeps you balanced. It keeps you balanced. So
Absolutely.
I'm all in for that positivity and the small community that I would say you birthed out. When you're talking about Miss B Finesse, before the billions, black belt. I mean, blacks, I always get the name wrong. Blacks,
What
black belt in a
you?
black suit.
Yeah, you
You
were like
know,
black belt and a black tie. I heard you over there
I know
with
I
you
said the
everywhere.
tie. I was like, wait a minute, you heard them call me out. Don't worry, she stole my thunder, going to get me on the funniest clips. She been doing a series on me, but
Yeah,
it's you've allowed a lot of us to come out of your hemisphere and set the stage, set the standard, from Intentional Millionaire. I mean, you got so many that came out. So like I said at the very beginning, on behalf of them, I definitely say thank you.
yeah, I appreciate that. I really do. It does mean a lot to me. And maybe the numbers don't reflect it so much, but I feel just like y'all. It's easy to kind of look at me and say, okay, he got 70,000. So, he's kind of got it all worked out. But I learn stuff every day. Like, I feel like I'm just like y'all. Someone sent me a video, my own video, a a couple days ago, and they just sent me a clip, and the clip of it was a video that I did 7 months ago, and I actually show my subscriber count, and I was so happy. This was just 7 months ago. I was so happy for my subscriber count, and I had crossed 3,000 subscribers. And I
Wow.
remember just looking in my face. I was like, God, I didn't know I could get here. It took so long, right? I mean,
Right.
it probably took a year for me to get to 3,000. I mean, and I was about to quit 2 or 3 times, and I was really putting in a lot of work, and I wasn't having a lot to show for it, to be honest. I mean,
Right.
after a year to get 3,000 subscribers, and I look at rebuilding. He got 2 channels. He knows how to get 1,000 subscribers in 30 days. He
Yeah.
knows how to use all of the Google ads and all that. I didn't know any of that stuff. And so, my heart is like the heart of a YouTuber that has 3,000 subscribers, man, to be honest. Because you can say I got 70,000, but then I'll look at, O'Shea Duke Jackson, who will have 200,000, or I'll look at the Poor Man's Podcast. Poor Man's
Yes.
Podcast started in listen, guys, his podcast started in January, and he came on my show, and I was like, hey, from content creator to content creator, how you doing? He was like, man, I'm just making these reaction videos, killing it. These reaction videos, if you do them about Kevin Samuels, you'll blow up. He started his channel in January. He has twice the subscribers that I have. It's not like he just reached my subscriber count. He reached it, and then he reached it again. He lapped me, right? So it's like
Wow.
people out here are absolutely doing it. The brother's like 25, 26 years old, right? So it really helps inform me. I can see kind of, reaction videos, man. If you I mean, those things will absolutely, especially if you can put some good commentary like that brother has.
Right.
But I'm still learning myself. I love to go on small content creators channels like myself. I love to support. That's why I see you everywhere, right? There's a reason why I see you everywhere, because I'm trying to be in the same places. I'm trying to help people get their watch hours. I will have a few tabs open, and I'll have your tab open so I can give you some watch hours. And then I'll have Miss B Finesse. I have Before the Billions. I'll go up on his panel, talk to them. But I'm really trying to figure it out, just like you. I'll be honest. There was a situation that happened recently, and I was feeling a certain way about it. And I didn't know if the way that I was feeling was right, but I felt a certain way about it. And El Guapo sent me a message, and he actually put it in video form because he didn't want to type it all out. And he made me like a 15-minute video.
Okay.
And man, it touched me so much. I mean, this brother, I mean, the stuff that he was saying, it really, really touched me. And it was clear to me that he absolutely understood where I was coming from,
Wow.
And so these networks that we're building, it's not just for the YouTube stuff. I mean, we're making real connections with people that we can have emotional ties to, right?
Yeah.
So it's so important. And the reason I bring up El Guapo is because he came from my channel. He didn't even have a YouTube channel. Like, he came up on my panel and then started dropping knowledge, and the chat loved him so much. I had him on as an interview. I don't really interview like that so much anymore, even though I did do the interview with your girl. But I had him on as an interview, and people loved him so much. Like, man, start a channel. So he started a channel. Right, turn around. He's got 5,000 subscribers, man.
Yeah.
Like, he just started the damn channel in the summer.
Yes.
Right. So it's like people are absolutely doing it. It does take a little bit to kind of, get going. But that brother is so strong. You're a brother
he's my mentor.
Oh, that's excellent, man. That's an excellent mentor to have, because I'll tell you that video that he sent, I was like, Jesus. I mean, I don't. It's a private video, right? So it's not like it's on YouTube or anything, but I mean, that I've never seen a video that I agreed with in my life on YouTube. In my life, I've seen a lot of videos on YouTube.
Right.
And so, you know, the fact that us brothers can have these types of connections through all this, I just think it's amazing. It's absolutely amazing. So
It really
I
is.
love it. And I just love when I go on, you know, a channel, I see you over there up on the panel because you are putting in the work, you know, and that's one of the reasons that my channel started off so slow. Cause if I have to be, you know, real, I really wasn't putting in a lot of work. Now I had a stressful job, right? But still, that's not an excuse. And I would make a video a month or a video every 2 months. How you gonna make 2 videos a month and expect to blow up? Like I had about 7 videos. I was like, hey man, where we at? Where the subscribers at? You know, I didn't understand. There was just so much. There was so much I didn't understand. So I still have that same mentality that I had 7 months ago when I had 3,000 subscribers. I'm still learning. Right. So, but I love the community that we are all building. It really is excellent. I totally agree with you.
Yeah, I mean, I have such a joy. You know, I get up at like sometimes 4 o'clock in the morning, and I'll come in my studio, and here I got Before the Billions. He's still up doing a live, and I'll jump into his chat. Now I'll tell him I ain't coming on the panel because you start asking me about technology and all that other stuff, I'm gonna look stupid. You ask me about some social issues, I might be down with you.
That's what happened to me. I jumped on his channel. They were talking about damn transmitters, or you know, they were talking about C++ and Python. They were like, hey, lead, hit the link. I hit the link. I was like, okay, listen, we talking about relationships or something. Because I don't know nothing about these damn computers, boy. We are not talking about C++ anymore. Not if I'm up here, because I don't have anything to contribute.
Yeah, and then Miss B Finesse, she really got it started for me because, you know, I seen her on your channel first. And you know, I went to her page. I said, hey, I like the work you're doing. Then, you know, she had some conversation with me, and next thing you know, I'm a constant guest. So I tell everybody, I got a channel, but if you want to hear me, I'm a guest on Miss B Finesse show. So I'm always rocking with her. And I gotta say this: salute and salutations to the greatest mentor, Beautiful Lives.
Oh, is he in here?
Brother. That's right. Get that shout out.
This is actually working for me. Like if I talk about somebody, they will appear. It happened to me like 4 times on my last stream. I talked about Jessica X. She showed up. I talked about Suzette Speaks. She showed up. Check it. I talked about Kevin Samuels. Guess who showed up?
He showed up.
I'm talking about my man Beautiful Lies El Guapo. El Guapo shows up. Listen, let me tell you about Obama. There's a man named Barack Obama.
Look, if you get Obama to show up in my live stream, I'm gonna blow up.
Oh my God, these people be beating me down about this law of attraction stuff. I'm like, man, that's some BS. But apparently it is real, boy. You mentioned somebody, they show up.
Well, I ain't gonna lie, you brought all the heavy hitters. You brought, you know, we was able to say, so you can say it now. You know, you got Hank from the 4-4.
Oh, I know my man Hank from the 4-4 ain't on here. You know, man.
Then you know, now I'm Uncle Stu, but they got a brand new aunt on the block. And that's my girl Mosaic with TJ Randolph.
Oh, yeah. Shout out to Mosaic.
Well, she running it. She letting all these women know how to level up.
Yeah, she's trying to keep them in line. She don't give them an inch.
No,
she does not give them an inch.
You know, she ain't supposed to. She gonna teach him. Then we got XDMC. That's my homeboy. You know, so he holding it down for the NYC. And then I am so honored, Perry Unlikely.
Oh, shout out to Perry Unlikely. Listen, tell Perry. Listen. Shout out to Solo TV, man. Solo TV told me. He said he didn't tell me. Why am I lying? He made a video. I forget what his name is, but anyway, he made a video. He had he changed his content. It used to be about women or something else, or like he was kind of like an O'Shea Duke Jackson type of dude. Anyway, he changed his content to crypto. Now I'm old, right? So I don't really know about crypto, but then he told me about this. Well, I keep saying he told me, he didn't. He made a video a few days ago about some coin with like a dog, like it was like Inu, like Shib. I don't know anything about the coins, right?
Okay.
And so apparently the price of this coin is like, you know, a penny, right? It's just like, you know, 1 cent.
Right.
And the price of this coin is like 0.00000 something, something, something. I mean, it's like a fraction of a fraction of a fraction of a penny.
Right.
And so he was on a live stream and I was watching a live and some guy asked him, he said, hey, listen, if I buy $100 of this coin and it gets to $1, how much will I make? And he was like, listen, it's not going to get to $1 because it's worth so many fractions of a penny. But he's trying to do all the calculus. So I said, forget it. I just put $100 on the damn thing, right?
Right.
And I put $100 on it. And then I looked like, a little bit later and it had gone up to, now I had $113. So I was like, well, okay, so that's 13%. So I got 13% just like in a few hours or whatever, but it's just $13, right? So then I said, well,
that's a decent percentage in 1 week.
No, it was like in a day. This was like in a day.
Wow.
It's like,
okay.
So I said, well, let me go and put 5,000 on it, right? So I put 5,000 on it, but then I was like, well, if this gets me 10%, then I'm really only getting 500, right? So it's really not even. I said, I need at least to get 1,000 on it. Check this out. So I went ahead and put 15 more thousand on it, right? So I had 20,000 on this damn thing. Something I did not even understand. I looked at that damn thing yesterday.
Don't tell me.
Oh my God, that damn thing exploded. That damn thing exploded. I was like, are you serious? Like, that's why these damn Perry Unlikelies, these boys who know about crypto, man, they got so much money.
Because all right, Perry Unlikely, I'll be calling you 8 o'clock in the morning, bro.
Yes. I was like, are you serious? You can make this much money in some damn crypto. Perry Unlikely talking about percentages, right? He made a video about some damn coin. It was like poker or something like that. Mm-hmm. He was like, man, this poker thing, it's gonna be good, right? So I was like, okay. So I put like 3,000 on it or something like that, just something small. And I looked back like 2 days later, and now it was like 4,000. So I had made like a 33% return in a few days. I made $1,000 just on $3,000.
Wow.
So shout out to Perry Unlikely, man. I was like, what the hell is going on? In fact, today I think I put like another 7 on it. I think I got 5. No, I think I got 3 plus the 7. So that's 10. So I don't even know. Listen, people tell me about crypto. I just put some money on it, man. But it's crazy, the new world that's coming. Back in my day, we used to have to work for $1. All right. Exactly. And they used to tell us, okay, it'll be by the hour. You're going to get paid $17 by the hour, right. $12 by the hour. Now it's like, why would you work?
Yeah.
Why don't you let your money work? Like,
that's
because
right.
of the internet. It's crazy.
Right. Thank you, Ms. B Finesse. Yeah, let them know this is not financial. This is just information only.
Yeah, boy. Now watch, 2 weeks later, I come back on your show and be in tears because I lost all my money, right? But man, shout out to Perry Unlikely. Shout out to Solo. I mean, the money that these boys are making for nothing.
I think what's so wonderful is seeing content creators that really got some knowledge.
Yes,
and willing to literally give it to you for free.
Giving it away. You Perry Unlikely put $1,000 in my pocket. I ain't do nothing, and I ain't even gonna tell you how much Solo put in the nigga. I ain't even gonna tell you, man. I ain't even gonna tell you, boy. They gonna be coming for. They gonna be looking. They gonna be trying to show up at my house off a damn $20,000 investment. It's crazy.
Yeah. Well, I'm gonna tell you what's funny. I went to Destination Dad channel because I was like, okay, let me see some of his videos. And the first video was on the GoPro. Guess what? That's on my top list to go get. All because of him. Yeah.
Yeah, that GoPro is for real.
Yeah. I'm thinking he was gonna have videos about being a dad and traveling. And that was the first one I said, just because he did that video, I gotta go get me a GoPro now.
Exactly.
So he sold a GoPro without even probably getting the money from GoPro.
That's exactly right. Perry Unlikely, he made me buy this damn poker thing. I just saw 30 seconds of the video. I was like, okay, I get it.
Yeah.
And because of that, I got $1,000 in my pocket. I didn't do nothing. I didn't do
That's it.
nothing for it. So it's just so many black brothers, so many black sisters coming into this space, just like you said, Uncle Stu, with so much knowledge. And they
Yeah.
really helping us all out, man. They really are.
Yeah. And I love it being right now when I say smalls, because I think what's motivating me on a daily basis is seeing my 20 and 30 somethings.
Mm-hmm.
They say, hey, we may have seen you on this platform. Will you come to my platform? And it's like, no matter what time of the day it is, like, yeah, I'm there, because I'm retired. I don't have nothing, when I say nothing to do,
Yes.
meaning I got the free time. And
Exactly. You can
that to
schedule
me
your
is what
time.
motivates me, is to be able to get up, read, study, and try to give the best understanding, and then listen to them. I
Exactly.
think that's also what's missing. Being older, you want to try to shove things down their throat, but we're not listening when they're saying, hey, this is what's going on in my life, or this is how I'm feeling, or this is what I'm thinking about, and really listening and really saying, okay, I was 20. I know what that's like. I know why you may say the things you say or feel the way you feel, and try to get that message out. So I definitely rock with my young people.
Yeah, yeah, they
I
are the
definitely
future, and
rock
they
with
know
them.
stuff that we don't know. How the
Absolutely.
hell I'm supposed to know about some poker? How am I supposed to know about some coin in new coin with a damn dog on it or something? And apparently, it doesn't even really have any value. It's just pure speculation. I don't know about it. Don't get me to talking about all this crypto stuff. All I know is when Perry Unlikely say, "Hey man, put some money on it," I put some money on it. Solo TV say, "Hey man, put some money on it," I'll put some money on it, and then I check my damn account 4 days later, and that, it's grown by 15%, grown by 30%, grown by like 112%. I'm like, is this how y'all getting money today? I used to have to work for my shit. This how y'all doing it? Like,
Listen,
man,
how they say, let money work for you, not you for the money. And they're showing you
exactly.
exactly how to do it.
Exactly. Why did I get a law degree? I should,
Right?
I should have just put it all on damn Bitcoin. Let it ride, right? It's so crazy. Like the internet, and it's, we still we catching it. That, for example, we got YouTube channels, so we're in it. But
Yes.
the 20-year-olds, the 25-year-olds, the Jonathan Barronvilles, and man, they are in it. The before the billions, any like
Yeah.
25, 26. I mean, gosh, they got so many years with this thing. It's amazing. I'm just so what's the word I'm looking for? I'm just so astounded that they have so much opportunity. And
Yeah.
we had more opportunity than the people coming up in the 40s, right? So it all builds
Exactly.
on itself.
And,
Yeah,
and
it's
and I think
amazing.
that's the motivation. You get to see him, and it even explains to you. You know, Shout out Jada Mike. That's a homeboy here, so I got to give him his shout out.
Yeah,
He
shout out.
representing. But I'm just so proud of all the young content creators that's really they're just not throwing up junk content. They really trying to contribute. They're out there learning how to man up, woman up, and they out there. So I got to definitely give them their props, and that's why I try to support them every way I can. Whether it's financial or just physically showing up and hitting the like, and like you said, giving them the watch hours, and watching my channel grow little by little. But I don't just want it to grow and explode. I want it to have meaning, because
Yes.
that if I can talk to 300 people and change 300 people's lives, I'm just ecstatic.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what
You're
I'm gonna do if I
exactly
had a
right.
million people following me. It sounds good to have those numbers, but you're also accountable and responsible for those people because they're
Yeah.
trusting you.
You're exactly right. And, to get there, you got to take some bumps and bruises, not many people get to 1 million subscribers, and, they haven't been through some things. I haven't, I'm still way far away from 100,000, and I've been in some beefs, and so it can get rough, check my inbox, right?
Yeah.
All these damn black women sending me all these emails, and I'm not even close to 100. I'm still, 25,000 subscribers away from 100,000. So to get to 1 million, Jesus
Right.
Christ, if we could take a look into Kevin Samuel's inbox, if I think mine is bad, he must not even be able to check his, all the hate mail that he must get, right?
Well,
So,
well, let me ask you something. Let's give us a better understanding. As I told you, we ain't signing itch. He really he really captured a statement that even made me had to think back. I'm gonna kind of sum it up the way he said it. We are over policed. We are, over accountable. Meaning, according to him, um, when people say black men should be held accountable, we got society that tells us if we do anything criminal, we get locked up. If we say the wrong thing, we're cancer culture. If we even our bodies, if we really out of weight, they're gonna tell us they don't want certain types of men. Um, everywhere we go, we're almost under the knife. Either we're 2 seconds away from jail because of something we may have done 20 years ago, or if we're at work and someone asks us opinion, if someone else feels offended, now we're running around doing apology tours. And if we're in the business industry or in the public sphere, we can, jeopardize, lose our jobs over freedom of speech.
Right.
You know, um, and then I look at what your situation was, and I'm going, well, if they didn't like Kevin Samuels' tone and they don't like your tone, then how are we supposed to talk to women that say they want equality?
Yeah. I don't know what the damn answer is with that, to be honest. If we can just, take a view all the way back, I think it's good that there's a press for accountability, right? Because men need that. Men need that because what we have to do in society is hard. And so it can't all be just praise, right? It can't all be rewards. There has to be there has to be the carrot, which is the reward. And then there has to be the stick, which is like, hey, the stick is the accountability part.
Okay.
And so, shout out to my man United Fitness. I talked to him today. He's gonna kill the game too, man. Shout out to United Fitness. I had to hit the horn for talking about content creators that are really gonna blow up. And United Fitness, he's all about working out and getting yourself in shape. Now, I know a little bit about working out myself. And back in the day, and even now, although we getting towards winter, once winter comes on, I let the body fat percentage kind of rise up. I don't feel bad.
Oh no! Now the women in the chat said they saw your picture, Lee.
Yeah, but listen,
they saw that. They saw that frame. Now they saw that frame.
Listen, I'm telling you, I'll be trying to do it, but that's my point. Why do I do it? Because United Fitness will tell you there are just some days that you don't want to work out, man. You really don't. You really, really don't. But I know that if I work out, then I'll have a better body. I'll be more healthy. And to be honest, these women who are like, hey, you need to look a certain way for us to be attracted to you. I get myself in there. Let me be honest. What if all the women were like, no. You can be 700 pounds. Like, we don't care. We don't care how you look. How would men look? Like, who would be in the gym?
Right.
Out of 1,000 people, there would be 5 crazy brothers in the gym. Let's be honest.
Yeah.
A lot of brothers are in the gym to kind of qualify because these women are like, hey, we got standards.
Right.
And so, women should have standards because women's standards help elevate us. They give us motivation. Sometimes we can view it negatively because we don't want the high standards. We want your standards to be low. Right? if a woman's standards would be low, like, dudes would have a lot more fun on this earth.
Right.
But because their standards are high, then it pushes us to be better. Now, the standards can be too high, right? And the standards can be so high to where, most men don't qualify. And so now men are like, okay, ladies, listen, it can't be that your standards are so high that men don't qualify, but then you turn around and you're not happy either. You turn around and you can't find a man. You turn around and you're, 44, 45 years old with no kids talking about freezing your eggs. your standards are so high that you're calling into Kevin Samuels and getting blessed out. But because you want to be, Miss Independent, and you don't need no man, and you can do bad by yourself. You're 45, in the doctor's office, sitting in the stirrups with your heels in the air, and they trying to get some damn eggs from you, right? When there were good men that you overlooked. You see what I'm saying? So it's like it's excellent that they have standards, because the standards kind of push us to be men. It gets us out of being slovenly. It gives us motivation. It can't all be about the money and the damn cars, right? Which, if we can be honest, most of the stuff about getting the money in the cars is to get the women anyway, if we can be honest, right? Why? Because what if any woman would date you if you made $9 an hour? There'd be a lot of men who are like, well, why do I need the Lambo? Why do I need the house with 5 bedrooms and 4 baths if she'll take a shack? Because men can live in a shack. Dude, a single man we can live in a damn foxhole, to be honest, right?
Exactly.
Most men are like pretty low maintenance. It's the women who are like, oh, what about the kitchens and what about the bathrooms? And we're like, fine, it makes us work hard.
Right.
One of the things that people who are so pro marriage, they talk about is, married men generally make more than single men. Why? Because the married man has this obligation. And so because he has this obligation, he's kind of focused. The obligation gives him drive. Right? If he has a couple kids, the kids give him drive. Now, it's not that much more than a single man, right? And because you have obligations, those women suck up your extra money anyway. So you're kind of neck and neck with the single guy anyway. But on paper, you might make $7,000 more a year, $12,000 more a year than a man. But then your obligations suck it up, so you didn't really get the benefit of it anyway. But the fact that you have those obligations pushes you. The fact that women have these standards, they push us, they help us. They, hey, go to the gym, hey, go for that promotion, right? Try to get that raise, change your job so you can start off with a higher salary here. But when women take it too far, and now there are 100 men, and none of them, 100 men, none of them qualify. That's the thing about Suzette Speaks people were talking about. It's like, hey, man, you're an attorney, you're beautiful.
Right.
You say you want a husband, you say you want kids, you don't have any of it. Right? Are you really telling me there are no men that qualify? Right? You know what I'm saying? So the standards can be too high, and now the community is it's messed up. So it's interesting.
Let me ask you this, because I've been divorced, I've been on a dating scene, and it wasn't until I came to YouTube where I started hearing about this, quote, 6-figure high value man. I grew up in New York, so to make 6 figures is simple. Where did this 6 figures come? Is this really a Kevin Samuels creation, or is it an Atlanta thing, major city thing? Where did this come from? And the reason I'm asking is because most women that, let's say I wanted to date or talk to, only thing they used to ask me was, do you have a car, source of income, and that was it, a place to stay.
Yeah.
But I never got, I never had a woman ask me how much money I made. So where did this come from? Or is this a reality down there?
Honestly, I think it came out of white manosphere, and I think they just made it up. It certainly was before Kevin Samuels. But I have never heard a woman say, I want a man with the 3 6s. In fact, and I've never heard it in real life.
Okay.
And most women, they have never heard of this because most women aren't in the manosphere. And the women who have heard of it probably heard it from a man. Right? You can talk to any woman and say, how what do you want in a man? No woman on earth is going to give you 3 things.
Right.
What did it say? Oh, I want a man who's 6 feet. What is it? 6 feet, 6-pack, 6 figures. That's 3 things. That's how you know it was made up by a goddamn man. Because ask a woman what she wants in a man. You think she only gonna give you 3 things?
Right.
I asked Lauren what she thought a good man. Not Lauren. What's her name? I asked Suzette on my show a few days ago. I said, Suzette, what do you want in a man? What's a good man? She rattled off a list of 10 things, minimum 10 things.
Wow.
I want this. You think she stopped at 3? Right? Men made that up. So
Gotcha.
that's what I believe. I think that damn
Okay.
thing came out of the white manosphere,
Right.
and white men are like, oh, these women, they want a 6-pack and they want 6 figures, and they had even extended it. Some of them say they want a man who has at least 6 inches below the belt. They want a
Right.
man who drives a V6 or higher. When have
Right.
you ever heard a woman say she wants a man that drives a V6?
Right.
Like, you
Right.
white guys are like, come on, guys. Ain't no woman said that. Ain't no woman said that. So I think that came out of the white manosphere, to be honest.
Gotcha. Can you just take a moment and do something special for me?
Mm-hmm.
I want you to shout out Miss Tiana D. Miracle Talks. That is my firstborn and my oldest daughter.
Oh, that's what's up. Well, shout out to Tiana.
And
Shout out to Tiana.
she soon I got some other stuff coming up, and she designs that. She's my little social media network person way in the back,
Nice.
But
Nice.
the beauty about her, she's I ain't gonna shout out your age, 35 years old. But
I
but
love
that's
it.
my firstborn, and we had a lot of issues, but one of the beautiful things is, we did a collaboration together, we basically talked
Nice.
about that separation and, getting back together. So she's been rocking and rolling with me. It's like having her back as a little baby where no one can get in between her and I ever again in life. And,
Fantastic. That's awesome.
so, that's my baby.
Awesome. Well, shout
That's
out
my
to
baby.
Tiana. I love it.
But being that I brought her up, let's talk about what's happening now with children and fathers.
Mm-hmm.
You hear this narrative, and the narrative is always father just bounced and left. Father just bounced and left. My dad don't love me. My dad don't care. Bounced and leave. I don't think a lot of people really understand child support system. I don't think. Well, what do you think? Forget what I think. What's going on today versus, let's say, 35 years ago when I had my daughter?
Yeah, well, there's a lot of stuff going on, right? And if you can say it, it's probably happening. Are
Okay.
men just bouncing? Yeah, some men are just bouncing. Like, man, I had enough of this. Some women are just bouncing. I heard of a woman, she had 2 kids, and she just took herself out. She was like, I'm tired, just took herself out.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah. So men and women are bouncing, right? Kids are difficult to raise. It's a real thing. It's not like, a walk in the park.
Right.
Women are turning men against their children. It's not enough to ask, why, if the man bounced, okay, and then stop at that. You got to ask why. A lot of men bounce because their kids hate them. Why do their kids hate them? A lot of the times it's because the moms keep telling the kids that the dad ain't shit, right? And so, how much do you want to traumatize a kid? The judge only let you see the kid once every 2 weeks, and every time you show up on Friday, the kid's screaming, don't want to get in the car with you because mom keeps telling them that you ain't shit, right? Why would he want to get in the car with you?
Right.
And so the dad is like, well, damn, it seems like I'm traumatizing the damn kid every other weekend. I'll just stop coming around, and maybe when he's older, right, maybe he'll come around.
Right.
And then what do the mom say? The mom will get on the damn Facebook and say, oh, I'm a single mother. Right. And then, the dad ain't, the dad is a dad, but he's a human too. It could very well be. It's like, listen, I'm not seeing my kid anymore. My kid hates me because of what you did, mom. And now I'm supposed to pay you child support. Watch this. I ain't paying no more. Why would I pay for something I'm not getting any value? He hates me. He doesn't want to see me. Right? Why would I pay? Right. And you can say, oh, well, that's your obligation and this, that. And I hear that, I get it. But, there's some real injustices in the system. It wouldn't have been that way. Maybe the mother would not have had the opportunity to turn that boy against the father if the father had gotten 50-50 custody, where the father could spend an equal amount of time. You know, a lot of times boys can think their fathers ain't shit, but if the boys actually spent equal time with the father, then when the mom says, hey, you know, your dad ain't nothing, he can be like, I just spent the whole week with him. Mom, I just spent the whole week with the man. Right? I've seen him. Like, what do you mean he ain't nothing? I spend half the time with this man. I'm in his house all the time. My shoes are over there. My Xbox is over there. My baseball glove is over there. My bike is over there. What are you talking about? But because dads are really only allowed to spend every other weekend with their kid, they're so, you know, the kids are so open to be manipulated. Now, you know, some dads ain't worth nothing, right? Just like some moms ain't worth nothing. Right. So it's a lot of stuff going on. So I never really want to. I've just seen so much representing men these past 20 years. And I'll be honest, I have represented women these past 20 years. I have represented children these past 20 years. I've seen it all. I have seen it all. And so I like to be pretty nuanced and pretty precise. You know, I don't ever want to say, unless I know a specific situation, I don't ever want to say, oh, well, this is going on or that's going on, because I know for a fact that it's all going on. Right. It's all going on. You want to talk about some terrible moms? They're out there. You want to talk about some terrible dads? They're out there. You want to talk about some children that are terrible, children with some psychological issues that are not being addressed? They're out there. Sometimes all those three people are in the same family. Right? To be honest, it's a damn disaster. So, and, you know, you ask, well, what's the difference between now and then? You know, all the stuff that's present now, guess what? It was present back then too. Now, sometimes it was able to be hidden, right? But there were dads that were terrible in the 70s and the 50s. There were mothers that were terrible in the 70s and the 50s. There were kids stealing cars at 9 years old in the 50s. Right. Right. So I never want to be like, oh, the 50s were the best or the 70s were the best. You know, there's a lot of BS going on at all times. This is Earth, right? You know, this is, we're talking about human beings. And so it's a lot.
So when we say that, because I hear that narrative a lot. I wasn't born in the 50s, so I don't have no clue what happened in the 50s. I think, unfortunately for me, I'm that 80s generation, that crack era generation. And then I think you kind of after me in that, because you're more of the 90s situation. Mm-hmm. How bad? Because I was in New York City, so I saw the destruction of New York. How bad was it here, in the sense of, if you can remember that era and how the family structure may have kind of tore us apart, would you say?
Yeah, I can't really speak on that because I was in Atlanta, and Atlanta was not hit with the crack that hit DC like that hit New York. You know, we never got it as bad. Were there people on crack? Yeah. And again, you know, that might have been one generation after me. But no one in Atlanta talks about, oh man, I remember when the crack epidemic hit. People talk about that in DC. DC was like, you know, you could call that damn place the epicenter. It was terrible. New York, you know, it was terrible. Atlanta, it was like, we weren't really doing the crack so much where it destroyed the community. It wasn't that bad down here. Of course, there were people on crack everywhere, right? There were people on crack in Nebraska, but you can't really say that crack just blew up Nebraska. Crack absolutely blew up DC. You know, there was a point in time.
New York, Chicago.
Yeah. Atlanta didn't catch it that bad. Okay. Not nearly as bad. So I can't really speak too much on it because I didn't, you know, we weren't really doing that down here.
Right. What about, let's go to the most controversial, and this one that I have been talking about a whole lot. Probably getting ready to do another series on it. Domestic violence. Mm-hmm. And the issue with domestic violence is men who are the victims of domestic violence. Do you deal with that side in the family court system? Do you have a knowledge of that?
Yeah, I deal with everything. You know, not only being an attorney, but I'm also a mediator. And I have the highest certification for mediators in the state of Georgia, which is being a specialized domestic violence mediator. So when there is domestic violence involved, where two parties, a couple has a history of domestic violence, they call me in to mediate the case. So I am well acquainted with the issues surrounding domestic violence, not only with women, which is what people usually think of, which and is usually the worst, let's be honest, but
Mhm.
also with the men, which can be, equally as devastating, at least mentally. Right. I mean, it's hard for a woman who's 5'5" to really inflict it. She can't. Let's just be honest. A
Right,
woman she can't physically, I mean, without a weapon, she just cannot inflict the damage on me that I can inflict on her.
right,
But it's something that can absolutely result in mental torture and emasculation and humility, right? Humiliation, let's say, and it can be bad, and like no person should have to endure that, and that is exactly what men do. Men endure it. Now, to be fair, women endure that stuff too, right? I mean, if
mhm,
people really knew the incidents, the percentages of domestic violence for men and women, I mean, the numbers would be off the charts. But
right,
it's a lot of people, Jimmy will come home with a 6-pack, 12-pack, and drink them all. And the wife will say something, and the wife will get slapped. And the wife will
right,
just go to her room. Where the cops called? No. Did Jimmy get arrested? No. And
right,
that just happened. Right.
right,
And you wake up on Sunday morning and just life, right? But
right,
the shoes on the other foot too. Dudes get punched, fathers,
mhm,
husbands get slapped. And do the police get called? No. Is there a report taken? No. Right. Now, a lot of times it's because, you know, if a guy starts to trying to report domestic violence, he can actually be the one in jail. Right.
yeah,
The father, the husband can absolutely be the victim. And then when the cops come, she'll start scrambling and be like, oh, well, he hit me too. And now he's in the damn patrol car when he didn't do anything. Right. And so there are so many reasons why guys have a reason not to report these things,
right,
because they can be humiliated. The police oftentimes will not take them seriously. The court system will not take them seriously. They can wind up in jail themselves when they didn't do anything. Now they've got to pay the attorney's fees. Now they might lose their job, right?
mhm,
Because they had to show up to work on Saturday. They got arrested on Friday. They couldn't bond out until Monday. They show up their job on Monday and they don't have a job now. Why? Because they called the police on Friday for help. Like you call the police on Friday for help. You're fired on Saturday and you get out of jail on Monday. Like, who wants to do that? I'll just take the slap, to be honest. It's not like it hurt me that bad
right.
physically, right? So there's a lot of stuff that goes on, and I see it all of the time. All the time. And mhm.
Let me ask you this. With that being said, you hear, or I've heard, and of course I have been through. Um, the question becomes why men don't leave outside of calling the police. You hear a lot of women say, "Well, domestic violence, you think of it as physical, but a lot of people don't understand the verbal side of it." What's another reason why you would think men don't leave that situation? Just from help. Why man just don't call social service or call family members, or what kind of services that you know of is out there if a man is in that position?
Almost none, if we're going to be honest. Almost none. How many shelters are there for women versus how many shelters are there for just men? Almost none.
Wow.
Like, literally almost none, right? And like, who are you going to call? Are you going to call your family? Are you really going to tell your mama that your wife is beating on you? I
Hmm.
don't know one man that's going to do that. Let's just be
You're
honest.
right. You're right.
Are you going to call your brother and are you really going to tell your brother that your wife is beating on you? Who are you going to tell?
Yeah.
There are no shelters for you. Your mama is going to look at you crazy. Your brother will never let you live it down. All right.
Right.
Where are you going to go? All right. Now, a lot of men feel like, maybe they let themselves go and they're 50, 70 pounds overweight. They don't want to get back on the dating apps. They don't want to get back on the dating scene. They say, well, she did slap me, but it didn't hurt. She called my mama a bitch, but I can just, guys are so relaxed about things. A guy's nature generally is to just be relaxed. At least not all men, but like 80% of men. 80% of the men are, like what Kwame Brown used to say, just kind of go along to get along.
Right.
Right. The woman is yap, yap, yap. And what do the guys do? Okay, honey. All right. All right. Right. And then once she shuts up and leaves, it's like you forgot the whole thing. Right. All right. And you just move on to the next day. And so guys are so relaxed. Guys do not insist on being treated well. If guys insisted on being treated well, there would be a lot more single guys out here. There would be a lot of guys who are getting less tail because they're single. But maybe they're getting more tail because they're single. Who knows? Usually in these relationships, it's not like you're getting a lot of sex anyway. Right. In a relationship where she's calling you all out your name, she's calling your mama out of her name. It's not like y'all just had sex the night before.
Right.
I mean, if we can be honest.
Yeah, we're going to be honest.
Listen, I've seen all of this stuff, man. Like, I'm talking from experience. But guys are just so relaxed. And guys, and I've had guys on my show who will say, well, as long as I'm, 60% happy. Let a woman be 60% happy and see, she's looking for a way out. Right. She might stay, but she's looking, she's thinking, she's like, what's the plan? I got these 2 kids. What's the plan? A guy at 60% happy, he'll just lay on the couch and go to sleep. He ain't thinking about no plan. He's like, right, man, maybe tomorrow will be a better day. So I think that is the number one reason why guys don't leave, is because we're too relaxed about things. We do not insist on, like the kids say, living our best lives. We don't. A man will live a mediocre life and then will die. And we're fine with it. And we ought not be fine with it.
There's a pushback from the manosphere. Say I'm the old school guy that says, get your bag up, get your life up, let's get some standards up. But then you get a pushback from certain parts of the manosphere that says, we already leveled up. We're good. Where's the women at? And of course you look at, if I use examples, before the billions, 26 years old, he's definitely doing this thing. You got, black suit, tax attorney, he's doing his thing, intentional millionaire. And all 3 of these men don't have kids. And that's just an example of one small group. But they're saying, hey, there's no women out here. Which side would you think, or how are we missing each other if you got the good brother over here? And then you can argue. You got some good sisters over here, but somehow this argument of them missing each other, where do you see the miss at?
Yeah, it's hard, right? Because number one, let's take a step back and let's realize that there are a lot of black couples. Right? There are a lot. We don't hear about them because they're silent, because they're on the sidelines looking at, they are looking at the damn Tampa Bay and play the Patriots. Right? Tampa Bay on one side, it's the Patriots on the other. And the couples, they're all up in the stands like, look at these fuckers go at each other. Right? I mean, and let's be honest. Right. You mentioned before the billionaire, before the billions, guess what? Before the billions got a girlfriend.
Yes.
Right. Guess what? Before the billions, wants kids. Before the billions, wants to get married. Right. Do you see the before the billions on the field? You don't see him on the field. Before the billions is like, hey, Lee, let me make you a website. He's thinking about websites. He ain't thinking about.
I was on there when he was making your website. Yeah.
Right. So he ain't thinking about us. Before the billions is not thinking about us. He got his girl. He's planning on having a family. He's planning on having a wife. He's thinking about this damn C++. He's thinking about this Python and all these computer languages. He doesn't care.
Right.
Now you take Intentional Millionaire. Now you're talking about somebody different.
Right.
The issue with Intentional Millionaire is that, what is he, 40 years old, $1 million portfolio.
Yeah.
Goes to the gym every day. His standards are so high he could be single really for the rest of his life, because he would kind of have to lower his standards so much a woman would have to show up so tight, man. And the issue is that he's kind of aging himself. He's kind of aged out a little bit, because if he's let's say I think he's 42.
Yeah, it's 42 if I
Now,
remember.
I mean, let's be honest. Like, he can pull a 26-year-old. He can. He
Right.
absolutely can.
Right.
But he himself is not going to be satisfied with a 26-year-old. He is probably going to be more satisfied with like a 35-year-old, right?
Mm-hmm.
What's the issue though? Well, by the time a woman is 35, she probably got a kid. So here's a man with $1 million portfolio. Okay, I'm supposed to get with you and your kid. He's not going to. Why would he do it if he's got $1 million in the bank? He could, but she would have to be so special. That's the thing. Like, for a woman to get with him, she would have to be so special. He would never say this because he's a gentleman. This is not really a question that, most dudes ask, right? Even though you hear it on the internet every day. But let's suppose someone asked this woman who would get with him and say, hey, well, you want to get with the intentional millionaires, brother works out every day, rocked up, stocked up dude, $1 million portfolio. What do you bring to the table for him to get with you? He's got $1 million. What do you bring? And she'll be like, oh, well, I got a vagina.
Right.
And he'll be, and the person be like this. And she'll be like, and he'll be like, yeah, I said, what do you bring? And she'll be like, well, I said I got a vagina. And the guy will be like, are you going to say anything or not? Right? Because the vagina, it doesn't even get you in the door with this man. Right. So his standards, we talk about the men, we talk about the women, and the women's standards are so high. Mm-hmm. This man's standards could be so high. How is he ever going to find somebody? Like, it's going to be tough for him.
Right.
It's tough for a lot of high value men, because, you get to an age where you really don't want the 26-year-old because they're goofy, but the 36-year-old, man, she probably got a divorce. She probably had 2 abortions. She got that kid. And, a 36-year-old could come at you and they're, shout out to all the women, but they could be a little bit beat up. You know what I mean? Life can beat you up.
Right.
Life can beat you up. And so to find a woman who is just so damn clean, right? I mean, just so clean, where an intentional millionaire would be like, oh my God, I can't believe I found you. I mean, that could take 10 years. Now, what's the problem? If it takes him 10 years, now he's 52. Well, shit, now he's trying to find a woman who's, 40. And good luck, man. I mean, now when the woman's 40, she's the one talking about, no, I ain't trying to have no more kids. I already got 3 of them. And he's like, oh, man, goddamn. Like, where am I supposed to get them? So that's the issue. I mean, if you get money kind of later in life, which is most men,
right?
You kind of got to be before the billions and get them while you're building it, because it's, women are always like, oh, I want to build with you. I want to build with you. But, most of that is BS.
Right.
Most of that is they want to be with you when you've already built it. And if you get with the intentional millionaire, guess what? You are with a man that has already built it. He built it without you. Right? So, his standards are going to be high. You go to before the billions, he's building it currently. He's 26. That's why so many people say, you women, you need to get with a dude when you're 24.
Right.
You need to get with a dude when you're 24. Because if you start trying to get with a dude at 38, I mean, they're out there, but.
Gotcha. Hold on one second. Yeah. I am so blessed, Lee, because the man of the hour, too sweet to be sour, all the way from Chi-Town, Chicago, Rilla is in the house.
Oh, we got Rilla in the house. Shout out to Rilla. Shout out to Rilla. I need to be checking the chat more.
Yeah,
I'm even looking at my chat. When I get up here,
look, and that's the only reason I got the powerhouse moderators, so they rocking and rolling. But I seen Big Chicago Rilla. Hey,
yeah,
I
shout out to
love him
Rilla,
now.
man.
One day I'm gonna be a star. I'm gonna have Rilla on that side. Be like, yes, Mr. Rilla. How's Chicago doing?
I heard that.
I don't know. I'm from New York, so New Yorkers in Chicago, they got that little beef thing going.
Oh, is there a
Back
beef?
in my days, it was like New York, because we fight for the New York pizza over here.
Yeah,
and they had their Chicago pizza over here. So but nah, shout out to Chicago Real.
Listen, if you want to invite them up, or if you want to invite people up, I'm not sure if people want to come up or not, but they're absolutely welcome to come up. I see my man, the Ingram Experience, in the house.
Yes, sir.
Also, I mean, damn, that's another one. To qualify for this dude is like damn 45, 46-year-olds dunking in the gyms. How you gonna qualify for him?
He could do it now.
Right.
All right, y'all. I'm going to drop the YouTube channel in the chat. If anybody want to come up, got some questions, whatever, this is your time. Chicago Rilla, it will definitely be an honor for you to come up on the panel. Tough love. If you still in the building, it would definitely be an honor for you to come up on the panel, my brother.
Yeah, and I see we got the steel curtain.
Tell Chicago Rilla, that's what I'm talking about.
Hold up now, wait. Let me shout out my second in command. I see my man, the steel curtain, in the house. Shout out to the steel curtain, man. Shout out to the steel curtain. I'm waiting for the wedding. I'm waiting to fly over to the damn UK to go to Steel Curtain's wedding over there. I'm gonna give me a suit while I'm over there.
Hey, I want a piece of that too.
Yeah.
Let me shout out my bright.
What's going on?
Jedi Mike, how are you doing?
Doing good. It's a pleasure to finally meet you. Honestly.
You kind of got muted there.
Bro, you guys hear me?
Yep, I can hear you.
Yeah.
Perfect. All right.
It's a pleasure to meet you, lead attorney. And Uncle Stu, always a pleasure. I'm emailed you after I got an assignment got due by midnight, got pushed in the project.
I'm retired. I'm gonna be up all night.
Awesome.
So we good.
Yeah, but I just have a few questions. Like one, I kind of respect you, the lead attorney, in just terms of one of just have your communication skills, because that's one thing. I'm 23 and now my senior year in college. I'm in IT and graphic design. And one thing that I'm trying to promote on my channel that I want to try to target younger audiences of younger males. I feel like we don't see that in terms of shepherding, at least I believe in terms of, we're all in this together, but also like receiving wisdom, but knowing that men is forged through process, not just by shortcuts. And so I just want to feel like that we don't really see that in this space. But my question to you in terms of, content wise, in terms of like where you're starting out, is that how did you find that in terms of consistency, in terms of scheduling while doing, your obviously, rigorous career? Because I'm doing that right now. I have 4 jobs, right, aside from
that's what's up. 4 jobs.
Aside from school, I'm only taking 13 credits, but like I'm a manager, a recreation facility, a marketing PA. I'm also a research assistant where I work on the solar panels at my university. I've been doing that for about 4 years for research, and I also work as a event supervisor. So that's the 4 jobs I'm doing. So I'm trying, but with that schedule, it's kind of difficult to have a consistent thing of trying to promote more content. So that's why I want to ask you, like, how did you figure that out?
First of all, let me just say that's crazy to have 4 jobs. I think that's awesome in one sense, but if I'm honest with you, I think it's insane in another. It's insane. One of the things that I have learned as I've gotten older is that you can make improvements, and a lot of people want to make improvements by adding stuff on to things. But what I have learned in getting older is that you can have so much more improvements by taking away things, right? I don't know how you would become a good content creator with 4 jobs plus, trying to study. I don't think you can do it, to be honest, because, content creation takes time. What did Uncle Stu said? He was like, man, to edit these videos, man, it's going to take a while. That's like, oh, I got 16 jobs. How can I, where do I find the time to create content? You don't. Right. So one thing I would sit back, especially if you're 23, I would sit back and say, listen, it's obvious that I have a lot of drive. It's obvious that I have a lot of capacity. Am I using my capacity for its best purpose? Do I really need 4 jobs? Or would I come out better canceling 2 of these jobs and looking more long term, right? Because maybe you've got some jobs that are just trying to put some money in your pocket, and maybe you've got 1 or 2 jobs that you really love and can build into something. Well, if you've got a job that's paying you $17 an hour, but then you've got another job that's paying you, say, 11, but that $11 hour job can really grow into something, you'd be much better off if you can. I don't know your financial situation. I'll tell you, when I was 23, I was poor as dirt. I mean, I was making $300 a month as an RA, right? I was poor as hell. So, no, when I was 23, I was in law school. So I was broke. I was really broke. I didn't even have a job in law school. So I think, to me, in my old age, I don't know what your financial situation is, but having 4 jobs plus studying does not sound like an efficient use of your time, because you can't work on anything important if you are split into 5 different people. You're split into a student,
Right.
plus your 4 jobs, plus you've got to eat and sleep. I don't think you can do it. And it's not to you, you know what I'm saying? But so the first thing I would look at is not even a scheduling thing about how do I try to create content within the confines of these 5 different things. I would say, okay, which 2 things can I let go? Right. And then start the scheduling from there, because I don't see how you will have time. I don't see how I would have time. Anybody would have time when you're studying and then you have 4 jobs. Now, if it's a money thing, maybe you need to get your money and then start creating content in 2 years, right? Maybe the money is really important, and maybe what you're doing is important right now. YouTube's probably going to be here in 2 years, but you need to be able to dedicate time to your craft. That's a competitive advantage that I have. That's what Uncle Stu said when he came on. He was like, man, I'm retired, so I got time, right? So how are you going to compete with Uncle Stu when he's got all day and you are trying to be a student with 4 jobs? How can you compete? I don't know how you can do it. So I don't want to escape your question.
No.
But I don't see how it's possible, because content creation, Miss B will tell you, Miss B Finesse will tell you, Before the Billions will tell you. Who else is in the chat that's a content creator? Even Gail Lockett, she's the YouTube moderator. She'll tell you. You think she can moderate these channels and do 4 jobs at the same time? So, I'm looking at it from a more, objective, kind of pulled back situation. I don't want to, the 4 jobs might be your issue. Like, there's your problem, right?
Right. I don't know if it's just Nigerian in me and stuff like that. We just don't stop, saying, like, being ambitious or saying no to stuff. Cause, like, so I can honestly say, like, and then they're all part-time stuff, obviously. No way I can do anything full-time, but they're all kind of spaced out with my schedule out differently. But with content creation, it's the same thing. And just as, like, my graphic design, like, okay, you might think you might be creating something. Even then, creating something takes, cognitive time to process and develop, so that to me, I was just kind of asking him, like, obviously the honest truth that I wanted to hear. And you have answered my question. You have to answer my question. So, so yeah, I needed to hear this, and that's why I want to try and, like, connect with Uncle Stu. I know we'll be talking soon, but just on that, just like, I stand before you, someone complete, full of humility, no pride at all. Like, I know I get
That's
props
awesome.
from people saying that, oh yeah, I'm a good talker, I'm a good speaker, and everything, and I knowledgeable. I read a lot like crazy. I blame my mother for that. But my thing is that I mean, I know that if I'm talking this way now and being, being, I'll say, being focused at this point now, imagine where I'd be when I'm 30. So that's where I just want to make sure I'm doing the right way of setting it up. But my passion is education. I teach, so like, yeah, I work at a company, STEM where I was teaching kids programming, accounting, public school district in the area, in the DMV area. And then, to me, I found the most joy in that. So I want to do that through content creation. So,
Awesome.
but yeah, so that's what, but yeah, you haven't answered my question. So thank you.
No problem. No problem. And man, you are so industrious. I wish I had half of your drive. That you have. That, when I was 23, I'd be much farther along. I look at you young cats, man. I'm just like, man, you guys are gonna kill it. You guys are absolutely gonna kill it. So I'm inspired by you. I think it's awesome. Yeah. So you are absolutely on the right track. I just think that because of, like you say, your drive, the bad part about having drive is that you can take on too much or take on too many things that are too far from each other, and they're not really connected in any way. So, you got a water hose, but instead of having that water hose focus like a fireman's hose, let's say, you got it all sprayed out, but you're not really doing anything. You want that stream to really be consistent. And if you just got it spread out into 4, 5, 6 places, you don't really want it like that, at least not in the beginning.
Absolutely. No, I agree. But yeah, no,
Right.
I'll take this in consideration, everything. But thank y'all.
No problem. I'm
All
excited
right. I'll
for
be looking
you.
for that email, and we'll definitely talk.
Absolutely. Y'all take care.
All right.
All right. Take care, Jedi Mike.
Mhm.
All right. I want to feel like a superstar.
Oh, we got some
big ballers up
We
here.
got the brothers in the house.
Let me get it right. Let me get it right. I got to do it like my mentor. I got to lean in, and then I got to drop my mic.
Oh, I got the mic drop.
See, first you got to imitate before you slide and become independent. See,
that is very true.
And then when I give it like Perry, I'm like, I got the bid.
Right.
Yeah. You brought the brothers up here, the heavy hitters, man.
Yeah, I got the heavy hitters.
I was talking about you before, El Guapo, man. I just really appreciate, that message that you sent. It meant a lot to me because I wasn't really sure that I was looking at it the right way. But when you read my mind and you said it in a way that I would have never been able to say it. So I really appreciate that.
My pleasure. And I'll tell you what, Lead, I don't know if you saw Marcus from Father and Son Worlds Apart, Rebuilding Black Wall Street. He kind of echoed the same thing. Game recognizes game. We got it.
Yeah. And so that's why I love having brothers, because we can kind of see kind of the situation. So I love it. I love having a network like this. And then so I got the emotional support, and then damn Perry Unlikely come give me some damn crypto knowledge, put $1,000 in my pocket in 2 days. I'm like, what the hell is this?
Sprinkle a little something in there.
Yeah.
What's good, Perry? I need to holler at you. Hey, Perry, check this out. I bought Ethereum sub $100.
I'm with you, my friend. I think I bought some about 80 and then all the way up to about 600. Then I stopped.
Yeah, I got it about 89, man.
Yeah.
Lead, if you got Ethereum about 3 years ago, Ethereum's about $4,000 right now, man. But by the way, you got this new money. Can I borrow $20?
Right. Yeah, listen, Perry's telling me how to make it, man. I got some Ethereum, but I've been, I've sold off him a check to see what I got in at. And then I bought some of this like Inu stuff.
Yeah, Shiba Inu.
Jesus Christ, man. I was like,
Guapo, do I hear that we all going to the ATL on TLA?
Listen, I'm telling you. I got y'all at Fogo. Y'all need to come to my party. I absolutely got y'all at I got y'all, man.
I'm looking forward to the party, man.
It's gonna be so much
TLA
fun.
owes me a trip to Brazil next year. You gave me your word, man. And Kevin Samuels just put that poll out. He might join us.
I saw that poll.
I answered the poll. I put Brazil. All y'all people are like, no, let's go to Paris.
I'm sure you guys time of your life, and you will not be able to come back. You better come up with an alias for your alias down there.
Not the alias for the alias. Yeah, but that's the whole point of the poll, right? Most people chose like Europe, didn't they?
Most people 40% outside of this country.
When
man.
I saw
it, what the hell they're talking about.
That's crazy. I was like, that's Brazil all day. Shout out to April Harmony. Let me shout out April. Like I don't really be checking the chat, but I see April over there. April be holding me down. Shout out to April. Listen, Perry, while I'm up here, man. Absolutely. Here's the thing. About 3 or 4 years ago, I was into crypto for a while, a little bit. But what I would do is I think I was on Coinbase to buy my stuff, but then I had another thing. I forgot what I had, and I could trade it on there.
Uniswap, probably.
It was what?
Maybe Uniswap, or
it wasn't Uniswap. It was something else. But I could trade my stuff over there, and there wasn't really any transaction fees. It would link to Coinbase. Coinbase You know, is that the way you buy your stuff? Because the transaction fees are so much.
So actually, I got so many exchanges.
Yeah, that's what it was. I was on an exchange.
I've got now. Pretty much everybody starts out on Coinbase.
That's how I
then
start.
You kind of branch out to get these other coins. I mean, a great example. I was buying Cardano at 6 cents.
Jesus,
had I waited for Coinbase, there was no way. And what's crazy? It's crazy to look back now. And I was telling a friend today. I remember when I was like, man, I don't know if I want to pay 11 cents for this Cardano.
How much is Cardano at now?
Oh man, it's $2 and probably about $2.15, but it had been as high as about $3. So we still got a long way to go this cycle with a lot of these cryptos. So we're still looking at $10,000 Ethereum.
I tried to buy some like XLR or something like that, but it wasn't available on the Coinbase.
Yeah, see, that's why people start to go to go other places. Yeah,
Do you have XLR? Do you think it's good?
Yeah, I like it. Yeah, I like it a lot. It's a very good one. It's like a banker's coin.
What exchange do I need to buy it on?
I'm trying to think. I'll tell you the best exchange you get. Get KuCoin.
KuCoin?
Yeah.
Do they have an app?
Yeah, they do. It's very. I've been using it for years.
How do you spell it?
It's KuCoin.
Yeah.
And look, that's where you get those. That's where you wake up in the morning and you see like 10 coins that have done like kind of like Shiba Inu. It's just because a lot of the smallest coins hit there. So these things only got a market cap of $10,000. And then see, you want to be in those before they get to Coinbase. And then when they hit Coinbase, it's like an automatic 5-10x. Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah. So
listen, Uncle Stu, let these young boys put us up on game, man.
You see me
about to make us some money. Yes.
Didn't you say?
That's exactly right.
One point I wanted to make was, and it's not even necessarily just crypto, and that's what I love. I love listening to all of you guys, man. El Guapo, Uncle, man, TLA. That's one thing about content creation is what I realized when I really took off was I know a lot about real estate and have been investing in that longer, but I saw that there was more of a need for crypto at the time.
Yes.
And people kept on asking me. I was helping people in the other people's comments because they're too big to answer them. So then finally I'm like, hey, I was inspired by this guy to start talking about it. And if you focus on the life experience you have or a skill set, that's really when stuff comes together because you're operating in your natural. You're not reaching to try to. And that's why, I never wanted to personally get into like comedy or sketches. I just never wanted to feel like I had to put on a show to make $1. Nothing's wrong with that if that's what you do. But I know that that's draining. I mean, look, I used to be the class clown, and they only like you when you're getting in trouble. And I just didn't want to. That's not the path I wanted to go. So I just wanted to add that because I heard him talking about the content creation, and as far as a time standpoint, if you're editing videos, 4 jobs. No, that's like 3 jobs editing videos.
Yeah, and he's going to reach out to me because, I'm going to kind of mentor him, because he's in my DMV area, so I'm going to kind of mentor him and kind of, get him out of that 4 jobs. I mean, if you're going to work for a job, you're working for a job to pay off a debt. You ain't working for a job to be financially prosperous,
Right.
So I'm gonna try to work with him, see where he's trying to go and what he's trying to do, and kind of navigate him and whatnot, because it doesn't make sense to make money and then you can't enjoy the money you make.
Absolutely. Shout out to DMV, man. I used to be in Columbia.
Yes, sir. And it just doesn't make sense I've seen too many men, who's worked these great factory jobs, finally retired at 65, got the house, kids grown, got the grandkid. 6 months later, they dead.
Yeah.
Or a year later. Because life just ended.
Right.
And I don't want to see that happen to nobody else.
Absolutely.
I don't want nobody just to be working all their life and then they don't even get an opportunity to enjoy it. Like right now, I'm having the best fun in my life.
Yeah, absolutely, man.
If I said, man, I got all this mental issue, I'm like, man, I get on here and I speak to a whole nother world.
Exactly.
Yes.
You know,
absolutely.
a whole nother world. When I gotta go back to college is when my mentor giving me 20 books to read, you know. But
leaders are readers, man. Leaders are readers.
That's true.
You know, but
absolutely.
You know, but that's the joy, you know, and then to have the opportunity to meet other men, you know, and be able to say, okay, I'm connected to this one, I'm connected to this one. Man, I got this network. Then you go outside your house and somebody says, well, I don't know. Hey, man, I got people that got the knowledge.
Right.
You know, I'm connected with somebody that know crypto. You ain't even got to be in California. Man, I know somebody that works in China, and this dude can put you on game to do this. And you know, to have that is something I ain't never had when I was in my 20s.
Yeah. Yeah. It's nice.
You know
man.
what I mean? Like,
just have
I
a
didn't
connection.
have that kind of connection. And I don't have to be a millionaire to have it.
Yeah,
That's
absolutely.
the awesome part. That
Absolutely.
is the awesome part.
Totally agree. Totally agree. It's awesome. And yeah, with the connection, it can expose you to stuff that you would have never run into before, like the crypto, right?
Exactly.
Yes.
So you know, Mr. Perry, I'll be like sending you my email.
Yeah, I
need them connections, bro. I need the connections.
Yeah,
That's
it's
right.
absolutely.
There's a lot of
everybody
money in
here
this
has something to
network.
offer. It's beautiful. It is.
Yeah. Look, I'm old school. You know how it go, Perry. I gotta make sure the woman is right. Like, all right, I got you now.
Right.
You know, I want her to one day be able to sit in front of the camera like LaBella and just show that finger.
Absolutely.
There you go. There you go. Yeah. Shout out to La Bella. Shout out to La Bella.
Shout out to LaBea. Yeah, man.
Yeah.
Lead, I feel so stupid, man. I got on your channel with them silken pajamas and Kevin Samuels was watching. At least they were monogram, right? Bro.
They look good either way, Pip. They look good.
She got me the black and the grays, and then I got the robe I'm gonna break out that I'm gonna try to stun on Anton. You know I love Anton.
Shout out to Anton, man. See, and that's the thing. That's what I was telling.
I'm gonna let y'all know I got my wife Versace coming. I already told Antoine. You
ain't
okay. Okay.
That's what's up. Let me give a big shout out to Melissa Jane as well. Melissa Jane, also a person entering into the space with specialized knowledge, talking about technology, right? Which is another thing. I just did a consultation with a brother, and he had bought a lot of technology and he didn't really know how to use it. So if anybody is in that situation, she is a perfect person to talk to about how to put all your stuff together and things like that. She's absolutely on it. So shout out to Melissa Jane, excellent content creator as well.
And she has a great accent too, man.
She does.
She my baby sister. I call her my baby sister. Real talk with Melissa Barron. Y'all just shout her out.
Yeah.
Sure. That's my baby sister, boy. She rock. She coming after you, TLA, because she teaches us young content creators how to get down.
I heard
you
that.
Know.
That's what we need. Shout out also to Big Guy Journey. I see Big Guy Journey in the house. He's awesome.
Yes, sir.
Big Guy, what's good? Hey, Lead, real fast, and Uncle Stu, I'm not going to keep you long. You know,
don't worry.
I'm waiting for me.
I done drank enough coffee.
I'm since ready. She's been home, but Lead, I got a small bone to pick with you, man. Small, it's very small.
Yes, sir.
Jessica X does not have the best voice on YouTube. I have the best voice.
You have the
most. She simply has the best accent on YouTube. We should have like a voice off, man.
Well, here's the thing. I think
get her to cam up too.
Right. Here's the thing. I think we would need to separate it because we will overpower the women, so we need to kind of protect them. So in the male category, you definitely have the crown. You definitely have the crown. You have the king's crown. In the female category, we got to give it to Jessica. We got to give it to her, right? But you're exactly right. If
I got a lot of love for Jessica, especially if that's really her, man. Good God.
Yeah, if you put LeBron up against, the
is in bed
WNBA,
right now, so I can say this.
That's exactly right. Shout out to LaVeya. Right, I'm so glad that she's back. I know it was a trying time, but she's back now, so that's awesome.
Can I leave you guys with this, and I'm gonna roll out? Uncle Stu, it has been a pleasure. I have a busy week, but I'll reach out to you by the weekend. We'll chop it up. Okay. Perry Unlikely.
Yes.
Let's get together, man. I want to know where you're investing right now. I haven't been able to read the white papers and the blue papers like I've used to with the cryptos, but thanks to AdSense, I got a couple extra bucks, just a couple. You know what I mean?
Good deal.
Yeah,
man. Good
and
deal.
so I might be looking to invest. Lead.
Yes, sir.
I don't want to go deep into it. Thank you, man. That's all. I mean, you get it. Things understood don't need to be explained, right?
No, really. Thank you.
No,
I mean, you read my mind, so I really appreciate it.
I want to add one last stat, just one last stat, real quick. I'm gonna hop off as well, but you know, we're talking about readers or leaders. I heard a stat, and I'm not sure exactly, but it said something to the tune of 80. I think it said 80% of those who make 85,000 or more have read a book, at least one book in the last year, 1 year, and then it said. Only 30% of those who make 30,000 or less have read a book in the last 3 years.
Wow.
That
there sounds about right.
I mean, that right. And honestly, I've always been driven, but when I turned off the TV and really kind of switched over to YouTube on just how to learn this, learn that, man, it's just been up since then, man, just because I'm focused on the right thing. So I just wanted to add that little stat. And, guys, keep on doing what you're doing. This is
hold up, Perry. Now, wait, Perry. I'm gonna pump you for some more information. I'm trying to get another $1,000. Listen,
I got you.
Listen,
I get it.
Don't go yet. I need some lunch money.
That video, Mr. Perry.
I'll give you. This is not financial advice, but
all these women want to be taken to Fogo. I need some dinner money. Listen,
Chainlink is a good one.
So the three things that a beginner like me kind of needs to know. One is download KuCoin, right?
Download KuCoin.
Download KuCoin. What are two more?
The first thing, even before that, I typically tell people, unless you know someone that can tell you, learn the market cycle. The biggest thing when you get into crypto, if you don't understand there's a 4-year cycle, there's a lot of people. You know, Bitcoin will go over 100,000, but it will see 35,000 again, 40. And when that happens, we're going to go into 2 years of just nothing. It's just going to be, and people get locked into these coins. So when you learn the cycle, you understand, okay, maybe I need to take some profits now, and then you buy back in at the bottom. So you want to try to sell near the top and buy back in at the bottom. So just learn the cycle, or ask someone who understands it at least. There's
what's a good YouTube channel that talks about the cycle? Do you talk about the cycle, or what's a good channel?
You know, I've actually been thinking about doing a video on it, and I can do that to break it down very simple, because it's like clockwork, and explain what controls the cycle and all that. So I'll do a video on it. Okay. And I'll point out some links too to other other channels that do talk about it as well. Cool. And then the last thing, do not, don't get caught up in the local ups and downs. It does. I'm unfazed by 20% drops at this point. You just don't get scared of it. It's part of
FOMO,
it.
Right?
Right. Yeah. Don't FOMO. As bad as I want to jump into coins, I never FOMO, because you're going to see it back at that price again. You're going to have your opportunity again. So do you think? I'm sorry. That means fear of missing out is FOMO.
Got you. Do you think the Shiba Inu? Do you think it's going to get to half a penny or half a dollar?
No, I don't. Now, it's possible. It is actually I just saw this before I hopped on. I think it is the greatest investment in the history of the world. If you had bought it from the beginning, I think it said something like about those who got in at the very beginning. Could have turned like 8,000 to over $1 billion. It's crazy. But with stuff like that, the only thing I say you have to watch out on something like Shiba Inu is there aren't any fundamentals to it. It's kind of like a meme. So when you get those explosive gains, you at least want to take some profit. You at least want to take some, is what I say. But I think it's going to do good. It's going to keep on going up. But
you think it's going to keep going up?
I think it will, but I think it's going to go down a little bit first before it really goes up. But the rest of this year should be good.
Gotcha.
And if you want to double your money, I'm not giving financial advice. Over the next couple of months, I would say watch for Chainlink. Typically when a coin has consolidated as long as that one has. And that's what it did. I remember last time I had bought a bunch of it and it consolidated forever. And when it went, it literally almost 10X'd overnight. It was just like, and I'm not saying it's going to 10X, but it should at least go up by double, maybe 3 times in the next.
So should I buy that on Coinbase or on the KuCoin?
You can get that on Coinbase. And what I do, I actually, just to make it easy from the standpoint of controlling where my funds are, I buy everything through, like if I want to buy something on KuCoin, and you don't have to, I've bought like a stable coin or something like that, USDC over on Coinbase, and I send it to KuCoin and buy, because it's just easier just being
that's what I used to do. Yeah, I would buy my stuff first and then send it to the exchange.
Yeah, so that's what I do. And then but no, you could buy that though. You could buy Chainlink directly from Coinbase.
If I buy 5,000, you think that'll be good?
Yeah, I think it is. And you just be patient and it'll do well.
How you think it'll be a 2X, 3X? What I'm gonna get?
At least 2.
He's locking you in, Perry. Don't let him box you in, bro.
Let me let everybody know real quick what these gentlemen is talking about. Please go seek your financial advisor.
Yes,
I am seeking my financial advisor right now.
This is just intellectual reasons. But Gail, please put Mr. Perry, and I gotta put Beautiful Lies. Please put that in the chat. If y'all want to get to these two brothers' YouTube channels.
Would you say it was Coinlink or what is it?
But very unlikely. We get the email from
yeah.
I need to learn
Perry,
from the bottom.
before you go, I'm sorry, Uncle Stu. I'm sorry.
Absolutely.
Perry, real fast. So here's what I see, and I've been following crypto for like 4 years. It seems like we're in an altcoin surge right now, right?
Yes.
Okay. And so you have what are known as like kind of like blue chip cryptos. I think that as Perry's talking about that 4-year cycle, we're going to be going back into blue chips very soon.
Yep.
The things that actually have a utility.
Exactly.
Things like a Telcoin
and
an XRP, which is Ripple.
Exactly.
Ethereum is one of the greatest ones. So, Lead, I don't know if you know this, but there are tokens and there are coins, right?
Right.
And most tokens are built on a platform, and the ERC20, they haven't upgraded it yet, have they?
Right, not yet. No, 2.0 hasn't come.
So the ERC20, almost all tokens are built on the Ethereum platform, and that's why it's so valuable. That's why, like, when I was able to buy it at like $89, and Perry's talking about buying it at $80, and it's $4,000 now. It's so valuable. So you're going to have a lot of opportunities, but the time is going to come sooner rather than later that you're going to want to move from the alternate coins back to the blue chips. Yeah. Perry, I don't know it like you know it.
Hey, but
but I made a couple bucks, bro. Yeah. I made a couple bucks. But Lead, I still need to borrow $20, man. Can I borrow $20?
You can borrow whatever you want. Whatever you want.
Uncle Stu, thanks for giving us some space, man. We got this
recorded, so if he don't give it to you,
he's not getting $20, and I'm drinking off all the Bay and Colombian pesos.
I heard that.
Hey, thank you guys. Thank you guys a lot.
Hey,
thank you. I'm gonna let the next one's up. Lead, salute to you, sir. Care. Uncle Stu, super salute to you, sir. Perry, Unlikely, salutations. I appreciate you, brother. Thank you guys all. I appreciate you.
You guys take care.
All right.
Yes, sir. Right. Thank you. Thank you again, El Guapo. Really
all right. The people I'm bringing up, you're going to know them because we're going to bring up the world famous OG Patrice.
OG Patrice in the house.
I'm going to bring up the brother, the man of the hour, the brother that really started the week off. My man, ain't Sadi.
I heard that. Shout out, guys. Shout out to y'all.
Hello. Y'all know what? I'm looking at y'all and I'm like so jealous but so proud and so happy right now because I'm looking at all these beautiful black men up here doing the doggone thing, and I just want y'all to know that I'm looking at them like, wow, look at them smiles, look at they handsome.
Thank you.
I feel good. Y'all doing it. I'm so proud of you.
I appreciate that. Thank you so much. We out here trying to get this money to take y'all to dinner. Take these beautiful black women to dinner. That's what we're trying to do.
Yeah, y'all
I
said
am.
y'all don't want no more of them dollar menus. So we got to get our bag up.
No, but look,
Right.
now, at the same time, y'all better get some women that can doggone cook for y'all too, okay?
Those are hard to find. Those are hard to find.
Listen
Those are
though,
hard.
I wanted to say to you men, because I've been sitting on this panel with a lot of these young brothers, and I'm hearing, and the more I'm hearing, that they're more traditional than they are modern, and the women are more modern than traditional. So that's the discord, right? That's the thing that's going on. And for main two guys you guys brought up, sitting on a panel with Jonathan today, and saying he can't find a woman because like he wants a woman that can cook, and he's I think he's a vegetarian, and just even having a woman that I'm hearing that he wants to get on his program like that. The same with Intentional Millionaire. He said he's having a problem, finding the right women to kind of get on their program with what he wants, and he wants a woman to come in and invest in what he already has and what he's doing. So with that being said, with these young black men is saying, hey, I'm like, these modern women is just not like getting on the program. And it was brought up to Jonathan, who's Haitian, maybe you should maybe go to Haiti. And I think Kareem brought that up, and find you a lady that's more traditional, that will be more on your standards, or maybe even another culture like Africa or somewhere like that, where they can find the women that they want if they are really having a hard time finding these type of black women in America. Because Jonathan said, his mom came from Haiti and got totally Americanized, and but that's not what he's looking for. So what do you men say to that, as far as like if it's really an issue with these young men finding the right match for them and what they're looking for? Because I think when you're young, you shouldn't lower your standards when you're young. When you get older, like my age, that's a whole different ball game. But the young men, I don't think that they should sell themselves short and settle right now. I really don't.
Yeah, I agree. And I think you should go wherever you can find them. If you got to go to damn Antarctica, your happiness is so important. It doesn't matter to me. That'd be like, oh, you should only date a woman from Mississippi. Well, why? Why? Right? I don't see the rationale for that. Why should you only date a woman from Mississippi? Why should you only date a woman from the South? I don't understand that. Right. So why should
Right.
you only date a woman from America? Like, why stop?
Yeah, I agree. I mean, El Guapo is a prime example of that. I mean, I heard him say
Absolutely.
when he was dating, and he went out, he was like, I want to give these sisters a chance, and he was like, but what I was dating, they just was not up to par. And then lo and behold, he meets La Bea from Colombia. So, and if she's meeting his standards and what he's looking for, I think, black men or black women, doesn't matter. I think they should get exactly what they want and what they want, especially when you're young and you don't want to settle, because settling when you're young, you're going to be unhappy later in life. And most of the times those type of marriages and relationships don't work.
I agree. I'm not really big on settling, no matter how old you are. You just get what you can get. Now, maybe if you're 80 years old, you can get less, but that's still not settling, because that's all you could get. Now, you ain't
Right.
settling if you get the top of what you can get. Right. So whether you're 80 or you're 28, I think you should try to kind of get at the top, especially if you're at the top yourself. If you're really working hard on improving yourself, why would a Jonathan Barronville get with? I mean, he's so he's just killing the game. He's so awesome. Why would you not try to get a top shelf woman? Look at the Intentional Millionaire. Why would you not try to get a top shelf woman? The Ingram Experience, right? Any of us, really. Like,
Yeah.
there's a lot of women that just aren't going to qualify, and bless their heart, good luck to them. But,
Right.
we don't need to bring them into our house.
Right. Exactly. That's my thing, that when you're young, God, the world is your oyster. So don't settle and sell yourself short, is what, because I'm really hearing that these young men are more traditional, and they're saying the women are more modern. You know, they having a problem with, listening to them. They having a problem with becoming more natural of a look that they say that they looking for. You know, the women are wearing all these weaves and wigs and heavy makeup and the back claw eyelashes and the long ghetto nails, and I'm hearing the men steady saying that, they want to see their women more natural. And I think that that's the biggest problem that the modern women is gonna have a problem with, is because they do these things to compete more with each other than they do to get the man. They really competing with each other.
Yeah.
Why does this kept? So yeah.
Totally agree with you.
That's all I want to say. I'll go back in the chat and let you gentlemen finish. I'm enjoying watching you guys, and you guys looking good up here, and I'm proud, and I'm loving the conversation. So keep up the good work, Uncle Stu, with the guys.
Thank you. And
so
OG,
much.
Yes.
The lead ain't the only one that reads books. So I got books behind me too. I actually read it. It's not for declaration.
Shout out to the old Uncle Stu, the old man on the block.
I think the lead is done reading all those books behind him. I think those days are long behind him now, right? Those will look like all law books and stuff.
Yeah, I'm trying to read these altcoins. I'm trying to read this crypto, to be honest. I'm on my phone.
I know that's right. Listen, I subscribe to Perry Unlikely. I don't know nothing about it, but I'm really interested in it though. So I'm gonna have to pay more attention to his page, because y'all can't be the only ones, leveling up now.
Listen, let me tell you something, and shout out to all the brothers when they say they want a woman who can cook. All right, I get it. I understand what it is to have a big appetite. I'm 6'3", 225. When I'm heavy, 6'3", 245. All right, so I understand what it is. Going to in a restaurant can be expensive. Now, I don't live in New York or California, all right? But if I go to a good restaurant with a lady, I'm probably looking around, $80 minimum, right? Between $80 and $100. If it's dinner, probably, $80 to $100 for a good meal. And if you find you a woman who can cook, you don't really have to do that. You don't got to spend a lot of money. I'll tell you this, though. In the last few days, I made enough money off this this Inu. I don't even know what it is. Solo TV told me to get some. I made enough. I could take a woman to a restaurant every day for 2 years. All right. So what if I meet a woman and she can't cook, but she's fine in every other respect? Well, the crypto got me, and we'll just be eating out. So, I want to tell the guys too, if you are really on it, and, if you're making $40,000 a year, you need a woman who can cook. But if you can get in some of this crypto, man, if a woman can't cook, you don't really have to hold that against her, because, you got your lunch money from the damn crypto. I got this damn crypto in a few days. I had no idea about this damn Shiba Inu thing. Solo TV just did a live stream on it. So, I hear you when the brothers say they want a woman who can cook. And my last girlfriend could cook. So, I mean, it made things a lot easier. But, I still want to go out too. I like going out too. So if you can get it, Jonathan Barronville, I don't really want to hear him talking about, there was a great woman, but she couldn't cook. So he looked past her because he got too much money. Don't be afraid, guys, to spend some of this money is what I would tell you. This money, you ain't gonna be able to keep it for long. 60 years, 80 years, the money gonna be at it's gonna be in a museum. It's gonna be, you don't gave it away to charity. You don't gave it to your kids. Eat that money. You know what I'm saying? Eat it. Don't try to die with it. That's how I feel about it. So, if you get you a woman who can cook, that's what's up. But, get you some Shiba Inu, and now you don't have to cook for 2 years. Go out every day. Get you a good meal.
All righty. I heard that. Thank you, gentlemen.
No problem.
All right.
We ain't signing itch. You almost got to sneeze when you say his name. You don't want the algorithms to start messing up.
I heard that.
He started us off, man. He really started it off. Stuff, the knowledge he was dropping. Being a black brother from Philly, and now he running the game in China. It's like, hey, I ain't got nothing but respect for him.
Gentlemen, how are you guys today?
What's going on, sir?
Doing great. How you doing?
So I'm good. First, Stu, thank you for letting me on your panel again. I had an amazing time yesterday, so I appreciate that. Lee, I want to thank you because every time I listen to you, I'm always being connected to another person that can develop me either socially or professionally. So I appreciate that.
Yeah.
Shout out to Unlikely Perry. Please definitely do a cryptocurrency for beginners because I also want to throw some money in because finance is not my background, right? My background is sales and operations. So, definitely, I'll definitely want to try to throw some racks in that crypto game. So, so I have 2 points. So first, pretty much I want to talk about, the point of like my fiance, she's 27, I'm 42, and we have an amazing relationship. So I think you know what I mean? Like when you're a quote unquote high value man, I'll use that marketing term since that's universally understood. You can find what you're looking for, like I have an amazing relationship. She's 27 and she's the best relationship I ever had because now we're engaged, about to be married. So I think that you just have to get in where you fit in, right? It's commonplace, I would say, right? As far as
Uncle Stu was like, hell no! Did you just shake your hand like that?
No. I was
he was like, I'm engaged. I'm about to be married. Uncle Stu was like, no. It was like, don't even do it.
No, well, she's not American. We're getting married abroad in the UAE, so we all good. And my finances is like everywhere, right? Because I'm in real estate companies, stuff like that. So I have a little money in Eastern Europe, I have money in Asia, and I have money in East Africa. So I'm good.
Awesome.
I'm good, right? You're gonna have to find me. So basically, so the second point is it's just like for this YouTube thing, for a person who hasn't started yet, that I'm seriously thinking about is target audience. Basically, what would you suggest a person kind of look for when they're trying to brainstorm about what they can bring to the market, what they can bring to this medium?
Yeah, this is a great question. I'll answer this and then I'll have to I might have to dip myself. I see my number 2 in command. He said he got to leave and it's been about 2 hours, so I might have to dip myself. But this is such an important question. You're muted, Uncle Stu, by the way, so no one could really hear what you said.
Yeah, like I said, I appreciate the time that you gave.
No problem. Anytime. A lot of people, when they want to start a channel, they say, okay, I want to start a channel, but what do I talk about? Right. And this is a great question because you really can't start a channel without having a topic. The easiest thing and what most people do is they try to talk about something that they already know. A lot of times something that they use in their job, knowledge that they use in their job. So a lot of, let's say mechanics, they will start a YouTube channel about cars or, about Toyota Camrys or how to fix a carburetor or this or that, right? I'm an attorney, right? So what do you see me talking about? Kevin Samuels is a image consultant. The first 2-3 years, what did you see him talking about, right? JT Parking Watching with JT is an accountant, financial planner. What do you see him talking about? So
I see you.
Yeah. So whatever you kind of do professionally is a great place to look. Now, what if you don't want to talk about what you do professionally? What if you're just some middle manager executive? Well, okay. Do you have any hobbies? What do you like as a passion? Are you a chess player? If you're a middle manager, but you play chess, you can start a channel about chess. Talk about all the tournaments that are going on right now. You can do reviews on Ben's stuff. You can do reviews on Hikaru. You can do reviews on whoever's talking about chess, right?
Right.
So whatever your passion is, if you have a passion for baking, if you have a passion for barbecuing, one of the 2 biggest attorneys on YouTube, he has over 1 million subscribers, and he has a passion for picking locks. He's an attorney.
Right, I saw that.
Yeah. So what does he do? He talks about picking locks. He got 1 million subscribers. So if you don't want to talk about what you do, then you could talk about what one of your passions are. Well, what if you don't want to, what if you don't have any passions? What if you don't have any hobbies? You're just kind of a boring person. Well, you could talk about the news, right? You can talk about what's going on in the news. That's what I do. I do the law stuff, and I try to do the law stuff and just give it to you straight, and no one wanted to take it straight. I had to mix my message in with other stuff. So when there's news comes out, Dr. Dre just got served at his grandmother's casket. Well, I guess I'll talk about that. Oh, what's in the news today? Bill Cosby just got freed. Oh, I guess I'll talk about that. So I talk about the news right now. I incorporate my message into the news, but I talk about the news. What if you don't want to talk about the news? Well, a great thing to talk about is what other content creators are talking about. Just leech on to the damn other content creators. If you don't want to talk about the news, a content creator will talk about something, latch on to that. What is that called? That's called a reaction video. All right. Shout out to Poor Man's Podcast. I was talking about him before. I think he started off, well, I was talking about him on another thing. He started off in January. He has twice the subscriber count that I have. I have like 70. He has 145,000, 150,000 subscribers. How did he get so big, Kevin Samuels? How do I know? Because he came on my channel and I said, hey, nigga, how you get so big? He said, Kevin Samuels, right? Doing reaction videos. So Kevin Samuels, who was talking about his passion, Kevin Samuels, who was talking about, he's not really talking about the cologne and stuff anymore, but that's how we started. He does content, and then Poor Man's Podcast does reactions to that. So you can do reactions to that. You can do reactions to other people's content. People do reactions to my content. Right? Or if you don't want to do that, you can just find a hole in the market. The white boy, he's like 22, 23 now. I think he started YouTube when he was 18. He's got like 10. Beast. No, it's not Mr. Beast. He's got like 10 YouTube channels. They all have over 100,000 subscribers. 2 or 3 of them have over 500 subscribers, 500,000, and then one has over 1 million subscribers. What does he talk about? Anything under the sun. He's like, people. I think people might want a channel. People might want to talk about the best breed of dogs. He will start a channel over on the best breeds of dogs. Let me tell you something. He don't give a damn about dogs. Why did he do it? Because he saw demand in the market and he said, I can make this channel take off. Or, he says, hey, a lot of people are traveling to Eastern Europe. I'm going to start a channel talking about the best cities to travel to in Eastern Europe and how to do that. Started the damn channel. Guess what? He's never been to Eastern Europe. He don't want to go to Eastern Europe. He saw a place in the market. He saw a demand and he started the channel. So those are like 5 big ways that you can choose a topic. If you can't choose a topic out of one of those different ways, or even just giving your thoughts, right? You don't even have to, it doesn't necessarily have to be topical. Now, this is going to be a little bit difficult to do because thoughts are like, they don't really have a ton of value if you ain't really bringing some hardcore thoughts, right? But, just cut on the channel and just start talking about your thoughts. Now, you better have some authority connected to it, or people need a reason to listen to your thoughts, right? But if you can't talk about exactly, if you can't talk about your thoughts, and you can't talk about anything that has demand in the market, and you can't talk about the news, and you can't talk about any of your passions, and you can't talk about, what you do as a job, YouTube just might not be for you, right? I mean, those are great places to start for how to find a channel.
Okay, gentlemen. Well, I appreciate your time. I'm going to head out. Stu, thanks again. And
hey, thank you, man. You don't know. You dropped a wealth of knowledge, man. And I really appreciate it.
I'm going to next year. I'm going to do 3D printing of a home. So when that's done, I'll come back and let you know about that.
I hope you're making a YouTube channel on that.
Yeah, I already said that's a YouTube channel.
Yeah, I'm doing because I do real estate and now I'm going to move into development. So at the end of next year, right now we're trying to get the specifications and the agreement. We're going to start printing 3D homes to attack the affordable housing crisis globally. So
are you going to document that through videos?
When
I
it's
can't
done,
believe.
yeah.
What do you
I know
mean when
all
it's
that
done?
time
I
and
can't believe
knowledge,
you
yeah.
just came up here and said, "What do I need to do? What should I start a YouTube channel on?" And you are going to be in the process of 3D printing a house.
Yeah.
That's a YouTube channel.
That's a damn channel.
Okay.
All right, this is what you do.
Right.
Listen, guys.
Hey, signing this, just what I want you to do. Record everything you do, and then call me, and I'll put it up on mine.
There you go.
Right,
I mean, Jesus
okay.
Christ. I mean,
Yeah.
that's so much material. There's
Yes.
a barber. There's a barber somewhere. This black dude, young black dude. He's a barber in his own shop. So this is what he does. And then he just sets up his iPhone and then he records the damn haircuts. And then he explains, you know, oh, this was a hard place, or to line this up. If the lining ain't coming up right, this is what you use. This is the different, you know, razors that you use. He made a $200. He cut a head. He charged $200 for that haircut. $200 for the haircut. Filmed it, put it on YouTube, and then got YouTube money from it. So, guys, whatever you are doing in your daily lives, think of a way to document it. That's content.
Yep. Okay. Yeah, you're right. You're right.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you for the time, gentlemen.
No problem. Also, think about joining my Patreon, because this is what we talk about over there, creating YouTube content. That's all we do over there. Don't join it right now. Never join a Patreon at the end of the month. Join the Patreon at the beginning of the new month, right? Because they'll double charge you.
Okay. Thank you.
No problem.
Take care.
Yeah, and so I might have to dip out too, Uncle Stu, but thank you so much for having me on here, for inviting me, man. I really appreciate it. You show me so much love, so much support. I absolutely want to come over here and do the same for you. So I really appreciate it.
Well, I thank you, and trust me, to be up here for the Giants, you know, I'm gonna get, I'm gonna have to clip that just to be like, I was up here with the Giants.
You part of us, man. We all the same. We in the same group. We in the same network. You are absolutely a Giant yourself.
Yeah. So I really appreciate you, coming over and spending time, dropping much knowledge and jewels, and hey, we're gonna walk away being better and keep on flying this plane and fixing it and building it. I don't need no more in my studio. I think I'm all right.
Hey, you're gonna get beat up by the person that's on the backstage. You know, man. Stop buying all this stuff, right? I hear you. Keep buying it.
Yeah.
Keep buying it. So thank you so much, Uncle Stu. I really appreciate it, man. I'll have to
no
come back.
It's been my pleasure.
No problem. I'll have to come back on real soon.
All right. Thank you,
All right. No problem. Y'all take it easy over there in the chat. Good night, everybody.
All right. All right, everybody in the chat. I got 46 people in the chat. I want to thank each and every single one of y'all. Every single one of y'all. Y'all don't know that this chat has really been big. Yes, I'm going to give you a spot. She stole my thunder. Go ahead and clip me, girl. I know you got about 20 clips out of this show.
20, more like 100. Who are you kidding? No, bonjour tout le monde. Hello, everybody. Yeah, no, hey, look, I clip you because I love you that much, buddy. Always great show. Always a good moment. Always a good laugh. That's why I keep coming. It's always an opportunity to learn and to laugh at the same time. That's always a good combination, no matter what.
Absolutely, absolutely. Now, I tell you, I'll tell anybody if someone said, how do you do what you do? All I could say is I'm having fun. I'm an intellectual. B Finesse speaks about being an educator, and I've been in education, but for me, it is interviewing people, it is talking to people, it is learning, it is learning from them than me even being a teacher. And when people are able to educate, I can't complain.
Exactly.
Hey, how are you tonight?
Doing well.
Can you hear me well?
Hey, Mrs. B.
I can't, but there's an echo.
Is it on my end?
Yeah, because it started when you were talking.
Okay, how does it sound now, Unc?
Okay, you good. Okay, you good. But somehow. Okay, don't say nothing. Don't say nothing. Something. She stole my thunder.
Yeah, I put myself on mute just to see if it was me.
Somehow it's beeping when I'm talking to you. There's an echo.
Okay. Is it now?
Hello? Okay, I don't.
Can you hear the echo now?
Somehow. Yeah, it's just you. Because when I spoke to stole my thunder. There's no echoing coming back.
No worries. I'll come back on. Let me switch to the my other laptop. I'll come back.
Okay.
Hopefully now it's okay. I think when like you said, when I'm around it, everything's good to go. So.
Okay, hold on. I'm just making sure I don't hear the echo. Gail Lockett, are you still hearing the echo? Because she said it sounded like an echo was on my end. Okay, so go ahead. She stole my thunder.
Well, I just want to come on and say thank you again for, having this great show and having this great opportunity to, have these, great discussions. I didn't really have anything in particular to say, just, want to say thank you and everything, and just say, keep up the great job, and hopefully, to drag this to a 14-hour live stream on your end. I'm not too comfortable being on the first place here. I need somebody to dethrone me here. Come on. Somebody.
Well, it'll probably show up. I am graced that there are people that wants to give me their time, their talent, their attention, and more so, the knowledge that they have, and they're willing to come here and talk. But my motivation is not just for me to learn. It's for everybody that comes here to learn. When you did what you did, you hit it smack dead on the head. I mean, I don't think I could have said it any better, did it any better. You was right on point. And then my daughter, she did something, and it was like, wow, is that what y'all see? And it was really important. So I can't even argue. It's like, hey, who can I bring to this platform that can give knowledge, can give wisdom, and we take it to the next level and keep going, just keep flying. But you make sure, for me, when I'm flying, we all gonna fly, because I'm not gonna be that person that, hey, I got my 1 million subscribers, then I leave everybody else that got me here at the bottom. It's like, no, every step I take up, y'all coming up with me.
Okay.
You better.
Yes.
How do
absolutely.
I sound?
Huh?
How do I sound? Is it clear?
You sound good now.
Yeah, okay. Now it's good.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Well, first, I want to give hey, she saw my thought. I don't know if you heard me earlier. Shout out to you.
Shout out to you, Mrs. B.
Uncle Stu, once again, I wanted to wait and let all the gentlemen come up and give their respect to you and let them speak and talk to you. I definitely want to come in on the intel of it and give you your props and your flowers, like I always do behind the scenes. I always like to give you that in the front of the scene, on the stage. I just appreciate your growth. I appreciate your willingness to help any and everybody, your humility, how you are even using the stage to come up, to level up. You are, transcending. Now I'm just so happy and proud that, you did the call where you said, I want to do this. And it wasn't something that you just said you were going to do. You actually put your 10 toes down and you, as a young folks said, you walked it like you talked it. So I definitely appreciate you. Shout out to you with the lead attorney on here today. I know that you mentally and in the background, you were getting so prepared, and I'm just so happy for you because, this is a pinnacle and one of the many things that you're going to do moving forward. And I want to be that main first one to let you know that I'm very proud of you, as a woman, listening to you, watching how you, mold and move with the men when you're talking to them, watching how you, even when you come on my channel, how you move and talk with the women, how, when you have that passing, you do not hold it back, and you have humility in the same breath. So I just definitely want to come on and just leave that sediment to you. I'm in the background, helping out modding, but I just want to show respect when respect is due, and definitely come up and verbally, give you that praise that you deserve in front of the audience, because of the things that you do in the background people don't even know about, except those that do touch and agree with you. He does so many things in the background, guys. It's unbelievable. When he says he supports, he does support. He's just not getting on here talking to get subscribers. And to see your growth is impeccable. I'm just so proud of you, because I remember when you had 2 subscribers. We're pushing on, I think, 300 or 400 with you. So I'm just so proud of you. I definitely want to come up here, give you your flowers. I definitely wanted to solidify who you were in your character, and just let you know that you're appreciated, Unc. And I'm just really proud of your fervor and how that you are unapologetically yourself, and you use your wisdom and knowledge to try to help the smaller generation, the current generation, and the older elders or wisdom. So I just wanted to let you know that I appreciate you, and I definitely want to come up and verbally let you know that. And I will go back down into the chat.
All right, thank you.
You have a blessed day, Unc, and everybody
You
on the
too
panel.
now.
Good day.
All right, my favorite pharmacist. What you trying to come up here? Give me some pills, girl. Don't give me no pills. I don't need no pills. Don't give me no pills.
Are you sure? Because I have
yeah. I ain't signing itch. You ain't gonna have no insurance policy on me.
Oh, you're a trip. I just want to come up and just say awesome job, and just everything you do. You always take it to the next level. You're not comfortable with being this mediocre type of man, and your content is definitely not mediocre. So I just love you. Just want to be the zenith. You want to be the paramount of what you do, and and beyond. So I just love it. I just love seeing you grow, and I just love everything you do, and I love your content.
Thank you.
As of recent, I haven't had a chance to really peek in as much, but I love it, what you're doing.
Well, thank you.
So, and all the moderators, congratulations to y'all. Y'all did an awesome job tonight. Everything was clean and streamlined. So, yes, I just wanted this. That's all I have to say, honey.
Well, thank you. I definitely, give praise to the people that work in the back of this stage. To my oldest daughter, I've said this before, but I say it again. My oldest daughter knows the old me. She don't know the new me. So I gotta let her see the new me. And I thank her for everything that she does, so this is our new life, our new living, and if I go another 35 years, I wanted to be proud of the man that I am,
Well, like they say, it's not how you start, it's how you finish.
That's right.
Yeah. So everything before today, before then it doesn't even matter. It's obsolete. It's where you are now and beyond.
That's right.
And it looks pretty exciting to me. What do you think?
Yeah. I mean, it looks like it's no place but to go up, but I always want to keep my inner circle close. That's going to keep me humble, and as I rise, I want everybody to rise with me. You know what I'm saying? I want to make sure I remember those that was there when I had 2 subscribers, and, for me, it's not about the numbers. Yeah, you want the numbers, but how many people have I touched today? How many people learned something today? How many people walked away a better person today, whether it's male or female, than they did yesterday?
Right.
I don't want to necessarily be stuck in anybody's echo chamber unless it's the echo chamber of positivity. I didn't really want to set up my channel where I'm talking evil about women all day. I know I can get 2,000-3,000 subscribers doing that, but where am I going with it?
Right.
I made the statement. Yeah, what I look like standing before my girls and saying, "Oh, your dad's a big YouTuber," but how's he a big YouTuber? He bashed women all day.
Right.
Really?
Because that's very easy to do.
Right. Or Hey, I'm a big YouTuber. What you do? Oh, I bash men all day. I mean, what am I getting out of that? Yeah, I'm making the money. Okay, but at the end, what are you really getting? You know, I want to be able, when I walk in my neighborhood and they say, "What's your YouTube channel?" I want to be able to be proud and say, "This is my YouTube channel." Well, what are you talking about? These are the things I talk about. These are the people I try to interview. I try to bring people knowledge where they need knowledge. So, you know, you want to know about medicine? Here, let me give you this YouTube channel. She can tell you all about your prescriptions. You want to know about this? Here, go to this. You know, and if they can't go there, then I want to be that vessel and that channel where knowledge is given. And at the same time, we need to laugh. Like I said about you yesterday. Everybody need to laugh once in a while. Let them laugh.
Yeah.
You know, I laugh, you know.
I laugh a little bit too much, but yeah, it's good to, comedy is the best medicine a lot of times.
Absolutely. Absolutely. You know, and it's good to know people, you know, you get to know their history. So, you know, if you and somebody chat acting silly and everybody think, oh, she don't know what she talking about, I'd be like, yeah, okay, y'all don't know who she really is, but she just having fun. She don't want to be serious 24 hours a day. She like to have fun. That's who she is.
Yeah. Well, I always appreciate you so much.
No problem.
You're not to smooth everything over. I have to give you that. You know you got that down to a science. So I respect that.
Because I hope you caught my sarcasm yesterday.
Oh yeah, I caught it. Yeah, it was wide open. I got you.
I knew one of your people was mad. It was hot. I was like, I hope she recognizes I was being sarcastic.
No, it's all good. I don't take up much seriously, so yeah, I don't. It takes a lot to get me riled up. So you're cool. I mean, you're golden. It's very. I mean, what can you say or do wrong at this point? You know what I'm saying? Like you're golden, so you're cool with me always.
Right. Let me see if I can get my daughter to show up on this panel. All right, Tiana, that's for you. Knowing you probably can't cam up, can you?
I don't know if I can ask. How many daughters or children do you have?
Oh, I got 4 of these. I got 4 running around. But they're all grown.
They're all grown. Okay, cool.
Yeah, all my daughters is grown. 3 is married, and one is working on a master's degree.
Oh, a master's in what?
Business.
Business. Yeah. The money is running in the family. Oh, that's good stuff.
Yeah, and then my oldest daughter, she got her own business. She's an author. Got about 3 books she wrote. And then she's behind the scenes in my business. So, she doing it. She doing it. Hey, T.
That's awesome.
How your daddy do?
Yeah, right. I was in and out. I'm trying to prepare for tomorrow.
Yeah, you got your show to do.
But it was good.
All right.
It was good.
Good.
I see you got a lot of support here.
What time you got to do your thing tomorrow?
I will be at the mall from 11 to 7.
Okay. Make sure you take plenty of pictures so we can put it up on the I don't have a community tab yet, but that way I can put it up on the on my Instagram and I think Instagram.
Yeah, I don't know how to. Let me see.
Oh, just take pictures or at least send. Okay. Oh, you on camera?
I don't know how to flip it.
Huh?
I don't know how to flip it.
Oh, don't worry about it. Just try to take some pictures tomorrow. John got to work tomorrow.
No, he's off.
Oh,
Let me see if I can do it like this. This is
now my favorite pharmacist.
This is what it looks like right here.
What is that?
That's her. She makes lotion. Oh man, she makes so much stuff. It's crazy. She makes
body butters and scrubs and lip glosses and hair and wigs and everything.
Okay, so you have your own product line. That's something I would like to do if I can ever think to hunker down and get it done. but I know it takes a lot. It takes a whole lot.
Yeah, I'm trying to get on the other end of it and do vending and just make it for people and they sell it. So I'm trying to get on that end of things.
What made you start to get into that?
Dealing with a lot. Well, the hair part of it is where it started. I've always been in the hair industry. I went to school for it right after high school.
Okay.
But after being on life support, all my hair fell out due to the medicine. So I was forced to wear wigs. And it would cost so much. And I was like, why is these people charging so much? And so I got into it that way that I wanted to be able to make it affordable, not ripping people off, just make it affordable for those who really not just want to wear it, but have to.
Okay.
So, alopecia patients, cancer patients, lupus patients, all those types of illnesses.
Right.
For all those people, I wanted to do that. Also wanted to be able to give back. Now the body care part of it, I wanted to get into self-care. I want people to know how important self-care is.
Okay.
And that we all need self-care. We all need to love on ourselves and promote healthy, not just, people think healthy food, but be healthy all around. So all the products are all natural. There's no preservatives in there at all. All the products are all natural. And so it's leading to a bigger picture.
Right. Have you reached out to like nonprofits, like the cancer societies and stuff like that
I haven't as of yet because I have already begun the process of starting my own. The paperwork is starting my own. Yeah.
Right.
So everything is leading into something, and that's why I want to kind of eventually back away from being so customer to owner based and get into vending where I can, help other people, start businesses and start another stream of income.
Definitely
Can I add something really quickly? Tina.
Tiana, the gentleman that's talking to you, he was on my podcast just yesterday. And he coming out of he a brother from Philly, but he work in China, so he's like Brittany, went and studied Mandarin, so he know Mandarin and Cantonese. So he's an international business person, and he wanted to tell you something.
Because I just hopped on just to share this piece of information for her. I know she dropped off, but maybe you can communicate it later because she mentioned that she wants to set up distributors. So the easiest way, and that is actually the right business model, right? You will always make more working with distributors than to sell by yourself, right?
Right.
So I think step number one, make sure you have your website, and in your website, make sure you have all women of color or all men of color, whether it's skincare for men or women, I don't know, but make sure you have all walks of life in your on your website. Second, because you have an amazing story, you can put your on your website in the beginning, put what the added value is to your clients and your customers.
Hold up. She about to jump back on the live stream. It just popped out. Sure. I'm about to bring her up. Okay, start that from the beginning because I don't know how much she may have heard.
So from the beginning, because I actually do skincare, and I sell skincare in the Philippines and in China, right? Okay. So what I did, because I also look for influencers and distributors. So the very first thing I did was when I created a website, right? And I created a website, and I have people from all over the world, all walks of life, right? So my skincare is directed towards women. Second thing I did is that what you can do is, in the second part of your website, you want to put your story, right? Because you want to show that you're here to serve the people. You want to talk about your experiences and how your products have helped you, especially with the story, your unique story, talking about how your hair fell out and everything like that. Second thing you want to do is you want to go to like trade shows. Like, you can look online in your local area, look for local trade shows, and also reach out to influencers, right? So you want to have people to use your product, right, from Instagram, here on YouTube, Facebook, whatever, right?
Yeah.
And then once you do that, when you go to the trade shows, or when you go to like these open market areas, like these flea markets and things like that,
Yeah,
instead of selling,
that's what I'm doing
right,
tomorrow.
right. But instead of looking for people to buy, one or two products from you, have your sign as signages and say, hey, I'm looking for distributors, or I'm looking for people who want to start a small business, right?
Okay.
So instead of selling to just the customers, you're going to set up signs and stuff like that. You say, okay, distributors are welcome. People who are interested in small businesses, please ask me. There's a great story you can search on YouTube called Stella and Dot. And basically it's stay-at-home moms and women who actually sell her jewelry for her. And within 5 years, it was valued at $1 billion business, a unicorn, right? And that's actually where I got my inspiration from. So it's called Stella and Dot. And basically what she does is she trains people to do home shows, right? Now, my operation is different because you can't do that in China, because that's considered like multi-level media marketing. But what you can do is you set up your business to help other women or men, depending on what your product serves or whatever you want to do, to train them for the side hustle. So get signage and get information ready, so people who are looking, because you never know, people are always looking for something to invest in. People are always looking for something to keep them busy, right? So moving forward, instead of signing up for these places to sell your products, you want to start looking for distributors, right? And then you have your minimum, and don't be afraid. Say, okay, to get into this business, you have to keep inventory of X amount of dollars. I mean, you kind of figure out what you do in sales, and you say, okay, look, I'm looking for distributors. You have to hold this much in inventory, and these are the services I provide. Marketing, website.
Hold on one sec. One commercial break. Tiana, put your website in the chat, because they're asking for your website.
Okay.
Yeah, they're asking for your website to get to your products.
Okay, and there is a sale. I'm gonna just go ahead and say that there is a sale for Breast Cancer Awareness Month, and it does end on the 31st.
Okay, cool.
Yeah. And so that's pretty much it. If you do those two or three things, it'll be very easy for you to get your distributors, and then from there you'll be able to put your products in like Target, Walmart, whatever you guys have. So, disclaimer: this was not business advice, professional advice. It was just saying my experience.
Right.
Period.
May I ask you a question?
And I thank you, and I really appreciate you sharing that with me, because a lot of people are not willing to share information.
Right. You're so right.
So I greatly and humbly appreciate what you just said.
You're welcome. And it'll be slow at first, but stick with it. Like, you keep going to those shows, you keep talking to the people, and look up Stella and Dot. Like, so for your show tomorrow, I think it's too soon to kind of do this, but plan it for the next show and look at Stella and Dot. There's some great gems on YouTube. You can see that you can kind of implement when you're selling to people to kind of do a side hustle. And I'm pretty sure you'll be successful, because skincare is estimated to grow at $2 billion by 2025, right?
Okay.
So you're in the right market, right? You're in the right market, and and it's a great time because the quarantine is over for you guys. People are going back out. People want to feel good. People want to feel great. People want to feel beautiful, right? And so as long as you can communicate that to the market, and as long as you're opening to selling to Black, white, Asians, and whoever, you'll be successful, right?
Yeah.
Just keep your
Right.
nose down, and also know sales is a numbers game, right? If you're
Right.
if 1 out of 5 people say yes to you, you're doing fantastic. If 1 out of 8 people are saying yes to you, you're doing good, right? 1 out of 12 is survivable. So just keep that in mind, and that's the greatest salespeople, right? And that's
Okay.
what you want to shoot for. So yeah, and that's all I wanted. I just wanted to give you that information. That information was not any type of business advice. It was just my personal experience, and
And
that's that.
Now, may I ask you a question?
I
Yeah.
appreciate it. I definitely appreciate it.
Okay, so I have like this amazing idea for an app, a health app.
Yep.
Like how do I even get that cranked up? Because thinking about building an app for my idea is just like blowing my mind. How do you even get that cranked up from your perspective?
You can just go on Google, right? You can get an app now for about like $5,000 to $10,000 by those boys over in India, right? They pump out apps all the time, right? You
Okay.
can get something as cheap as like $12,000. You can just Google it, app creations, because everybody goes to India to get that done,
Okay,
right?
got you.
The apps, yeah.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
Does anybody want to come up just to talk to my daughter?
Okay.
So if y'all want to come up and talk to her,
yeah,
I gotta get her now because she about to go to bed.
Well, no,
Right,
I'm
I'm gonna
not.
drop
I still have to pack everything and finish so y'all can talk to me while I do it.
Okay.
Well, I'm dropping down. Stu has my number, so if you have any other questions, I'm happy to share my experience with you.
Okay,
By
great.
email, I can send to him and everything. But you guys take care. I have to run. This is like midday for me, so I have to run. Thank you again, Stu. Just wanted to give back for you allowing me to speak on your platform.
Oh
So
man,
take care.
you don't know. Thank you very much.
Have a good
I
day.
appreciate you. How you doing, Mr. Vaughn? Mr. Vaughn, I want to thank you for your shout out earlier on Miss B Finesse. I also want to thank you for kind of doing that covering over BJ and really getting that word in about listening. I was trying to get my mind right for this particular show, else I would have stayed on Miss B Finesse's. But I just want to give you praise in your development, praise in your hearing, and praise in that understanding, So I thank you, sir.
Well, I'm just like my mouth is wide open, man. I am so excited for you. I mean, you had some heavy hitters on here, and I mean, just your diligence and your perseverance. It pays off when it comes from a sincere place. And man, when you have a village behind you, actually. And so you can only do greater things. You can only do greater things. And so I would be remiss if I did not get on here and congratulate you on this stream. And I mean, man, all of the content was just excellent. Everybody that was on tonight, they were excellent. Everybody that was in the comments, the chat, the chat was very respectful. It's like you're building a community,
Thank you.
and it's a great thing to sit back and to be able to watch. One day I want to be like you when I grow up,
well, I share the ironic story, and here's a little insight that would make you really laugh. When I look at my life, I'm supposed to be the head in the leadership, right? That's what they say. But ironically, it's always been my daughter that's been the leader. I was a Muslim, and it was because of my daughter I became a Christian. When my daughter did started her business, the first time she really started communicating with me was on Facebook. and then turned around did a YouTube channel. So she had one. It's still up, but it's 4 years old since she's been active. So when I, you heard me maybe earlier when I said two gentlemen was inspirational in me starting a YouTube channel, but it was my oldest daughter that I went to say, hey, this is what I'm thinking about doing, but here go all the controversial stuff that may have to be discussed, especially dealing with her and I's relationship, and our live stream is still up. It's still there. It's called Us. And we're probably going to be doing another one, in a couple of weeks or so. We haven't really set that plan up, but when it comes to a lot of stuff, she'll let me know. She'll look at the analytics and she'll say, hey, you got to do this more, or you got to do that more, So when it came to live streams, she was the one to say, okay, listen, you got to do more live streams because, looking at the numbers from behind the scenes, she was the one to say to do it. For me, it was, okay, who in the world I'm going to do a live stream about? But in all that, I was editing part of our video because I was kind of trying to make it where, the shortened versions, like taking the best of what we talked about. And there was a little nugget that she said, asked her, how does it feel to be with your dad now? And she said, well, I know my old dad. I know the old him. I don't know the new him. You know what I mean? Because we had a tumultuous relationship for 35 years.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? This
is real stuff.
Yeah. And so now, the whole thing is she gets to see the new me. She knows the old dude. She don't know me. So this is one way where she gets to know me without anybody hindering our relationship.
Isn't that ironic? Because, the scriptures say that any man who is in Christ becomes a new creature and old things pass away and all things become new.
Absolutely.
In other words, there was a tumultuous past like you were talking about, but at the same time, when you allow the creator to come in and take charge, it changed you. So it made you a different person. And so, for you to be allowed this opportunity to rekindle and, to regroup and all of those different things with your daughter, this is a space that is intentional. The Bible said that a good man's steps are ordered by the Lord.
Yes.
And so all of this was definitely intentional. You see what I'm saying? Yes, the intentional part is that you had to go through what you went through and she had to go through what she went through. And then God brings you both together to rekindle, And it's a beautiful thing to be able to witness that, because so many people don't have that. So many people do not have that. And so this is an opportunity that I'm sure, Uncle Stu, that you're going to take full advantage of. You know what I'm saying? And I'm sure this is an opportunity that she is going to take full advantage of. Because forgiveness is the key. A lot of times when we don't forgive, we can't move forward.
That's true.
And based upon what we did do, and some of it is dirty, I've done dirty stuff in my life. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
There's some people right now that would tell you, I had to forgive Vaughn for that. You know what I'm saying? And I'm sitting here to tell you that I had to repent. There's a such thing as called repentance. I ain't trying to get too spiritual and too deep.
Go for it. You
know.
go for it. My daughter just told you when you was talking. She said you better say that. Now she said you better preach that. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Daughters
So,
Holy Ghost filled, fire
yeah,
baptized. We good. Go
exactly.
for it.
So it's when we get to the place of repentance, and then now we can totally submit ourselves to God. You know, like he said, a good man's steps are ordered by the Lord. So all of these steps, you know, because people could look at you, Uncle Stu, and say, well, oh, wow, he did that or he did this. How dare him? How shame on him. You know what I'm saying? But
Right.
even in your mishaps, see, the God had you. He kept you. I've made so many mishaps and so many different types of mistakes.
Mm-hmm.
And when I look back over my life, like you were saying, and I think things over, I can truly say that I've been blessed.
Okay.
I
Okay.
have a, I have a testimony, you know? And so this is an opportunity that the both of you should just seize
Come on,
and
sir.
just grab onto it, because this is and God permitted time for this to happen. You know, a lot of people have lost their lives in the process of trying to rekindle.
Come on, sir.
Do you see what I'm saying?
Come on.
And so this is how God is proving himself in the situation, because I believe that he knew your desires, Uncle Stu. And you may not have been in a position to do whatever it was for whatever reason it was. That's your business, and God knows what that is.
Right.
You know? But at the same time, he is his grace and his mercy
Mm-hmm.
Oh my goodness.
endures forever. It
Amen.
en- it endures forever. So, you know, like I said, I would love to see how the story between you two unfold. I think it's going to help a lot of families and a lot of people. It's going to minister to a lot of people.
Well,
It's
you
going to
see,
minister to a lot of people.
well, you're seeing that right now. I mean, we're doing it before everybody, you know.
Exactly.
I mean, I'll tell anybody, yeah, for first 10 years of her life, I wasn't there. I was in and out. I had my own issues that I was dealing with. And then, when we got together, guess what? We was two damaged goods going into one situation. And now I had to divide myself amongst three other kids outside of her. You see what I'm saying? So there still wasn't a connection there, and she was dealing with her issues. I was dealing with mine. I don't know if you've seen our live stream. Me and my daughter even got together where we fist for it. Now you talking about I'm a trained military veteran. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
Combat soldier. Here I am fighting with my oldest child. We ain't talking about yelling, screaming. We talking about knuckling up.
Yeah.
You
And you
feel
know,
me?
this is and you know what? And when you look at it, you're not the only one, because even in my family, we have had these issues. Not just in my family, but many other families. And so this is what the enemy comes to do. He comes to cause separation, because he knows that a family unit is very strong. So he's always going to try to attack the family.
Mm-hmm.
That's just point blank. He's always going to try to attack and divide
Come
and
on,
cause
sir.
discord.
That's right.
Yeah, yeah. But you know what? God has a way of bringing it together. And when two minds are made up, that's what I'm saying. If you both invite God into it, see, you only need two or three. One can chase 1,000, and two can put 10,000 to flight.
Okay.
Absolutely.
And I'm
That's the
Okay.
word.
talking about demons.
Right.
Everybody don't believe in that. But one could chase 1,000 and two could put 10,000 to flight.
Right.
So this is going to be a great time for the both of you, man. And I am just blessed to sit back and be able to witness this, because this is not an easy thing.
It's not.
It's
It's not.
not
You
an
speaking
easy
good,
thing.
sir. You speaking good, sir. You speaking
Right?
good.
Yeah, it's not an easy thing, but it's
I
a
mean,
possible thing.
Right.
You
yeah.
know,
I mean, who gets on a public who gets on a public platform and display their dirt. But see, what did Jesus do when he had to talk to, when he right before he came after the cross? People call Thomas the doubting Thomas, but that's the wrong thing to say about him when you understand who Apostle Thomas is. You know, what did Jesus say? See the nails in my hand and see the scars in my feet. Why? He says, by touching them, you will know that I am real. I need people on the platforms to know I'm real. I didn't come here as no saint. I didn't come here to say I'm all that in a bag of chips. I came here to tell brothers, yo, you broken? I've been broken. I've been down some roads that you don't even believe I've been down. I've slept in places you don't believe I slept. I've done things you don't think I've done. Don't look at this dude right now that's looking all good. No, sir. No, sir. That's not who I am. Now, I've always kept the word of God close to me, close to my heart, close to my mind. You know what I'm saying? So the word has always been very rich in me.
Hey, yeah.
And you know, so it's always been that. But what I needed to do was get out of Egypt, the house of bondage, get away for a while, be renewed by the renewing of my mind, that I will prove what is the good and perfect will of the Father. And then he sent me back into Egypt to do what? Set my people free.
There you go.
You see? So if people say, well, you know, you don't know where I've been, talk to me, because I guarantee you I've probably been there. I know what it's like to lose your child. I know what it's like to have everybody fighting you and beating you up. I know what it's like to argue. I know what it's like to see to years later hear things your child been through, and you want to hit everything in sight, you know, because of what she went through.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying? So I know what it's like when your child comes to you and she says, okay, I don't want to deal with everybody. I want to deal directly with you, and you still not healed. So you reject it when it comes because you don't want to take accountability for your part that you played. Forget everybody else, just your part. And your child holds you accountable. So I know what that nasty pill feels like when it's time to be held accountable. But when you accept your accountability, I also know what it feels like to be made whole. So when you hear me say that the beta male is the broken male, but the alpha male is the healed male, this is why I can't condemn anybody, because I am healed.
I know that's right, Uncle Stu. Listen, you're not gonna have me speaking in no tongue tonight. But I'm gonna
trust me, you talking to a Pentecostal holiness person.
But I'm gonna tell you something, brother. Uncle Stu, you hitting the nail on the head right there with what you just said. You hitting the nail on the head. That's it. Unfortunately, a lot of people don't see that, but you know. I'm too old to argue.
Y'all excuse me. I need to look at some. I'm here. I'm hearing it. Hold on.
But it even goes back to even when I first messaged him and I said, you may not be in the place that I'm at, and that's okay. But I can't walk around with this burden. I can't walk around holding this, and I want to be healed, and it's leaking into my marriage and the things that I got going on. So you can deal with you whatever you deal with you, but I release this to God for God to deal with you in this situation.
You know what? That is so necessary, Tiana. What you just said. You know, I've been through things in my life. You know, when I was younger, I was molested a few times. You know, and I grew up with a lot of hatred in my heart. You know what I'm saying? But
rightfully so.
I could not move forward with my life until I learned how to forgive and let it go. It's so easier said than done, because you have to be in the position to know what I'm saying, you know. But that's where the Lord came in for me in my life. and he helped me to forgive, and I was able to move on, you know, because it's like a cancer. Man, when you hold all of this bitterness and
It
anger on the
will.
inside of you, it eats away at you just like a cancer.
You will spiral out of control.
It's horrible.
Out of control. Because I know I did. It took me to get to going through the same thing over and over and over and over again. And I don't see the cycle. I don't see the cycle until they bring me to the point where, oh, you keep going through this, but you gotta hit. Sometimes you gotta hit your head, and you sit back and you be like, I'm at the point where I want to take my own life. What is really going on here? So then you got to take yourself back to where this all began. How you get here?
It gets that serious. It definitely it actually gets that serious.
It do.
And some of these issues and pressures and things that people have gone through are unbearable to many. And if you don't have good counseling, and especially if you don't have God up in there somewhere, it will definitely lead you to your demise. It will definitely do that.
Yeah, because I know when that situation happened to me, and I'm sitting up there, and I can hear the voice clear as day. How you think you're gonna take your life when I didn't take your life?
Exactly. See? Exactly.
So,
but see, you shall live to declare the works of the God who is sending you to do those works.
Amen.
Don't let the enemy try to snuff you out, but you shall live to declare those works of the Lord.
Amen.
And so that's why he's keeping you in your right mind. Yeah.
Well, you do remember what Jeremiah said. The book of Jeremiah, when you go into the 38th chapter, Jeremiah said this was after his fiance was killed. And Jeremiah was very angry and he was ticked off. I'm gonna put it in monotone language. He was very angry and he was ticked off. And Jeremiah said, I don't want to even preach your word. I don't want to preach it. And a lot of people miss the understanding of the interpretation. Basically, what Jeremiah was saying was, I don't want to speak your word, because every time I speak your word, right, tragedy happens. See, a lot of people think that preaching brings prosperity, but in Jeremiah's life, it didn't bring prosperity. It brought pain. It brought hurt. It brought all kinds of negative things. You see what I'm saying? So when Jeremiah got to that point, he says, you know what? I'm sick and tired of being sick and tired of being sick and tired of preaching your word, because every time I preach your word, nothing is manifesting for me. Okay, and I need you to understand that I've had my Jeremiah moments where it was, I'm sick and tired. I'm preaching this word and everybody else getting healed, but my home was totally destroyed. You feel me? And then what does the word says? He says, but your word was like fire shut up in my bones. So what is he saying? He's saying, even when I didn't want to preach your word because of who you are and because of how the word is, I had no choice but to continue to preach. You understand? But see, everybody think preaching is behind a pulpit. And the problem is we're not being able to speak within us. So what are we supposed to be? We are supposed to be the pillars, not the preacher. What is your testimony? I overcame by the blood and the word of their testimony. The problem is we got testimonies and no real testimony. Now you can look at what did Jacob have to do? Walk with a cane. What did the cane represent? The cane represent his battle of wrestling with the Lord.
With the angel.
Where is your cane? Where is your testimony?
Wow.
Come on now.
Wow.
Do you understand?
And you know, it's funny because I know everybody else is off the panel now, but you know, these principles that you're talking about, I'm telling you, you know, they're life changing. And I can just speak for myself. They have been life changing for me. And it is my faith, you know, it is my faith. I don't have to browbeat you with it. I don't have to beat you over the head. I don't have to force you to believe it, you know. But if we're having a discussion and I happen to bring different things up, you know, God is teaching me how to express His word. And if you're offended by it, then it's nothing else I can do about it. You know, hey, I'm just speaking my opinion, but I would never force, you know, my beliefs or my faith on anybody, you know. But hey, I will give you a good suggestion. Let me put it that. Let me put it that way.
Well, this is if I use my short life to give you an example. It says, let your light shine. It say nothing about say your light. It said, let your light. So in
Just
other
let it.
words, you're just supposed to live and not die. Let your light shine before men. Let your good works prove. You understand? So you when my, you know, what I had to go through was not what you had to go through. So when you look at me, I tell anybody, if you didn't go through what I went through and you didn't go what my daughter went through, then say, by the grace of God, there go I.
Exactly.
Now, you'll always hear me say on certain testimonies, you know, when you hear me talk to women, I sit up there and say, hold up now. The reason I can hold you accountable is because if my daughter didn't come out here and get her Pookie and Ray Ray and 4 kids and trust and believe, society said that my daughter was supposed to come out here, have a Pookie and Ray Ray, 4 kids, and probably a girlfriend in the bedroom somewhere. That's what they say. But my child didn't do that. She left home, got a degree. Yeah, went through some stuff. And at 35, she is healed. So what's your problem? Why you don't want to get right? And my child had every excuse to fail. Everything before her, she should have failed.
Wow.
If you want to look at truth, growing up in a home where I took her out of a secured home into a chaotic home.
Yeah.
I gave her a sister she didn't even realize she had, then forced her to be the mama instead of being the sister. Come on now.
Wow. Ain't that
Come on,
something?
because I was a single father who was dealing with a baby mother who accused me of being a father to a child that wasn't even mine, that kept me separated from this oldest child. Come on, I got a story.
I know that's right. You better say it.
Thank you, Journey. You don't know how much what you did touched me and touched my home. And I thank you. I thank you. I thank you. And I will continue to the best of my ability to do the work of the Lord as He sees fit. Thank you very much.
And I believe that God's going to really use you in the area of mentorship. You know, with your age came wisdom. You know, and you would be a good advisor to some of these young men, you know, who are still struggling, trying to figure things out. You know, and that's what we're lacking is mentorship. You know, and I always say this. You know, our young men are having issues and problems because they really have no one to look up to. And I heard B Finesse say this when she was speaking, you know, that they don't want to really look up to the elder people because they feel like we are so displaced from them. You know what I'm saying?
I'm gonna answer that. Miss B Finesse, you know that you can come up anytime. Mr. Vaughn, I don't think it's the fact that they don't want to listen to the elders. They need to listen to the right ones. You
Exactly.
understand? But
I agree with that
the
wholeheartedly.
problem is that you can't go to no child acting like you've been a saint all your life. They need to
That's
see
it.
the
That's
scars,
the issue. That
huh?
is the issue. That
That
is the
is the
issue.
issue. Yeah.
Yeah.
That is the issue.
And so
People,
unless,
yeah,
oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
some people want to be holier than thou. They ain't never been through nothing. They ain't never
Mhm.
came out of nothing. They ain't never did nothing.
My God.
Mm-hmm.
And
So
you
that
know what?
that
That
makes
is so
you look.
true.
That makes people look at you like, well, since you holier than thou, you stay over there, and I'ma still do what I do over here.
Right.
Exactly.
Right.
Exactly. And so, see, my approach is transparency. And my testimony is nothing for me to be ashamed about.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of these highfalutin, Bible toting, uh, deep spiritual folks
Mm-hmm.
who wear their shirts up to their collar and their dresses down to their shoes because they're so holy. Well, they've got a past too.
Right.
But see, they're ashamed to testify
Mm-hmm.
because their testimony will make them look a certain way. See, me, I don't mind sharing my testimony. You know, when I speak to young people, I let them know, hey, I've been through a lot. I've been on drugs. I've been in trouble. You
Mm-hmm.
know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And the list goes on. But look what God did for me. Look where He brought me from. And
Mm-hmm.
the thing that helped me get from point A to point B was who He is. You know, and not only that, because faith without works is dead.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of times we say, oh, God did this, God did that. But see, there's some things that He wants you to do.
Mm-hmm.
Faith without works is dead. So you still have to do the work.
Right. You
But
definitely gotta
but
do the
but
work.
but Mr. Vaughn, you know the piece that's missing?
Hmm.
The problem is not faith without works is dead. The problem is what is the work?
What is the work?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
They don't want to know the A and then your zenith.
Hmm.
What's all the letters in between?
Yeah. How
Do
did you
you
get there?
understand?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. What did you do to get
It's
there?
easy to say, repent, God forgives you. And then you
Yeah.
go back, do it again. Repent, God forgives you. You go back, doing it again. But what did Paul say?
Hmm.
The grace. We ain't supposed to take
Yeah.
advantage of grace.
Uh-huh.
We're not supposed to take advantage of mercy.
Exactly.
Hmm.
And when we take advantage of grace and we take advantage of mercy, guess what we're going to get?
Mm-hmm. Grace
Do you
abound.
understand?
Right.
So what we have not done and what we have not shown them is we can walk in grace. That means we can do anything we want. And that's what they see. So guess what? That's
Hmm.
the wrong message.
Mm-hmm.
Mm.
And I think the understanding
That's the
too.
part right there.
Right?
Oh, go ahead, Tiana. Were you saying something? Uh,
T, go
okay.
ahead. What was you ready to say?
Oh, sorry, I'm just the amen corner. Go ahead.
Okay. I love it. I said, just jumping back in, Unc. You done brought me back in with the spirit now. I'm sitting there trying to do a thumbnail, trying to get some work done and go to sleep. I didn't heard y'all. I said, y'all see you guys see the message I put? You see
Lord
the
have
message I put
mercy.
in the chat? I said, where do you got night church at? Here, Uncle Stu channel.
Mm. I wasn't trying to go there, B finesse, but
Hey, I'm gonna
sometimes
go there. I'm gonna go there,
sometimes the
y'all.
spirit hits you, every now and
Yeah,
then you get hit.
and you can't be ashamed of it, and I just wanted to
Exactly.
tap in on it. I wanted to say, first off, the maturity level that you had, Tiana, was impeccable to me, because the
Mm.
simple fact that your father was going through so many things and emotions, and even though you both had different ordeals and things you went to, the fact that you had the understanding of the forgiveness, and going back to the grace and grace abound and mercy and all those type of things, and then even dealing with changing, repentance. I don't think people really understand what the ideal and the meaning, even if we used it literally, not even spiritually, of repentance. Repentance means I'm all the way. I'm not just going 40 degrees. I'm not going 90 degrees. I'm changing. I'm turning around, and then I'm not doing it again. So I think we misuse grace so badly that it doesn't even have a relevance to today's youth, to today's even young adult, and even some older adults that had church hurt. You guys were there when I did the church hurt live. I mean, I think it's just such a misconstruing of the principles of the word that people take the people that deliver the word, and then they get they want to banish all different type of ideals. And once again, this is not anything promoting anybody's religion or understanding. We're respectful on this platform and every platform of everybody's religious creed and ideals, but the whole natural carnal principle of repentance means you go around and change. So going back to what you said, Uncle Stu, it is an ideal of, if I did go back and hurt somebody, it's not that I just say I'm sorry, whatever the thing I did to hurt you specifically, I need to go back and fix it. So if I stole some money from you, I can say I'm sorry I stole the money. No, that's not fixing it. I need to go back, make the money, earn it, whatever, and to give it back. This is why that principle with parents, if you have a child that steals or something like that, most parents, 9 times out of 10, will make that child either earn the money or go back to that person they stole from or do something, or something in that sense, to teach the child that you have to go back and recompense the ills that you cause. And I think it's such a great story to hear with you and your daughter, Unc, because you guys don't realize how much people are understanding where you guys are coming from, and how you change it by not being quiet and keeping it in your corner and putting it in that box because you got through it and you don't want anybody to know. But you guys are actually coming to a platform and letting it be heard to change lives. Even you, Vaughn, you coming up, so eloquently, just saying the things that you've been through. You don't know how many people are sitting in the corners quietly keeping these secrets, and when they hear it, it just it's a breath. And that's kind of what that spirit does to you when you hear somebody's trial, when you hear somebody's hurt, when you hear somebody's trauma. And you can tap into that trauma no matter how low, like Uncle Stu said, rough, raw, and rugged it is. It does something to you. It makes you feel like, okay, I can live another day. It makes you feel like, it's not that bad because somebody else been through what I've been through. And I think that is the biggest issue we have in society. We keep our mouth closed when we need to be opening up, and we need to be transformational by letting people know the tropes we've been through, the bad things we did, who we were when we were younger. I mean, it ain't like you can't look it up and find it, so what are we hiding it for? So I just want to commend everybody on the panel that is speaking their truth on that, because it's really hard to do. And I don't think you guys realize how hard it is, because some people are still sitting in the background listening to you and saying, I wish I could still do it. But the more you guys talk, and the more you tell your story, and the more you're unapologetically who you are, because of the bad things in our past make us who we are. So we can't just kind of hide it and put it under anything, because it really makes the strength that we have. I mean, I don't want to speak for anybody else. I mean, you guys can let me know if you agree or disagree. But I just wanted to touch base on that.
Well, I totally agree with you. It's a very humbling experience, to to be able to speak to the lead attorney, and then to have El Guapo and Perry Unlikely at the same time, it's very humbling. I made a joke out of it, but everybody don't really understand the power of that dynamic. you know, I can actually sit, as they say, God bless me to be able to sit amongst kings.
Mm-hmm.
Um, I said before, the ability to even sit and have Anton Daniels allow me to sit on his platform is huge. It's huge. So I'm just humbled. I
Like I
am
said,
just
I
humbled.
just want to shout out you and Tiana for that. I'm gonna go back down because I got a couple more things done. I gotta call it a night, but I just wanted to come back up there, up here on that notion, and just give a shout out to both of you guys for telling your story and giving the specifics on how you guys chose to grow and really putting the nail on the head. Von Bryant was saying this too, how we have to really focus on forgiving. And if you're not forgiving for the other person, and realize that forgiveness has nothing really to do with the other person. It's so you can get that negative ideal and feeling off your heart, because when you are not forgiving people, the only person you're hurting is yourself, because that person has moved on with life. They're not even thinking about whatever the ideal you have or whatever you're mad about. They don't care because they moved on with life. So when we hold on to that, we're not hurting nobody but ourselves, and we don't realize that, and you wonder why you're miserable and you're mad and you're angry all the time, or you're not getting what you need and want, and that whoever that other person, boyfriend, baby daddy, whoever, woman, girlfriend, they're moving on with life and just rocking it, but you are still stuck in that dead place. And it's just as simple as just letting it go, getting it out your heart, talking to a therapist, speaking to whoever hurt you, speaking to whoever you need to get that thing out and move forward, because life is worth living. You never should stay. Life is too much of a blessing. I don't care if you've been in the depths of the deepest, darkest ocean. You are still here. You woke up every day, and that right there, you had a breath. You got up and you had a breath. And I don't think we really think about that when we wake up. You can breathe in. Somebody couldn't. You can breathe in and put your feet on the ground. Somebody couldn't. You can lift your hands up and move. Somebody don't have hands and arms. You can see. Somebody can't see. You understand? It's so many little things that if we paid attention to that, I think it would be perspective. And I'm going to fall back because I said we got the one and only up here.
Yes.
We got the
You
one
know what?
and
And
only.
I want to scream now because I'm just like, well, I can't scream. Okay. But
Well, Mr. Vaughn, let me tell you, I'm going to scream. Tiana, I am so honored that the Miss Gail Lockett, who we call the Queen of Moderation,
yes,
she moderates the biggest and the baddest platforms on YouTube.
We got
I mean, all the way from Europe of Jessica X to I'm gonna say his name. I know you don't like him, Kevin Samuels. She handles huge platforms, and she appeared on Miss B Finesse, and now she's on this platform. So if this ain't God, I don't know what it
Man,
is.
listen. Won't he do it? Play your mic. Hey, use your thing. Put your little mic down. Make a sound. Do a sound. Make some sound. What you got? What you got for Gail?
See, I can't. I gotta get my machine to work right.
Dang it! We need to make a sound.
What
kind of sound?
Right, Gail, you gotta put the gospel song on. You know, you gotta be like, hallelujah.
Yeah.
This just a rehearsal. I ain't cammed up yet. That's be my official appearance when I cam up.
Look, and she getting ready. She getting ready to preach. Let me get the tambourines in the back ready.
I ain't finna preach. I'm getting ready for the gym, and I got a bone to pick with Mr. Vaughn up here. A turkey bone like that.
I'm not a turkey bone.
No, I'm just messing with you. But I'm looking forward to having an interview with you. I can't say when. When you spoke about your daughter, it's been a few weeks ago now. I did a show. Me and Miss B Finesse had some conversation about my daughter, and I didn't want to start my channel up until I talked with her first. Okay. I didn't want to tell the world our business before she knew about some things. You know, her growing up. I was a single mother. You know, I was a single mother. We had some things going on with her. You know, growing up and whatnot. We have an amazing relationship right now.
Right.
But we have a pretty unique story, so I do want to share that, along with some other traumas I went through growing up and all the way into adulthood, how it affects me as a woman and as in relationships, not having a father in my life, and why I didn't have my father, and what happened. You know, I have so much I want to share. Oh my goodness! Before the billions in the building. I have so much I want to share, and it's not for pity. It's for
see,
Thank you.
He heard my cry. See how that
We
works?
brought
He
him
heard
in.
my cry.
He
He
heard me.
back
Listen,
up.
my little brother heard my cry.
Yeah,
My little brother
listen.
heard my cry, and he brought that clap in.
He came with it.
If only y'all knew how fast I was trying to get back home.
I heard that. That's what Gail
What's
does.
going
She makes you run back to the house.
But no, continue, Gail. Please continue.
I was just saying I have so much I want to share because I don't mind telling my story, but I don't want the pity. I want people to learn from it and they're not alone, you know, and to see what I did come out of on this side of my trauma. It's not the end of the world.
That's
well,
right.
I say this to you. I stand with a boldness and say that we are not going to run no victim Olympics over here. My story is not the same way. My story is not for you to pity me. It's for you to learn.
Right.
My daughter's story is not for you to pity her. It's to learn. You
Exactly.
know, it's to let you see what God can do if you willing to do the work. My daughter almost died 4 times in her life. And I ain't just talking about sneezing die. I'm talking about try looking at your firstborn child on a life support system, and that's the only thing keeping her alive, a machine. And remind you, we still had turmoil. So can you imagine what my mind would have been like if the Lord would have taken her and all of these feelings of unrepentance and anger and frustration would have never been healed? Do you understand? What parent wants their child to go before them?
Absolutely.
You know, and you know, I thank God for my son-in-law. You know, my son-in-law, when I was starting to get my healing, came and saw me. Hey, and at the time that I was talking to my son-in-law, my daughter wasn't talking to me. Do you understand? Huh?
I wasn't talking to him either.
Right. do y'all understand?
I understand.
You
Me
know,
and my husband were separated at the time.
Right.
Listen, my daughter thought I was the worst thing in the world. It's, you know how children don't be knowing. When they get older, they be like, dang, my mom was on my side all this time. But go ahead, Unc, I'm sorry.
No, but you're 100% right. See, I had to humble myself to hear my daughter's truth. And what made me angry was to hear more of her truth in her adulthood than even in her childhood. And then I had to share what I was going through without blaming anybody. Just, this is what I was going through. This is just my pure, unadulterated truth. And I had to accept her unadulterated truth. Now, what we going to do? You know, I don't know if did you moderate the first time when you wasn't moderating when my daughter and I spoke on the first live?
Not the first, no.
Okay. It's still up. It's a long live. I haven't really cut it up yet. But in that, you will hear her speak her truth. But there's a word, and we kind of, you and I will laugh about it. My daughter kept on talking about accountability. How many women going to receive it when she said, y'all got to take accountability?
It burns.
That's right. Yeah. So my daughter made the statement. She said, me and him, we fought, and she wasn't talking about no yelling. My daughter fought a combat trained soldier, me. And then years later, she said, nah, I got to take accountability. Was I mad? Yeah. Was I angry? Yeah. But I still was wrong for putting hands on my father. How many women is going to sit there and eat that pill? Hell, we can't even give them the whole accountability for sneezing. They surely ain't going to hold accountability for something their daddy did. We got to put in the work.
Absolutely. That's
That's
why I
right.
said my daughter and our relationship is doing so well because me taking accountability.
Mm-hmm.
I think your
I
story
can't.
is
I,
definitely one that
Mhm.
needs to be told. Because you want to know why? Because Gail, how many people shout you out on these platforms, big and small? But what is the story? Everybody think, oh, Gail, she just this woman. She's all that in a bag of chips,
Can't
and
touch her. They have no
right.
idea.
Oh, she
But
probably
Gail
got
has a
all the high
story.
value men
Exactly.
at her feet. Being that we keep throwing that word around, TLA kind of blew up the whole spot with that one. But,
Mm-hmm.
you know, and that's all they see. But they don't know Gail, the
Mm-hmm.
mother, Gail, the woman, Gail, the hurt one. They don't know that Gail. See, a
Mm-hmm.
lot of stuff I believe that's on YouTube right now, or at least the area in where I'm fighting for this platform to be and connecting to the right people to get it done, is to show people that's on the far right and the far left, this is how you do it.
Mm-hmm.
Y'all can do all that screaming, hollering, big.
Yeah.
Y'all don't even know what in the world is going on.
Right.
Let the grown folk talk, but what we're gonna do is we're gonna show you the nails in our hands
Mm.
and everything else. We're gonna show you how to get it done. What is JP's platform is more about her and her daughter than you can say on Monday.
Unk. You
Yes.
always say their names wrong. Are you saying J Mosaic with JT? I mean TJ?
Yeah, TJ.
You say
Thank you for
Mosaic.
saying.
JP. You say that all the time. You say
Oh, okay.
JP.
Yeah, JT. Yeah.
Just
You
say
know what? Wait,
Mosaic,
wait,
Unk.
wait. You know what is so hilarious to me is because Uncle Stu has the most sincere heart, and he don't mean anything. But
Yeah.
the funny, let me tell
I
you
know
what
he
the
don't.
funniest thing is to me that he has done
I'm
is
still on.
when.
I just gotta run
Okay,
somewhere. I'm
okay,
listening.
okay. So let me just say this: the funniest thing that I have seen him do is when it comes to black belt in a black suit.
Black belt
Black
and
tie.
black tie.
Black
And
shirt.
I've heard him say black belt and a black tie. I've
He
heard him
said
say black
everything.
belt. He say black belt and a black shirt.
Black
I'm
man in the
surprised he said black belt and a black skirt.
It is hilarious. But you know what? He's not trying to be funny, but I'm probably the same way. You know what I'm saying? But that makes me laugh every time I hear him go do a different thing.
and
yeah.
By the
and you know
way,
what it
before the
is?
billions, how are you doing, sir?
Yes, sir. I'm doing well. How are you doing?
Good, good. This young man gave my son some very good advice one Saturday or whatever it was, and I was watching him on the YouTube, and he was talking about job interviews, and my son was having job interviews, and so I had him come in and listen to some of the things that he was saying and the advice that he was giving. And so my son went out that day to have the interview, and he had got the job the same day.
I remember.
I
So
know that
so
story.
shout out to Before the
Shout out to
Billion.
Before the
Yes,
Billions.
thank you.
Shout
And
out
also
before the
shout out to
billion.
you, Bryant. You were actually my first supporter sending through donations. So I really do appreciate that.
Yeah,
And
no problem. I'm gonna continue to support you guys.
right. And I like the fact that not only did your son get the job, um, because I had been trained on how to do career advice. Because that was my previous job where I can work on people's resumes. I can give career advice, and then I try to bring that to YouTube. So just over time, just collected that experience, and I'm glad that it actually helped out somebody. So
Yeah,
that's
it
a very
definitely
rewarding
did.
part.
It definitely did.
That's the each one teach one. That's
Right.
what I like
Yeah.
about us, like as a community. Like we literally are trying our very best to be authentic with each other. Like even with Gail coming up, like Gail's got all kind of other stuff that she has to do and she does in the background. But just the simple fact that she takes out her time to help the little small YouTubers that we are, and she's here supporting us and she's contributed in the chat and she's engaging and she's engaging with the people coming in the chat. It's just It's really something I didn't even think I was going to get on YouTube. You know, it was one of the reasons why I really just stayed away from social media and YouTube, because I don't got time for fake people. Like, I'm not fake. Like, I'm serious. Like, I'm laughable and funny, and what you see on the screen is what I am. But I'm really the polar opposite. If you like take me there, I've learned to hone that down as I've become older, especially a mother. But I'm being honest with you. Like, I mean, I was the one, if you look at me crazy, what's that little saying we do where we're taking our earrings off and you need the Vaseline? Like, I'm ready to act up. But
Oh,
I've
you was
learned,
Jill Scotton. You were
yeah,
Jill Scotton people, huh?
I was a little, you know, I was a little rambunctious, but I was a lover more, if that makes sense. Like what you guys see on the screen, I did that more often than not. Like, you really had to take me there for me to do that, and it was hard to bring me back if you took me there. But I really authentically did not know this organically was going to happen. Like, I really was just really just kind of like, okay, I'm gonna come over here and keep my space, I'm gonna talk and just be my authentic self. But I didn't know the connections, like literally in the first week, you know, the outpouring of people that just genuinely want to help and support, and you know that like Uncle Stu said, they walked it like they talked it. And even with Before the Billions, like, I'm gonna be honest, the first time I heard him talking or I seen him, I was thinking, even though I like tech things and IT, I was like, well, there's probably nothing that he can tell me or I can relate to, because he's way over there with his IT stuff. But guys, please don't ever do that. Like, literally,
No.
the first time it was from, I think, TLA, he had popped in. I was like, let me go check Youngin out. And I went over to his page and
Yeah,
I literally enjoyed it. He wasn't talking
a
about
lot of
anything I knew, but it's just his whole spirit.
Yeah.
And he's laughing and he's cracking jokes, and he's just being himself. He's not trying to do nothing. He's not trying to create a scene. He's not trying to do anything dramatic. He's just being himself. And I think we
exactly.
just authentically will connect with who we need to connect with. And I haven't stopped watching. I'm up sometimes, I might be up with the baby, or I'm doing some work or doing something, and I sit on there with him and talk, you know. And it's just authentic, because I want to be there and help him out and engage. And you know, I don't know, I just I think that this is going to be transformational with us, as long as we, you know, keep the snakes and all the other people out away from us, and
Yeah,
we just
keep it
keep
out.
moving
Yeah,
as a tribe as we're
please.
doing,
Exactly.
and protecting each other like we're doing. And I mean, we
Exactly.
don't have to even be next to each other in the same city or location, but you know, I think that
Yeah.
spirit is going to really be transformational as we engage and grow, because I think the ones that I'm seeing, we have like-minded hearts, you know, and I know how to keep my enemies closer. So I just want to give a shout out to all you guys. I definitely want to say that, and shout out to Before the Billions. You know, he's got such a great heart, and even if you don't think you like IT, or you don't think that you would have any connection, go ahead
You
and
can
just sit and
learn
watch his channel.
something.
You're
Listen
gonna
to us
learn something.
engage.
You're
Yeah,
gonna
you
learn
will.
something.
It's awesome.
Well, I have a question for the quintessential Gail Lockett. Because her moderating skills are excellent. You know, I can get off one thing and go on another thing. I'm like, well, damn, Gail is there. You know, it's like she's omnipresent. And
Right.
then I'll go to another one when that's done, and I'm like, okay, wait a minute, for real, Gail is here too. You know,
Yeah. I
and
usually do like 2 or 3 at a time sometimes.
you know, even in the middle of moderating, she has a knack of interjecting her opinion.
Mm-hmm.
And oftentimes those opinions are, you know, I laugh at them because she, you know, she has humor in some of the things that she writes, and she's never negative. You know, it's like I don't get it. I had never got any negative vibe from you at all,
Mm-mm.
even when you were making comments or saying this and that. But my question is, out of all of the time that you've been moderating, have you ever had a situation that you really wanted to speak to and type something in about it, but you were like, nope, I'm not going to respond to that because see, they went too far right there, and I don't even want to get into that. Does that happen
Ooh.
often
Has that
while
happened,
you're
Gail?
moderating?
Very often. I
Right.
even Miss
Exactly.
Finesse, I had when me and her talked a couple times, I'm like, listen,
I
I
asked her how
need
she do it.
I really be needing her because I mean I'm on take for instance Miss Finesse platform. I'm her moderator. I don't want anyone to think that my opinion is her opinion. That's what I'm like. I don't want to say something. She might not agree, and that's fine, but I don't want them to look at her and thumb down the video. Oh, she agreed with that. No, I don't. So I try to be careful with my words. Then I still like maybe that was still a bit too far. You know what I'm saying? So I try not to say anything.
And guys, that's what you gotta understand about Gail. That's respect. She could just come on the channels and bomb every channel and just, but she has wisdom, and I have to honor her for that.
Now, but has there ever been a time where you say, you know what? I'm sorry. I'm gonna have to address that.
Believe it or not,
I'm just simply gonna have to address that. I just wanted to answer that question. Okay, go ahead, Uncle Stu.
I'm a kind of speak for her because I've watched, I told you I've been on the YouTube streets for over a year. What I noticed is that she's not going to allow anybody to speak against a content creator and speak about it unauthentically. So, for example, we know, people is either you hate Kevin Samuels or you love him. It's either or.
Well, I don't hate
She
him.
moderates for him. She's not going to allow people just to interject their philosophy about him because she done heard him. You understand? So she's not going to allow disingenuous arguments. So when I'm listening to her, I'm listening to the woman that knows the content creator themselves, not just an assumption about them. Like when someone told me when what is it? IBG is another content. Yeah, that's what his name is.
Go ahead. I can tell you what it. Go ahead. But yeah,
okay.
Ibmore.
So when another creator was telling me about him, I didn't know who he was. I don't know nothing about his platform.
I remember that actually. Go ahead.
In a private chat said he's a very nice man. He's somebody that you can reach out to. You got one thing about that you don't see from the outside in. Certain content creators ain't gonna visit no little YouTuber because you got people that play games. They just want to clickbait or try to get on your name to get all these people. So when you're looking at a big YouTuber, they'll look at my numbers and go, "Oh, he just started his chat. He only got 200 subscribers. I'm not going down there. I'm not going to talk to him." Because I don't have the platform for him. You understand? So when a big YouTuber says, "Oh yeah, I'll talk," that's like a big bishop willing to talk to a small corner church.
Well,
exactly. I mean, that's really the reality of it.
I get it. I know. I get that. Yeah.
Right. So when I got Chicago Rilla in my chat, this dude come from Lapeef.
Oh man, you had some heavy hitters on tonight, and I just
so I felt that
I was proud of you.
Right. So that man, they looking at me. Okay, who is this Uncle Stu? What is he really saying? What is he talking about? How does he interview people? What kind of people is in the chat? They looking at all of that.
Did you know you had, I think, about 60 or 70 people in? I'm so proud of you. You had so many people in here.
Quite a few.
Oh, I think you had about 60 or 70. You had a lot of people in here, so I'm very proud of you.
I mean, while I was dealing with TLA, I really wasn't looking at the chat because I knew I had you, Ms. Gail, I had Before the Billion. I knew y'all was kind of moderating that, and I kind of wanted to just take more of a concentration on TLA because I knew I was going to have time, but I knew I was going to have a lot of time, and I kind of wanted to hit certain points just to get his view, and he helped me to kind of knock out even some other things that I was hearing, because when I said, "Well, can you explain to me about this high value, this whole six-figure stuff and women," he kind of knocked that out the box and said, that wasn't even started in the Black manosphere. That was started in the white manosphere.
Yeah, you asked some good questions, Uncle. You was asking some good questions.
It really knocks out a lot of stuff and gives me a breath as to where all this information is coming from.
Yeah, it's BGS, Ibmore.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I wanted to go to that site so that I can get some more insight. As a matter of fact, I have grown a lot since I've been trying to get on some of these panels and expressing myself. I'm learning how to express myself because it is quite difficult to get on these platforms and speak to
Mm-hmm.
people when you know that, people are listening to you. You need to make sense. You
Mm-hmm.
know what I'm saying? And, at first it was the nerves a little bit and blah, 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 blah. But the more I did it, the more comfortable it seems that I'm becoming with it. You know what I'm saying? So in some ways, hey, I feel like maybe I could have a place in this YouTube sphere,
Mm-hmm.
you
Mm-hmm.
know. But at the moment, I'm still in the process of just learning how to articulate in these different platforms and
So,
being able to intelligently express my opinion.
Right.
Vaughn,
And
what are
Every
you
Vaughn,
platform.
articulating? Because you
Yeah.
sound
You
eloquent when
sound,
you
I
speak.
mean, great. Yeah.
I think you're
Are you
using excuses.
really?
Let's be Von
What?
Bryant. And
Right.
bring us some Wayne next
you
time
you
though.
see you seen what I put, Vaughn. I said you need to have stories to my or how did I say how did I word it? You said how could you start your show? I think I said something to my son or stories to my father or stories to my son something because you said you have a son.
Oh, that's right.
How did
I
I
remember
word it?
you said that.
I pictured
Yeah,
you
you
when it
said
came to my
you
spirit.
said you said words to my son or something.
Yes, because when you speak, Vaughn, it
Yeah,
seems like you're speaking to people as if you are their father. So when I hear you speaking, I always hear that ideal of kind of like a grace and a humbleness when you're talking because just like Uncle
yeah,
Stu, it's like you don't want to come off a certain type of way, but you're very strong and foundational in what you're saying, and you're confident in what you're
Mm-hmm.
saying. And I feel that from you two as men when you're speaking. It's very much I want to listen. Do you know what I'm saying? It's
Mm-hmm.
not like
yeah,
I feel like you're making me listen. No, I want to
Right.
listen because it
yeah,
sounds so thought out when you guys are talking. It sounds so that
yeah.
it's not truncated. It's not anything that you just threw together. You really are. I think when wisdom flows,
Thank
you don't
you.
have to think about it. It just
Right.
comes. It's not
And
anything
that's
you try.
that's it. I just want it to flow.
It
I
flow.
don't want it to be anything that you have to think about or rehearse or write down notes. It's just, hey, this is the topic. Let's talk about it.
Now watch this. I'm gonna show you how much you have grown. You don't know. I was about to jump back on Miss B Finesse and holler
I know what
because
Uncle
you
Stu
did
about to say.
something today,
What
and I
happened?
said he got it.
What happened, Unc?
Yep.
Uncle Stu, I know.
You when all of that controversy started to break out,
Oh Lord, yeah.
and but you know, and Miss B Finesse told you go ahead and speak, and you
Ooh,
shadowed
man.
BJ in such a way it shut him down in a nice way. And the shutdown was he finally felt safe because you said, "Listen, everyone, we
Yeah.
need to listen." And Miss B Finesse can literally clip that, and that's a stream by itself
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
because you
Wow.
said it so eloquently, and
Mm,
then
Wow.
turned around and said, "I'm like Uncle Stu. I
mm,
forget things too."
mm.
Yeah.
She can clip that, and that's it. She could just clip that. If
Yeah,
people need to
Wow.
understand why people aren't listening, she can clip that,
I'm
and
gonna do
that
that.
was a whole intellectual speech
It
by
was
itself.
it was awesome. It was like a
Brian.
soliloquy. It was the Vaughn. It sounded like you wrote it. The way you said it
Are
and
you
it came.
serious?
Vaughn, listen. See,
Yes.
you like me. It's like it's so weird when somebody tells you who you are
I
and
know
what
I
you
hate to
are.
hear myself talk. That's
Li-
one thing.
Me too,
no,
Vaughn.
no,
Me
no.
too.
I'm the same way, but this is the blessing in it. When there's two or three witnesses and you got six or
Yeah.
what five of us up here and we're
Yeah.
telling you this, come on now, Vaughn. We gotta hit you upside the
Yeah.
head now. There's nothing for you to wait for, Vaughn. There's nothing you need to wait for. There's no ideal. It's there. It's in you. You already said that with Uncle Stu. You felt it already in your spirit that you need to do it. So you got to step out on faith. What you telling everybody to do, what Uncle's telling us to do.
Exactly.
Tiana, doggone Gail, everybody before the billions. He stepped, man. I'm so proud of him before the billions. I don't think he know how
you
much
and me both.
this is.
You
But
and
when he
me
did
both.
that song, when he sung, listen, because y'all not gonna think, y'all not gonna know where I'm gonna take this.
Oh, wait a minute, he sang too? I didn't know that.
Listen, Vaughn, when he got on there, I think it was one of his midnight streams or something. But he came on and he said, you know, I'm gonna do something, guys, and you know, I'm just gonna step out here and do it. And he got on there and he sung a song, and anybody that knows before the billions, well, I've known him for 2 months. That's it. But I can gauge how he is. I know that was something he did, and he might have learned that in his public speaking place, where you have to put yourself in a position where you're vulnerable to get over the fear of doing things in front of people. I was so proud of him because I knew, because he said it. I'm gonna turn the chat off while I'm singing. I don't want to see what y'all saying, but he did it. And you guys know, just speaking and even singing, the fact he did, and he did the whole song, and he smiled at the end, and it was so just refreshing and cute. He just smiled and he said, okay, I finished. I was so proud of him because I said, I know that was hard for him. I don't know if he sings on his own, but I could kind of tell he was kind of nervous. So those are the type of things that, you know, when you get to know people, and just, you know, you don't have to know people for years to know them. It just takes understanding and listening to them a couple times. I was just so proud of him because I know that was outside his comfort zone, and it just made me, you know, want to make sure I did everything in my power to uplift him, uplift his platform, to, you know, keep him happy and smiling, encourage him, because we all need that. And Gail she does that so much for me. I appreciate her. Unc does it for me. Like, I mean, we just have to do that for each other. When you see a pocket or moment to encourage somebody, like me, I'm gonna keep doing it. In the chat, I'm gonna tell Uncle Stu how much he means to me. But I'm gonna tell him what his flowers are. Give it to him on a public stage, because I want him to know that. You know, I want him to be able to receive that. I want before the billions to receive it. I want Gail to receive it. You, Vaughn, Miss Tiana. I tell her how much I appreciate when she says, you know, what her journey was, her trial. So I'll be quiet. I just want to give you guys your flowers.
Yeah, well, you know what? When Uncle Stu had me on one of his one of the streams that he did, and I'm pretty sure you'll know which one I'm talking about. But you know, I got a little carried away, and I don't believe I was disrespectful, but I was really scared to listen back at it, because I said, "Oh my God, you know, I really went there." You know.
Yeah, I remember that. I remember.
You were just
You
fine,
remember
Vaughn.
that? You remember that?
Yeah, we were here with you. We were here with you.
Oh
Yeah,
God.
we were
So
with you.
anyway, and after a while, you know, something kept nudging me, go back and listen, go back and listen, go back and listen. And I learned a great deal from listening to that. You know, so now I just want my approach to be a little bit more, even more different. You know, because I don't want to put people in a position to where I'm not listening to them. You know what I'm saying? And I don't want to be in a position where I have to be contentious with another person. I want the conversation just to be able to flow. Now, if the person is argumentative, then I believe I'm going to use the technique of pulling back some. And you know, there's a tact in the conversation when you're having conversation in order to get your point across.
Yes,
because if I'm yelling and you're yelling and I have a tone and you have a tone, we're not getting nowhere. We're not getting anywhere. You know, and so I appreciate Uncle Stu for the fact that even though that process was taking place, he never made me feel uncomfortable. He spoke to me in the place that I was in and assured me that, well, listen, I ain't throwing you away. You know what I'm saying? And I appreciated that. So I was like, okay, wow. So let me now re-examine the way that I am communicating with other people, because I love to communicate with people. I love to have dialogue with people, you know. So that's pretty much. Oh, I see my sister on here. She just popped up.
And I'm gonna say this to you, Vaughn. I'm gonna let my other sister come up and speak.
Yes, I love
Vaughn,
her.
just know that there's a way. If you go into my homepage, at the very bottom, you'll see where it says you can connect with me by email.
Yeah, I would like to do that, Uncle Stu.
Send me an email, and I will set you up with an interview where people get to know you, get to hear your backstory, get to hear who you are as an individual. And, I can almost guarantee you, based after that interview, everybody's going to be wanting to know where your YouTube channel is.
Yep.
You understand? Because you have to allow, I think I'm up to 280 people. Allow those 280 people to get to know you. And one thing that I've analyzed in my analytics, and I kind of learned this from Anton Daniels, it's not the number of subscribers you have, it's the number of people watching you.
Nope, you're right.
You understand? So if people, it's one thing to say, I got 200 people, but if I only got like 1 or 2 people watching my videos, it don't mean nothing. But when you got a set amount of numbers watching your videos and they're commenting on those videos, I got people watching me. You understand? So allow my little 200 people to watch you.
And don't slight the 200, because I've been there. My 200 was strong. And they've gone up to 400. So everybody that's here is intentional, and I can tell that by the way they support you. So we not so those that are listening, is not slighting. He's just talking
not
in the
slighting.
generality.
No.
Everybody here is appreciated.
Right. And so let them hear your story. Wow. No one knows who Vaughn is but Vaughn, right? You're older than me.
And
you understand? And I told you from the very beginning, I said, Mr. Vaughn, you married 25 years. A lot of us come out of a divorce situation. So guess what? Who should I be talking to if I want to be married and know how to carry my marriage for the next 20 years? I'm going to talk to one of these content creators that's telling me he don't even want a woman. What that going to do for me?
Facts. Facts.
I hear that.
I'm going to find one of these female content creators that's talking about she want to destroy black boys before they even born. What that going to do for me?
Nothing.
Exactly. But if I know somebody that said, you know what, I know a man that's been married over 20 years, I'm healed, but I don't want to make the same mistakes twice. Let me go get some wisdom from somebody that did it better than I did. Don't you think you would be the one I would have to talk to? So I also told you, in this YouTube space, you get in where you fit in. There's certain spaces I don't fit in. You think if I went into certain spaces and before the billion, you think I go in certain spaces start talking about, yeah, man, I want to be married again. Boy, them dudes would have me on my head. Get up out of here with that. I had to go on another podcast to minister to a woman that the whole black community went after black males, all because of one reason. She didn't act like this Middle Eastern woman. Now, here's a black woman who got a college degree from an HBCU, a black woman who has never, ever talked about belittling black men. This same content creator had a child out of wedlock, yes. But guess what, Mr. Vaughn? She took the baby daddy off of child support. She publicly apologized to this man on a public platform, right? And then turned around, got up under Kevin Samuels, started reading all these books about how to be a better and submissive wife. And these black brothers call her a feminist. Come on now. They don't even know a woman when they see one. They thinking they can get the Middle Eastern woman. Do you understand? Some people are so narrow-minded. They wouldn't even know a good woman if it showed up and she presented everything they want. They wouldn't know. So you still got hurt people hurting people. So what does a healed man look like?
Wow, that's it.
What does it look like? Because if I'm hurt and I go before the billions who's hurt, and then we come up with all these crazy ideas and narratives so that we not healed, but in fact, we still broken.
Vaughn, you know what? Man, Unc just dropped the mic.
Wow.
That's what you should call it. You should say, what did he just say? What does a healed man look like or something like that?
Well, that's a series I'm going to put together with.
Sorry.
No, it's okay.
I'm about to say that's actually a good thing for you, Vaughn, because of what you've been through.
Well, he didn't copyright it, so no.
I heard that, Vaughn. Huh? Look, first dibs. You can put it on a public
platform.
Go ahead, Vaughn. Look. You can have that one for free.
I heard that. Look at him. He's just giving away.
Yeah, Vaughn was on Frank Gooden's Life or Death channel. He did an audition, and I got notification today that he posted your audition on his page. Did you see it, Vaughn?
You know what? I didn't see it because I was on a stream and you were on there, doing your thing, moderating. And then I saw you post it and I said, oh, wow.
Yeah, but I forgot to go back too.
I said, oh, wow. I said, oh, he posted my interview, my audition. I said, oh, wow, that's awesome.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
An audition for what?
It's an audition.
Hi guys, that was literally what I came up to speak, but I was trying to get a word in, guys.
Sorry.
Everybody, how you all doing? First of all, I just want to give mad props to Uncle Stu for his progress, his development, and everything that you're doing. And shout out to everybody in the chats here. But I came up just for a brief moment because I've got to actually jump off in a little bit. But just to really co-sign on what you're saying about Vaughn, I wanted to really jump in and just weigh in on how you are a great conversationalist. I don't feel that you're less than. I don't know why you feel that, because the sound of your voice is amazing, number one. And you must know something to do with your voice, because that's why you auditioned, right? And you did really, really well on that audition. So don't ever feel that whatever it is you're feeling that you're not good enough or whatever. You are good. You are the bomb. So just keep up the good work. Your audition was good, and I'm gonna go back and listen to the clip as well. I listen to mine often. but just shout out to everybody.
Thank you so much. That whole process was very interesting because it was something that I had never done before. And the whole concept that Frank came up with was very intriguing to me. I said, well, let me try it out. And I do want to try to share and post it on some different things so other people can try to do it too. But I'm really interested in seeing what the outcome is. Even if I don't get a call back or whatever, but I'm very interested. This thing from Pasadena. Wait a minute, what happened here?
I'm sorry, that was me playing the audition, but go ahead.
Oh, Gail is something else.
Gail, how long is it?
Okay.
It's only 1 minute 17. It's just his audition alone.
Vaughn,
it's very quick.
Can we play it so we can hear it?
Yeah, you can play it. Go ahead.
Uncle, do you already have it up?
Okay, my name is Vaughn Bryan, and I am auditioning from Pasadena, California. So you think I'm a fool, huh? You think I'm a fool, Isaiah? What is this? I said, what is this? I found this in your room today, and don't tell me this shit doesn't belong to you. God, son, absolutely, what are you thinking? Drugs? You brought drugs into my home, our house? Who gave you this shit? You know me and your mother didn't raise you like this. And this is how you repay the both of us? We're out here busting our ass, trying to make sure that you have everything you need, son. Where did you get this from? You know what? You're going to take this shit right here and you're going to get it the hell out of my house. As a matter of fact, get your shit too. We can no longer allow you to stay here as much as it breaks my heart. But son, you got to go. You got to go.
Ooh, I got
you
chills.
serious?
See what I'm talking about?
I got
Oh my God.
Good. Applause. Absolutely.
Right.
Before the building.
Mr. Vaughn, I'm gonna minister to two different people.
Oh my God, I can't believe
Let me say this to you. What I heard was a man that needed to be on the radio. And what I heard is a man that needs to just, if you don't want to do a YouTube, I'm going to let you know there's a big, huge market for strictly podcasting, which is just a voice.
Or voiceovers, Vaughn. You have an
That's
excellent
right.
voice.
So you are there. But I want everybody on the panel, just give me a moment.
Wow.
Hey,
Mickey, go ahead. If y'all got to leave, go ahead and drop down.
No, I was going to say I saw Patrice is in the chat. I thought she was gone, but she got audition on here too.
Oh,
okay.
Patrice.
Well, I know Patrice can sing.
Wait a minute. Patrice outdid me.
But hold on, everybody. Hold on, everybody. Mickey Reed, I want to, are you still in the chat? Let me know you still here.
Yeah, that whole experience was just. I
Okay.
used Isaiah.
Hold on, Vaughn.
Oh, okay, go ahead.
Hold on, Vaughn.
She's
Hold
here.
on.
She's here.
Mickey Reed, I'm just going to say this to you. I need you to know that the Spirit of the Lord is definitely moving in this place. And I need you to understand that when we recognize our brokenness, we're already recognizing our healing, and that you don't have to wait for anything to happen, because what's happening, it is happening now. So the Bible is very clear. When we recognize our sin, what is sin? Anything that has kept us from really hearing the mighty word of God and being able to do what he needs to do. And so what I'm going to say to you is that your brokenness is already healing, because the moment you recognize that you was broken, as he said, you come to him with a contrite heart. That means a broken heart and a broken spirit. And now he can talk and minister to you. So you are already being healed by the mighty name of Jesus. And you got to recognize that no weapon that is formed or fashioned against you, it can and it shall not prosper. This is not a mistake. This has been done with the purpose and the intentions of making sure that you can now level up. So now receive your healing, receive the anointing of God, receive the power of God. And I declare to you right now that you are now walking in your healing, and you're walking in your divineness, and now walk out of your past and walk now into your future. So whatever you need, the word of God is here for you. The people you need is here for you. And if you want to reach out to me, just email me. And what I cannot help you with, the Lord has blessed me to put a network around me to get you to the right people, to get you to the right healing. So I just want you to know I love you. I appreciate you. I adore you. Now step out on the real anointing of God and the real faith of God.
Amen.
Let the people say amen.
Let them say amen, because that's a word. Praise God. Yes. So be that. That's right. And Uncle Stu, you operate in a whole bunch of different offices, sir.
Right. Facts.
Yes, you are. Wow. And it's okay. It's okay to let God use you like that. You don't have to be ashamed of it. But I think that's a beautiful thing you just displayed right
Well,
now.
the blessing is
Something.
I can't be fired and I can't be canceled.
How about that?
That's it.
You know?
That's it. That is
But
it. Wow.
Ron, you're gonna have to get it together because I don't know if you heard my earlier monologue. There's a man by the name we're trying to formulate. Gail, do you know Tough Love? You ever moderated on his platform?
No, I haven't.
Okay. There's a gentleman named Tough Love. He's a retired army man like myself. And he has a platform. He's monetized. And he is an awesome YouTuber. And he does all of his YouTube with his phone.
Yeah,
he don't
wow.
even have a whole
so many avenues.
Yeah.
Wow.
But what he's trying to do is connect with other content creators, both men and women. And he wants to try to put together a platform like sort of like Ms. B Finesse on, okay, what we gonna do? We haven't heard all the arguments on one side. We haven't heard all the arguments on the other side. What we gonna do? So he's trying to formulate something that's coming down the middle, and that's kind of what I'm formulating. That's kind of what Ms. B Finesse is formulating. It's that down the middle because, hey, how much we gonna yell at each other? It ain't getting us nowhere.
I agree, Uncle Stu. We can't keep doing it, and I see it on so many panels. And a lot of these young people are. I've watched some other panels that I have purposely decided not to even try to get up on or talk in that atmosphere. But at the same time, I do listen because I need to listen. I need to hear what these young people are saying. But it's not an atmosphere for me to be on. And God would have to give me the unction to do that. But what I am hearing is very disturbing, and it's very, very disturbing, very disturbing. But can I just say this? I think it would be remiss, Gail Lockett, because the great Patrice Gardner did an audition as well, and her audition is the one that inspired me to do it because I said, wow, she was the first person to do it actually. And her attitude was like, oh, I don't mind being first. You know how Patrice is. She's like a go-getter. Patrice, get on the panel because I know you're in the chat, Patrice. Get on this panel. Yeah. But she is such a inspiration. And she has experience in this field. Patrice sings, we have that in common. But when I heard her audition, she set the pace and the tone. You know how you say the person, she set the bar for everybody else to follow her. And I said, oh, how can I follow that? So I knew I had to really tap into something. That's why I didn't use any of the characters. I'm sorry?
So you tapped into some on that one, you did, but go ahead.
The only way that I could do that is I didn't want to use any of the characters' name, but I wanted to use my son's name, and his name is Isaiah, because that helped me tap into it. Like, what would I say? How would I say this to my son like that? And I love Jesus, but I do curse a little bit, and I'm working on it.
I ain't mad at you, Vaughn.
They said Peter cussed, didn't it? Matter of fact, he cussed and told Jesus, I don't know that dude.
Exactly.
I don't know him.
Exactly. And we don't know which words he used. He could have really got down low with it. But I try not to use it in my vocabulary often. It's only when I'm angry or something like that, and I'm still working on that at times. Sometimes you could be in the car and somebody cuts you off, and we've all had those experiences.
And I think just because somebody uses some curse words, that has nothing to do with your relationship with Jesus.
Oh, no.
Miss Patrice.
No,
Miss Patrice. Don't
But
sit
Gail,
up there talking about you just chilling with
Gail,
mine. These are grown folks on this panel.
No,
Gail,
she's relaxing. She's been on so many panels today. She's probably tired.
Okay.
But Gail, could you please play her?
Yes,
could you
please.
play her?
Y'all ready?
Okay, yes.
Yeah, we ready.
Okay.
Okay, y'all ready, right? Okay. All right.
Yes, my name is Patrice Munsell, and I am auditioning from Phoenix, Arizona. Caleb, where in the world are you going besides home this time of night? Son, listen to me, please. Now, I know you grown. And I know you think that I can't give you any advice anymore. But I'm going to give it to you anyway because I'm your mother and I love you. There ain't nothing good out there in those streets. And trouble? Trouble is easy to get into, but hard as hell to get out of. Son, I pray every day and night that you make it home safe to your family. You have a son that is dependent on you. You have a woman that loves and trusts and believes in you. What are you going to show them? Son, I raised you better than this. I raised you better than this. You chasing waterfalls and it ain't no good end to it. Not in them streets. Caleb, I just don't want to see you become a statistic.
I was waiting for the rest of it.
Woo!
I'm ready for the Good job, OG.
Okay, so can somebody explain something to me? Y'all know I get into that. Somebody explain something to me. So let me just lock it down. OG, Patrice, and Vaughn, what y'all two waiting on for a YouTube channel?
I don't know.
Y'all, I'm chillaxing with my glass of wine and y'all messing with me. Miss B Finesse, come on up here, OG.
They got the best of the talents that they are talented in, and they're the most humblest in the talents that they're talented in. But we're gonna shower y'all.
I had to call OG out when she sat up there on her old channel talking about, okay, let me just sing this song, and then she gonna sing. I'm like, well, what the heck is she doing? Running around the YouTube channel. She's supposed to be making content,
right?
It's a
and now Vaughn get up here and start talking about Isaiah and that. I'm like, well, why he ain't on somebody's radio right now? I mean, doggone it.
Thank you, Uncle Stu. I appreciate it. Look,
that's all right. Y'all gonna be. I'm gonna let Miss B Finesse get on you, OG. I got Vaughn. Y'all gonna be doing an interview real soon.
Okay. Listen, this is the deal. Those channels are old. Those were channels when I was doing auditions. I did the X Factor. I did America's Got Talent. I did, a bunch of those things. So I was like putting out those tapes for that. But I do plan on still getting my YouTube channel. I just can't do it now because I'm under a contract with a major network right now, and until they release me from that, I can't take a chance of starting my YouTube channel right now and mess up my bag. Right. And I tell y'all, as soon as I'm released from it, I'm gonna let all y'all guys know because I'm gonna want you to go watch it because I will be on TV.
Nah, so you know what's gonna happen, OG?
What?
I'm gonna get before the billions after you. He gonna call you out with his little with his role. Every time you mess, I'm gonna say before the billion. Oh, GA being obedient. Get us.
No, but I promise as soon as I'm done with this, I'm off from up under this contract. I do plan to start my channel. So, and my thing is because I'm in the entertainment, I want to try to get. I'm going to try my best, y'all. I can't guarantee, but I want to try to get some of my entertainment friends on and talk about experience in the music industry and things of that nature. So that's why when I'm on y'all panels, I say I can't say too much. You know what I mean? Because I don't want to like mess up the opportunity.
Well, coming from
That's,
New York,
that's understandable.
I do understand the
That's
entertainment
understandable.
industry very, 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 very deeply. You know, so I get it. I definitely get it. So I understand.
Hey, Patrice, I got a question for you. Is it
Yes,
more
sir.
so the topic? Like, is it that, oh, because you are under this contract, they said that you can't have any media or any social media? Or is it that, oh, because of the topics that we talk about, such as relationships, that we can't really kind of give an opinion on it? Like, if you were just
Yeah.
talking about, like, oh, like, let me teach you guys how to sing or something like that, then they would be like, oh, no, you can't sing. You know, is it
Right.
that or?
It's more so because of the different topics that we talk about and certain things that are said right. That's why I don't cam up that much. I think I cammed up 2 or 3 times just since the whole time I've been on here, is because I can't like I can't be associated with like certain type of stuff if they deem it to be questionable or risky or anything like that. I can't I just can't risk that. I'm still under the contract. It's coming very close to a close and then it's going to air on this major network that I'm talking about. That's why I'm saying I'm excited about it, but I don't want to mess it up. So as soon as I find out, I will let you guys know because I want y'all guys to watch and have fun and see me kind of in my glory, having fun doing what I do. So, but yeah, that is one of the main reasons why Before the Billion.
That is so awesome. That's so awesome. And you know, the project that Frank Gooding is doing is a graphic novel. So he's doing. If any of you know what a graphic novel is, it is kind of like a comic book in a way, but it's a novel, but it's illustrated. And so what he's doing is he's creating a graphic novel, a live a live graphic novel with characters. So I mean, it was very quite interesting concept, and you guys should go to his channel and just see what he's doing. It's awesome. You can hear all
It
the other
really is.
auditions, and it's
It
it's
really
it's
is
really
awesome.
it's really cool. And you can do it from home. You don't have to go anywhere to do it, and
And you
even
don't have to cam up.
and you don't have to cam up. And the whole thing is going to be live throughout the entire process of the creation of this project is going to be live. So he's got something with that. I think he's gonna go far with that one.
Oh yeah, and and Frank is an Emmy winning producer, right? So like it's an honor to work with, someone of his caliber. I think and he's so
Yeah,
humble
filmmaker.
and that's what I love about it. He's so humble.
Yeah, yeah. So I think everybody on this panel tonight should audition. I think so.
Yeah,
You
if
know,
they interested in, maybe getting into acting,
just do a
I've been
voiceover.
doing,
roles.
yeah, I've done 3 stage plays already. I've been in 3 stage plays already, and I'm actually going to be going for some bigger acting roles and things like that. So I'll be like going to California and Florida and to try some bigger stuff.
Wow.
This I can actually play multiple different roles. I can change my voice however I want to. Right?
Look at Before the Billion.
Was that Before the
Wait a
Billion?
minute, I'm looking
Man,
down on my other laptop. I'm like, who else did we add to the stage? And I look up.
now, see, you
He
need to
got
do
that
your
Darth Vader
audition.
voice.
You need to do your audition with one of them voices.
Right, that'd be so funny.
Wow.
He can go the other direction. Show him the other voice you could do.
Oh, you mean this one?
Oh, he can switch it. He can switch it from male to female.
Yeah.
I can do multiple different voices with it, but
That is
those are the only two that sound well. It has like an alien voice and a whole bunch of other stuff.
Wow.
Uncle Stu, you had a great
so
show
awesome.
tonight. You had a great show tonight, Uncle Stu. You really did. You guys look so good up there doing your thing. Made me feel like a proud mommy. I was like, look at all them handsome black up there.
I was just like,
got all emotional and stuff.
I think my proudest moment
that was awesome.
Was really to be not just to have TLA, but it was when El Guapo and Perry Unlikely and I mean all the men up there.
And Chicago Rilla.
Did Chicago Rilla come up?
No, he said he didn't have time to come up.
Oh, okay.
But he did acknowledge me in the chat and he responded to my Instagram. So I like to believe that really what it was, Chicago Rilla jumped in because I did tell him TLA was coming and they was doing something on the Lapeef network.
Okay.
So they had
can I ask you a question?
Sure.
Because I saw I saw Lauren's show today and I know Courtney was her guest on there. Didn't nothing happen on the Lapeef regarding her, did it, Courtney?
What? When?
Which time?
I don't know because it seemed like when I came on,
you talking about when you heard me speaking?
Yeah.
No. What I was speaking to. I spoke to Courtney on TJ's show.
Okay.
But she was in the chat. What I was speaking to her from was, I don't know if you remember the incident that broke out with her and a mirror.
No, see, that's what I thought. I was like, no, I don't.
Okay. She was racist or something like that.
Huh?
They were saying she was Mirror was racist or something like that.
No, when basically certain parts of the manosphere went after Courtney saying she was a feminist and they wanted a mirror to be the trophy woman.
Yeah,
oh wow! So why did they say that about Courtney though? I mean, why did they call her a feminist?
Because on one of the shows, Courtney did some research on a mirror, and she brought that on a Lapeef show, and then Anton has spoke up, and when she spoke up, everybody felt that her speaking up against Anton Daniels was her showing her masculinity, which was totally wrong. But then she decided to go on what I call the manosphere tour, and they just tore her up left and right. Left and right. All they wanted to see was a mirror. So when she got onto Obsidian Media Network, and Obsidian was basically giving her cover, these guys wasn't having it. They wasn't having it. And they
go hard. They go hard.
Yeah, and by the time I got to her today, I was basically letting her know, like, what them guys talking about, because even in the chat, they was going off. Everything, they couldn't even speak without everybody going off. So I went up there to basically let her know, Courtney, you are a wife. And what these dudes talking about, basically, shut up. They need to shut up because they don't know what they're looking at. They have no clue what they're looking at.
Wow.
And I broke it down just like I did about her on my platform. I broke it down when I said, is Courtney a feminist? And I said, how could she be a feminist when, number one, you never hear her talk about women's rights and power and all this other stuff. Never hear her talk like that. This black woman did something I ain't never seen black women do.
I heard about that.
She got on a panel and apologized to her baby father for leaving you.
Wow.
Turned around, took the baby father off of child support.
Wow.
Yeah, I heard about that.
You see what I'm saying? Then turned around and was able to get on Kevin Samuel's show. Then she went and got the book Shakar Hara Ali and she's studying that woman's book. Then she
What is her
turns
name?
around and goes all natural.
Shahrazad or Courtney Michelle?
Yeah, Shahara
What's her name?
Ali.
Shahrazad Ali.
Yeah.
Oh,
now, how much more of stripping down do she got to do before you recognize her as a woman? Then they saying, "Oh, well, she for the streets because she got one child."
Oh wow!
And I'm sitting up there saying, "Hold up,
Are you serious?
let me get this right." So you telling me that all of y'all would give her up for what? She ain't never bragged about. Only thing she talks about is a HBCU. And I ain't never met anybody that went to a HBCU and never talked about their HBCU. But she don't throw that up in your face. She just a proud TSU woman who earned money, got her credit right, and bought a house. These dudes basically just stormed on her. And I had to let her know, boo, I'm sorry. There's a whole lot of men that'll take you. And you need to just leave them alone. Them are hurt men. They don't know what they looking at. You ain't them women they talking about.
Yeah. That's true.
And sometimes you got to let females know you're not the woman they talking about. Because even if you listen to O'Shea, I'm sitting up here saying, O'Shea, I like you. But the only women you talking about is them ghetto chicks.
Yeah, you talking about a lot of celebrity ghetto chicks.
I mean,
you can't base
you've been
all
out here
women
longer than I
on
have. Am I right or did I miss something?
No, you're right. I told Patrice the other day about like this not your lane, sis.
Right.
Right.
No, boo boo.
Yeah, I remember that.
I'm not a size 4. I don't want to be a size 4. I've been tiny all my life until my 30s. So it's not baby fat. My daughter's 23 years old. I like what I am. I work out every day. I eat right. I eat right most of the time. I'm say it like that.
Right. And you look, and that BMI index is what the white men size 4 say it should be, and black women is realistically that way in the natural sense.
Right or not, none of my
I love to
daughters
hear
is a
Patrice
size
talk about
4.
that one.
Yeah,
Come
that's
on
why
now.
I like Kevin Samuels, but it's like, in my opinion, he gives
some
you
real
something
unrealistic
to work
parts.
with, but we can't, everything what he says is not law. You gotta make room, you know what I'm saying? So yeah, we get out of hand, Patrice. That's why I'm working out every day. We gotta make sure we don't get out of hand, and so in order for me to be able to have a cheat day here and there, I gotta be in that gym.
And then another thing too, what, as men, what we need to understand is when we get married and we have our wives and then they bear a child, the body weight is going to go up. And what if after childbirth she is struggling trying to get that weight back down? What are you gonna do? Leave her? So yes, sir.
I understand where you're coming from with it, though. It's mostly geared toward the younger women who want to have children. And if you're already super big before you get pregnant, you're gonna make it hard on yourself.
Yeah,
So
and that's
saying,
too.
That goes without
saying. As somebody that just had a baby, like you really gotta be careful with the weight before you get pregnant, because you can have that pregnant diabetes gestational, and that could affect the baby and you.
Preeclampsia.
Preeclampsia. It's so many elements to it, even when you're in the
Yeah,
child.
my wife had that.
Yeah, and it's very common. It's not something that's just in the clouds. It's super common. I think it's probably like maybe 1 in 3 or something. Most women have it, but I think what gets jaded in the conversations, and this is just me coming from somebody just coming straight to YouTube from 2 to 3 months ago, 2.5.
Really? Wow. You're doing
I just
great.
got here. I just
Man,
got
you are
here.
doing excellent.
I came behind her, Mr. Vaughn.
Wow, you guys are doing great.
That's why I don't know what a lot of times you guys are talking about, and what I do is I go back and look at stuff. So just me listening to not the super extremist people, but even guys, to be honest, even with the extreme people I listen to, I still hear truths and things. And going back to what Gail said, there are truths in everything. And I think we get so caught up in we're looking for a savior and a leader and a Jesus on earth walking that when one person says something, and even if it's truth, you still want to just attack the messenger how it comes. We all know in the closing and when we shut the door in our houses or when we go in our rooms, if we ask our spouse or significant other how we act, it might be a little different than we showing on the screen. You hear what I'm saying? So I think we get so caught up in the person has to come with the perfect package to give the message that you miss the messenger. And I think we too caught up in somebody has to be perfect to deliver us a message when you're not a perfect vessel walking. And so when I hear the different people, Kevin Samuels and the coaches and all whoever them other people are, I have an understanding with that coach guy that he's been traumatically hurt dealing with his situation with the divorce and all that. So when he speaks, it's a different fervor than a Kevin Samuels or than an Uncle Stu or than a Vaughn. So I take it into perspective. And I think, like I said, that's my natural discernment that I have from God. But it's just common sense to me. And then I studied psychology in school. So like I don't get caught up in emotions a lot of times. Yeah, you can get up under my skin, of course. But even when you watch me on the panel, like I don't really get caught up in even when somebody says something totally left of what I feel. You know, I'm trying to get understanding. I want to know why you feel that way. And I want the listeners to know so we can have understanding instead of saying what you said that was dumb or stupid or you're sexist or you're over masculine and just so you guys know, so you know ahead of time, that's what I'm gonna be doing tomorrow. Are we overusing labels in relationships? Using these words, masculinity, feminine, simp, babe. I didn't want to. I was going. One of y'all got me on it today, and I was like, oh nope.
Yeah, because when I asked that question about the simp,
Can you put the simp word in there as well?
Oh
I know
yeah,
Uncle Stu
I
shut me
got it
down
in
the other
it's
day.
in the description. I'm about to post it right now because I have it up, but I don't have the actual thumbnail. So I've been working on that while we've been talking.
Right.
So I'm ready for this conversation because you guys know like this is the big issue. We got all these names, and Uncle Stu talks about this all the time. Like we keep
Yes, he
giving
does.
ourselves these names and these tropes, and then
these
we're
labels
fighting
and
these
stuff and
wars to
titles.
stay inside this tribe because I'm this male, I'm alpha, I'm beta, I'm simp, I'm masculine, I'm feminine, and I'm toxic. And it's just like a misogynist. No, we need to talk about this. Like I think we're going a little bit overboard.
You
So
know what?
that's
Wait a
the
minute,
conversation tomorrow.
Miss B Finesse. Listen,
What's up?
I heard a term that I never heard just
What's up?
recently in these YouTube streets, and it was called
Yes.
fake femininity.
Oh,
Okay, so
I've
now
never heard that.
Oh, that's not
what are
new.
we? Okay, can you explain it? Are we talking about a drag queen, or are we talking?
No,
But
No.
I know
it's
they're
No.
just
using
what it is.
words. I
Now,
think they were talking about an actual female, but what is fake femininity?
and that's what concerned me too,
Wow.
about because like listen, we're in the days now everybody want to get married, want to be the perfect wife or this high value man or whatever, but they're not
Hmm.
feminine. So we have these wives schools, and that sounds good, and I applaud it, but at the same time, I don't want women to get caught up in playing a role, just acting, and it's not really them.
Facts, girl.
And
Facts.
so there are women out here who have YouTube, who have platforms and coaching and doing all this, that, and the third. For you to act like this, so the man, you can draw him in. This is what he like, and then you get him in the house, and then you flip on him. So
Oh, bait and
Facts.
switch.
Okay.
you can't turn that on and off, but you can train someone to act like you act. It's just like it's an act.
Mm-hmm.
And so I've ran into that quite a bit, and I just kind of, if you say something about it, you hating, you whatever. Oh, your age gets thrown out there. Are you single? Pick me, all this kind of stuff. But I mean, it is what it is.
Gail, can you be more specific though to that topic? Because I haven't heard it, but you said that people are
Fake
doing like
femininity.
coaching for to like that fakeness of this is it
Yeah.
like a Stepford wife thing? Like this is what you need to do to keep a man, but
I
it's
mean,
like it's for show, right?
yeah,
Okay.
they're not really feminine and soft, and they don't do all this stuff that they claim that they really do. They doing it's a whole, like Patrice and Vaughn did this whole act. It's an act. They put on this act like they're this soft feminine woman, and they don't talk back, they don't do this, and they all this, that, and the third, just to draw the man that's high. We'll say high value. You can even this ain't gonna be high value. Just to draw a man in. And once you get a man, you get that baby, you get the bag, and then you can divorce. That kind of stuff.
Oh,
Sarah
interesting.
7, I think they took her channel down.
Who girl?
I didn't subscribe to her. She has 2 pages. Her name is Sierra 7, I think it is.
Yeah, Sierra
She's the
7.
one who teaches women how to get money from men.
She's leveled up.
Oh, is that lady that's like half naked all the time? She has that long weave or something in her hair.
I never seen her naked or anything, but
no, I'm saying she's dressed half naked, like she's
not naked, but she puts on. She puts
has,
on
like,
that she got this
clothes
high
like that.
lifestyle, and she's doing making all this money and big, and her channel is about.
So Gil, so what you're
Vaughn.
saying is, so what you're saying is that the woman, she puts on this facade of being dainty and feminine and all of these different and submissive and all of that.
Yeah.
And then once she gets you in her clutches, now she starts to operate in that masculine personality where she is demanding and usurping. That's an old term for some of you young people don't know that, usurping authority. But
I will go. She had a whole video talking about how you can kind
but
of.
am I right in my analogy though? I just want to make sure. Am I right in my analogy?
You're correct, Vaughn. She had a whole video talking about how you can kind of pretty much trick them into like, oh yeah, you're feminine, you're nice, and all this kind of stuff. And then when you actually go ahead and do the deed, then they're like, oh, you know what? I actually have kids. All this other.
Oh wow.
They really prey on, and I hate to say this, they prey on what you'll hear the red pill community. There's a couple of guys that's maybe not as socially strong, and they can get caught out there. Somebody that got a little bit of knowledge and wisdom, they're going to see that long before she even get a ring. So they're preying on weak men, not strong men. You know what I mean? So now they're out here trying to teach that. It's crazy, but it's out here. So that's why I say that's why you heard me ask TLA certain questions. It wasn't to bait and switch him. You know what I'm saying? It was to get a deeper perspective. That's why I had He Ain't Itch on here, and to go into that so that we can get a wider perspective of what that really is. If you're going to be a general in a war, you better know the war that you're fighting. You understand? So, when I came out of there to formulate a whole different group and whatnot, I got to know what I'm fighting. And a lot of times you'll hear Kevin Samuel talking points, but see, I'm smart enough to know how to argue against it. You see?
I have a question for you.
Sure.
Ever since you've made that statement, I believe that video, because I was there when you actually posted the video, then you did the live with it. Are you getting a lot of pushback from the men? How is that looking for you? Are you getting emails? Are people, are men kind of vocally saying if they agree or disagree with you? How is your reception from other men since you made that video about you were stepping away, and or you were creating your own space? I was just wondering how actually.
Oh, that stream. I remember that stream.
Yeah, I remember too. But I'm just wondering.
I haven't personally got any pushback.
Okay.
I haven't heard anything negative from TLA or from El Guapo or from any of the males that I've been around, and I haven't had any pushback yet. But is it because I'm not a big YouTuber?
Mm.
And I'm small, so I personally haven't gotten a pushback. Now there is somebody that did something against Kevin Samuels, and I wasn't too cool with that, but I haven't addressed it yet. And she's been on this platform.
Wow.
Oh, we
See,
talked on that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
See, that's why I don't like to mention different individuals' names. I just like to say stuff like, I saw this or I seen that. Excuse me. I saw this or I seen an individual say that or this. And then you can figure out who I'm talking about. But I feel like as long as I'm not saying the individual's name, then please don't give me no pushback. Unless you give me the pushback concerning, the content of what I'm talking about, then I would have to accept that. But at the same time, listen, man, when you get a certain age, I don't have time to argue with people about stuff. This is my opinion. This is how I see it, you know. And yes, the sky is blue. I'm not going to sit here and argue with you for 10 minutes about the sky is blue, man. Come on, look up.
Well, I come from the background, or I come from the intellect that if I don't like your content, I just don't listen to it. Don't make sense
Exactly.
to
Yeah,
argue
and I
about
don't.
it
Yeah,
or the character. See, my whole thing
that's it.
is if you don't like Kevin Samuels, don't like him because of his talking points. See, that was the thing I had to get through to people that, did Kevin Samuels do what needed to be done in the sense of get the conversation started? Absolutely. Did he do
Yeah, I would
great
say absolutely.
things? Absolutely.
Yeah, I
But
agree.
what's missing in the conversation is, all right, how much of Kevin Samuels do you believe in? Now hear my story. And the issue is a lot of these people do talking points, but they cannot tell you their story. Me, I can tell you my story, but I'm healed. So I can tell you, hey, this, and this. You see what I'm saying? But it doesn't mean every woman fit into that narrative.
Exactly.
And then I try to get women to understand every man don't talk like this.
Yeah.
There's certain groups now he started with the 20-something and the 30-something, but even that has changed. Where now he's just focusing on the 30, 40-something.
Yeah.
Sooner or later, his whole platform is going to have to change.
Well, see, if I were to be a content creator, I wouldn't want anything that I'm talking about to have to do with that at all. But I would like to talk about issues, some of the issues that he speaks on, but it wouldn't be based upon his philosophy or her philosophy or what, you know what I'm saying? It's just based on what's right and what's true and what's honest and what the truth is,
But you remember I
concerning
told you,
life and relationships.
right? But you remember I said something, Vaughn, and that's also a reality that, heck, I had to come into. But here's the reality, Vaughn. You can't speak on being single because you're married.
Exactly.
You can't speak on the women,
Well,
men, me. Hold it, Vaughn. I'm only saying that because
I get it. I get what
your
you're saying.
authenticness in, hey, I want to talk to married people because I'm married. You can't talk to single people because, Vaughn, I'm gonna be 100 with you. When I finally got out on the dating scene, and my daughter's still listening, what I saw on the dating scene, what I saw on the dating scene, Vaughn, would blow you away. What these women doing now, Vaughn, I'm sorry, they weren't doing that in high school.
Well, I'm not ignorant to what they're doing now.
Right.
Because
And it's
I listen.
so imagine a man that came out of divorce, and imagine a man that don't have to work or barely have to make money and can get all the cootie he wants.
Cootie. I remember saying that when I was a little kid. Cootie.
I need you to understand that, Vaughn. You know, JB was talking about church. You can go to church and they so desperate for a man, you can get married in 30 days. Come on, Vaughn. Something is wrong. Something is wrong.
See, now here's how I would, if I could interject and just say this.
Sure.
Okay, so yes, I've been married and I am married, but that doesn't take away from wisdom and the knowledge of what the truth is. So I don't want to negate myself from any situation based upon the fact that I'm married. So I can't speak to this and I can't speak to that because I'm married, or I can't I can't speak to this or have knowledge about that or have an input about that because I'm married. No. I was single too. And I know what these single people are going through as well. And me being single back then, it may be different than these young people being single today, but at the same time, the basic thing about being a single is you need to learn how to control your flesh. And see, this is why we're having so many baby mamas by some of these brothers who have no idea, and then they want to put the woman in the position of, hey, she it's her choice. It's all on her. No. You planted that seed. It wasn't like she was sitting on the couch by herself and boom, she was pregnant. No, you did something, brother. You went up in there and did something. So I don't want to, and I hear people say that, and you're not the first person to say it, Uncle Stu, and I'm not trying to disagree with what you're saying. It's just I don't want to feel like, well, I better shut up now because I've been married for 20 years. No, God has given me wisdom in the 20 years of my marriage. And so, yeah, God has given me wisdom to address all things if that's what he chooses to do. But at the same time, I need to know what it is that I'm addressing and what I'm talking about. Now, I can't speak on topics ignorantly because I see, and that's why I spend a lot of time listening to these young people in these YouTube streets and listening to my son. And, my son would tell me, Dad, you don't know about this and that, well, tell me about it, And I'm listening because I want to be in tune with what's going on with the young people. Okay. And man, let me tell you, it's a rough road that these young people are traveling, man.
All right,
and my heart goes out to them.
I'm gonna give you your first test.
Okay, sure.
First test. Talk to Red Scorpio.
We got your back, Vaughn.
I'll give you your first test, Mr. Vaughn. You say you got wisdom. Talk to Red Scorpio. He just said, so the women has no responsibility, brother. Here you go. You want your test? I'm gonna give you your test on my platform.
Okay, and that's fine. That's fine. I don't fear any man. Yea, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I fear no evil. So I don't fear no man. The person that I fear is my creator. So we can always have a discussion. And if someone disagrees,
he's right here. Talk to him. Yeah, talk to him.
Oh, okay. No problem. So the question is, so the woman has no responsibility, brother? I didn't say that. The woman definitely has a responsibility. She has the responsibility of being accountable for her actions. She has the accountability to have to answer for her mistakes as well. And so that's the standpoint that I'm coming from. Red Scorpio. Is Red Scorpio around, or is he just typing?
Right now he's typing, but the reason I said, here you go, here's the test, because this is what you, and I'm not, and Red Scorpio, I'm not belittling you, so don't think I'm just shouting you out. But the reality is, this is what you're going to have to deal with on a daily basis. Somebody's going to disagree with you. A lot of times it's going to come from the chat, and you're going to have to know how to argue these things, how to deal with these things, and even better, why did he say what he said? There's a reason behind why he said that. You understand?
So since he typed it in and I can't hear him, I can't sense his tone or his verbiage. So I'm just going off of the text alone. He says, so the
I'm
woman
good.
has no responsibility, brother. Okay, but that's not where I'm coming from. The woman does have a responsibility. She should know how to keep her legs closed. And I'll wait for the next text. That's pretty much it. She should know how to keep her legs closed as well.
Hey,
See, he, yes, ma'am. Yes.
I won't cut you off. Go ahead. You and your thought.
No, I don't. I don't want to be in too much of that thought. But
Okay.
it's two sided. Okay, it takes two to tango. Okay. So does the woman not have a responsibility for the pregnancy? And it's just the man's fault that she's pregnant? Well, no, you both decided to do that. And if she had been the type of young lady to say, no, 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 no ringy, no dingy, hello,
Okay.
then
Now,
she
Mr.
wouldn't have been in
Vaughn,
that, she wouldn't have been in that position. But at the same time, hey, I'm not saying each person is responsible. That's just how I see it. Okay.
no,
I'm
you're
listening.
good. Mr. Vaughn,
Everything
that's
is
the response this man is looking for. You know what you
Oh,
just did?
yes, sir.
The reason he responded is because the first thing out of your mouth was
the man.
man's responsibility. And
Mhm.
what you just responded to was you made the woman accountable. So now that you said that, a woman comes on the chat and say, well, what about the man? Why I got to be held accountable? Why I got to
Exactly.
be held accountable? It's the man fault. Why
Yeah.
I got to be held accountable? Come on,
No,
Pastor.
she has to be accountable, and he
Why?
has to be accountable.
I don't
He
want,
has
she
to
don't
be
want to be
accountable.
held accountable. You
Hmm?
feminist, you
Oh.
misogynist, you one of them Kevin Samuel dudes.
Well. See, and here's the difference. Here's the difference with me. You know, you know, through love and kindness have I drawn you to understand the
I
truth
don't want to hear
and to
about your
understand
preaching.
all of that.
I don't want to hear
Okay.
about your preaching. I hate all you pastors. I don't want to
Okay,
hear
and
your
I'm not
preaching.
well, I'm not a pastor.
I
I'm
don't want
not
to
a
hear your
pastor,
preaching.
and I'm not a preacher.
Don't be throwing no scripture on me. I don't believe in your Bible.
And that's exactly how they would do
That's
too.
how they gonna
Always
do.
doing a
And
good job.
and you know what? And you have the right not to believe in my Bible. But
All
at the
right, so
same
don't
time,
quote me no scripture. You know
okay,
what?
well,
You one of them damn red pill people, aren't you? All you men. That's all y'all
okay.
say.
Now
Always
see,
want to blame the woman.
here's where I would
Y'all
draw the
don't
line.
want to take
Here's
accountability.
what
See how I'm over talking
well,
you? That's
Who hurt
exactly.
here,
you?
no, wait, let me finish. Keep doing what you're doing because
Who hurt you? Are you gonna black?
here's how I would deal with the situation. As you're continuing to be contentious, see, that's when the spirit kicks in and lets me know that I am not the person to get through to you. So I'm going to have to digress and allow you to hold your opinion.
And the best
That's
thing
what
is
I'm
to
going
be
to do.
quiet. When people do that,
Right.
let them dig their own grave because at that
That's what
point,
I just
that's
said.
wisdom. You don't need to
Right.
say anything. We always feel like we
Yeah,
gotta keep going back and forth. No, just stay
exactly.
quiet and let them talk.
Let them talk. And I digress. There's nothing else for me to say. You have your opinion. I have mine. We can agree to disagree. And then that's the end of that.
I like that.
That's
Who said that?
You like
Who hurt you?
Oh, I said it.
I like that. That's actually the name of my chapter in this book I just wrote.
Wow. But I hear it a lot in the manosphere when men try to hold women accountable. They take it as an attack. Like, no, this is just conversation, but I'm attacking you because I'm telling you the truth. And what you also gonna see, Vaughn, because I've been in the manosphere for a long time, and there are a lot of hurt guys out here, but they're not hurt to the point where they hate their mama or
Right.
hate black
yeah.
women. They have really been burned. You have no idea some of the manipulations and some of
Right.
the dirty back,
Mhm.
some of the. I'll give you an example. If a young man is with a woman, they're in a relationship, and I'm on the pill, okay, but she knows she's not on no pill. or should stop taking the pill because he got a good job, he got, come from good stock, quote unquote. I need to get this bag and get pregnant.
Oh, yeah.
They do that.
Then
also,
there's that.
Yeah, and how as disgusting as this sound, I tell young men, take your DNA with you if you can figure out what I'm talking about. Don't flush it at her house. Don't even put it in her trash. Take it with you because they do that too.
Exactly.
Wow. But it happens. What you gonna say in the courtroom? DNA match.
Yeah.
They'll put children on guys that's not theirs.
Right.
But when they go to court, she can put anybody on down as a father, and they'll go right to his payroll and garnish his wages before even finding out he's a dad. And when they do find out he's not the father, guess what happened to the woman? Nothing. She does the money he lost is just lost.
That's terrible and sad, and I'm aware of all of these things that go on, and it's not fair and it's not right.
Vaughn, let me give you my testimony. I told you I was away from my daughter, right? Okay. So let me get real, because even my daughter witnessed this loudly. I had a woman that told me she was pregnant with my son. Let me emphasize that word, my son. My daughter's mother packed up my daughter's stuff, her stuff, and they left my house. You know why? Because they had the appearance that I had a child out of a relationship. Now, me and her mother wasn't married yet, but we was all living together. Guess what, Vaughn? That baby wasn't mine. You know how I found out about it? Ended up having my full name, because they all said it was mine. And the grandmother of that boy knew it wasn't mine. You know what she said? Oh, I thought you would be the better father than my son. Guess what she just did? Separated me and my older child for 2 whole years. And by the time I discovered that, guess what, Vaughn? She was pregnant with my daughter.
Wow.
Okay? Look at what these people did selfishly. And let me remind you, his grandmother was an evangelist in a church. So you don't think I felt red pill rage?
No, I can imagine you did. I could imagine that you did.
And
now that I understand what red pill rage is,
right? How was I supposed to handle that when there was nothing called the manosphere, there was nothing called red pill, none of that. Right. How was I supposed to handle that? I didn't handle it right, but I handled it the best way I could. But guess what? How do you handle that? And then let's take it further. After my youngest daughter was born, right? 2 months later, this chick went into a domestic violence shelter and accused me of violating my daughter.
Wow.
No, that could have been prison. And you know what they do to men in prison that do that?
Yeah.
Okay, so I had to
there are some treacherous
without
women.
my child. You want to know how I was able to get my child back? She brought the child with the hopes of getting back with me. I had to take my youngest daughter to a doctor, 2 of them, to certify she was never touched. Okay.
So yeah, that's terrible, Uncle Stu.
That's right.
For somebody to have to go through that,
I'm telling you my life, and I'm gonna tell you, if you would have came at me in the midst of that time talking about the Lord and Jesus, we would have had it out, bruh. You couldn't tell me about what a woman can't do, and that there is something that's not talked about. And guess what it did? You don't think I got red pill? You don't think I had red pill rage? Especially when I had men telling me this doesn't happen. Oh, nah, women good. Women don't do this. This is your fault. You should have did this. You should have did that. You should have anointed this and da 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 da.
Yeah. And being in the ministry.
I hear you.
And my daughter is here, so she can testify to my youngest daughter's mother and all the stuff she did when I was still fighting in court to get her as a full custody. My oldest daughter had to teach her baby sister how to get potty trained.
Wow.
And used to watch her mother come over doing all kinds of crazy stuff. Turned around, Mr. Vaughn, raised her, got her through college with no child support, Mr. Vaughn. None, zero. You know what the mother blames me for? We was living in North Carolina. Her mother lives in New York. She blames me to this very day for not taking her and bringing her to New York to see her. See her. So explain to me, how is that right? If I would have done that, I would have been called a no good dad, every name under the book.
Deadbeat.
Deadbeat, all that. But guess what, Mr. Vaughn? She spent, my youngest daughter is 25 years old, and to this day never put eyes on her mother. Do you think her mother grabbed up any kind of money to send for her? Or even better, my daughter been living on her own since she was 20 years old, and she still to this day never got her behind on a bus, a train, or anything to go see her child. Do you think I get credit for that? No, I do not, Mr. Vaughn. I'm still getting beat up to this very day. My sister doesn't talk to me because of this foolishness. So this is why I say, Mr. Vaughn, you might say you speak in wisdom. Got it. But I can relate to the anger of these men. And that's why I say, Mr. Vaughn, I love you. And I understand it sounds good to say I speak in wisdom, but wisdom comes with life. And if you ain't been down that road, you don't understand the pain. If you've never been divorced and watched your whole family snatch from you, and not only snatch from you, Mr. Vaughn, but some of these men been homeless behind this and then lost their child.
Oh, I'm definitely not beyond understanding. I definitely understand it. And I have a heart, I have a definite heart for people who have been in those situations. So I've never been the type of person that takes things lightly of what any individual has gone through. You know, I've been through some tragic things myself. You know what I'm saying? But at the same time, I don't take lightly what you say about, you know, your situation.
Right, but to heal them or forget the healing. They don't want to hear about the word healing. They're angry. And they're angry because no one will listen to them.
Yeah.
That's the anger. Because every time you say something, there's always, okay, let me give you another example. Let me cam up so everybody can see me. Let me tell you their anger, Mr. Vaughn. If I say to Ms. Gail, play along with me.
Okay.
Gail, this woman did this. You know what the woman gonna say? Well, we went through it. Well, you know, I was sadly, I was the victim of domestic violence. Well, women go through
my ex-husband, my husband did X, Y, and Z. He burnt me. You know, whatever you say, you're gonna have something worse in response. You can't tell your story.
Right. So guess what, Mr. Vaughn? What do you think is going on inside of me if I'm not allowed to tell my story? What do you think is going on inside of me? Women, didn't you hear TLA say when I said, well, TLA, can't these men get some help? Can't they don't? And what did he tell you? No. What am I supposed to do other than, oh, well, let me drink this pain away. Let me smoke this pain away. Let me go get this other chick away.
Exactly.
I'm hurting daily. I can't go to church. You know what the church tells me? Oh, well, you must have did something wrong. I'm the tithe and offering person of the church. Oh, you did something wrong. So you deserve, in other words, you deserve to get beat. You deserve to get yelled at. You deserve her to come after you with a knife because you did something wrong.
Fell the will of God, is what they'll say.
Exactly. So, Mr. Vaughn, stepping into something. Huh?
I pray for you. Yeah, that's about it. Yeah.
So, Mr. Vaughn,
well, I tell you this.
If my daughter would have went to church and said her husband hit her, that church would have came up with all kinds of money, all kinds of resources, and got my daughter up out that dangerous situation. Guess what, Mr. Vaughn? It kicked me to the curb. Now you want me to come to you to hear about some Jesus? You want me to hear you?
I get it. I get it. I understand.
As a man, you want me to be held accountable for what? For something I didn't do?
Well, not me. Not me. Not me. Not me.
Right, but I want you to understand.
I do understand. I mean, I'm not beyond understanding.
So
I am definitely not beyond understanding.
Right. And that's why, Vaughn, you will
hear.
That's why you're hearing the pushback. You're hearing the anger. And they don't want you to tell them they need to be healed. They're sick of that.
Well, I don't tell anybody that they need to be healed. I can only speak from the standpoint of what I have been through. And I can only talk about my healing and how I became healed. I can't tell you how to be healed or anyone else other than give you my testimony of how I was healed from, being
the argument is that they're not healed, they're mad.
And listen, I have been mad too, so I understand anger, I understand despair, I understand depression, I understand suicidal thoughts. I definitely, God has blessed me enough to go through a whole bunch of things to where I do have compassion and understand these issues that other people are having because I've been through some of them. Now, I have not been through everything that everyone else has been through, but I've been through enough to know when somebody is hurting and when somebody is in despair. And God gave me a heart, and I do say God, but I'm gonna say God. If you don't like me to say God, then maybe we can't be friends because that's how I talk. I'm not gonna not say God. Do you know what I'm saying? But I'm not gonna force it on you. I'm just only going to share with you how I became healed. And maybe through my testimony, it may help you to be healed as well. But no, I can't. You know what I'm saying? But by all means, please don't misinterpret me trying to say encouraging words as I'm trying to negate or disregard the fact that people are hurting or whatever. My sincere heart wants to shed some good news or something good to help pull you up from the place that you're in. If I'm able to do that, I am not always able to do that because that may not be my place for that particular individual. It may be my place for another individual though, So I'm very careful about as far as religion goes, and people don't want to hear about Jesus, and hey, everybody else can quote scriptures and everybody else can say Jesus. So can I. So can I. And I don't come from a standpoint of, hey, I'm already perfect and all you need to do is do this. No, I have been in the gutter, Uncle Stu. And I even shared my crack testimony with you yet, but I sure can.
Guess
Can
what,
I
And
help
Mr.
Mr.
Vaughn?
Vaughn?
and I've been on death's door.
And guess
See
what,
what I'm
Mr.
saying?
Vaughn?
Yeah,
I just took you
because of
basic training.
You
yeah,
passed, Vaughn.
But can I help him out just a little bit?
I
Huh?
passed. What did I do to pass?
I
Can
just
you
took
hear me?
Vaughn the basic training.
hmm
In other
Can you
words,
hear me?
I was being real. I told you a true story, Mr. Vaughn. So I wasn't
Yes,
lying
sir.
about it. But I gave you the pushback to see how
hmm
you handle it. And guess who came in my chat? That's why I showed it up here. What did Matt Ritz say? Hey, respect to his composure. Then he turned around and said, wait a minute, where's his other comment? He says, I can hear this man's sincerity.
Yeah,
Do you understand, Mr.
yeah,
Vaughn? So
yes, and I
that's why me
appreciate
and
that.
Dale smile when I say I just gave you basic training.
And
Because
and and
this
I
is
I,
what you're
I
gonna have to
appreciate it.
battle with. Right.
Exactly.
And if you
And
ain't ready, they're gonna throw you to the wolves.
yeah, yeah. And see, I have been in the wolf's den. You know, I have been the prodigal person. I have been laying down with pigs. I have been in that place. And I mean, whew, if some of the stories that I do know, I probably won't even tell because it's crazy, man.
Hold
And
on, Mr.
especially,
Vaughn. Matt
yes,
Rick,
sir.
I definitely made you a famous person, but it was also my way, Matt, to tell you that I love you, care about you, and I told you you always got a voice on this platform. Didn't I tell you that? Told you, Uncle Stu is real. I'm
I
real, bro. All
appreciate that.
right. I love all people. All right.
Now, I'm gonna show
Amen.
my
Can
love
I,
for you. Are you okay?
I
I
appreciate
want to
that.
make sure
I
you
know it
ain't
can
looked
I
like
say?
I'm
look. You
tired.
did look.
Yeah,
You
I was
did that
trying to
elbow
talk.
thing again. You brought your arms back, so I wanted to make sure you was okay, buddy.
Yep, I'm
Okay.
good. I'm
Okay.
Wow.
enjoying this.
This is such
Yeah. Can
Look,
I say something, Mr.
I even tried to get. Look, I'm fighting for you. I tried to get your gold back, but
I think Tiana was trying to say something.
yeah.
Yeah, I had been trying to say something.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I was trying to, I knew where he was coming from
Yeah.
because that, to me, from what I heard, and you could correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Vaughn, um,
yes.
when they came to uh, Uncle Stu saying, about married people speaking on single people. And
hmm
I have to disagree with what Uncle Stu said because you can go through single things in your marriage.
Okay.
And so you can't say that one has not experienced um, single things in their marriage because what single people do is they go out and they might be with this one and that one and this one and that one. And people who do infidelity in their marriage, they perform those same things. So you can't necessarily say that because you're married for whatever length of time, you cannot speak to single issues.
Okay, I hear you, and I agree with what you're saying. You know, I appreciate the whole process of this conversation. I I definitely appreciate the whole process of it because it puts me in a place to figure out how to get a point across. without being so dogmatic. You know, a lot of times when we're Christians and people that are in church, we become very dogmatic about our approach. God said this, God did that, you know. And I don't want to. That's not where I'm coming from. That's not where I'm coming from. You know, but I do have to mention his name when it comes to my what I would call deliverance. You know, am I a perfectly saved person? Well, no, I'm not. I told you I cuss a little bit, but I love Jesus. You know, and I'm not perfect. I'm not perfect.
Have you not heard people say, Uncle Stu about to preach?
Yeah. Oh no, but you know what? I hear them say that, Uncle Stu, and I get that. But at the same time, when God gives you an unction to say something, believe me, and I live and I die for this. Regardless if I had took a shower and if I hadn't taken a shower and I'm musty, I'm still going to stand upon what the truth is. I don't have to be polished. I don't have to have on a certain array. I don't have to be in a certain clique to do it. It's just if his presence comes upon me and it's something that needs to be said, irregardless. And he never will allow me personally to spew things out of my mouth that are hateful and disrespectful, you know. But at the same time, I can say, young lady, you need to keep your legs closed. And that could be offensive to somebody. That's not going to stop me from saying, young lady, you need to keep your legs closed.
And my daughter gave you the answer you needed because
that
answer was not coming out of you. And that's what I was trying to push.
Yeah.
I
And
needed
I
you to be
appreciate it.
able to
Appreciate that.
defend your position if someone attacked you and say, you can't talk to me, you married. Because you're going to get that argument
and I'm going to get,
you
and I've been
needed a
getting it.
way to fight that. So she
Yeah.
gave you the answer.
Yeah.
I totally agree with my daughter.
Yeah.
But I was looking for that answer to come through you to say, yes, I'm married, but then give the narrative. Hey, don't you know that married people is really living single life? How many times have you ever been? Okay, take it from this perspective. You got married people and you'll have a man say, I'm still alone.
That's true.
Even though the woman he married is laying right next to him in the bed.
That's so true.
Okay. How many marriages is sexless?
That is so true.
So if a woman runs up to you and say, well, you know, my man cheated. Before you go for that cheating part, ask her, well, how intimate was you?
Yeah, I mean, you know, things happen for a reason, and I get it. I get it. God knows I get that. Things happen for a reason. You know, the husband is not attentive to the wife, so she steps out on him, or the wife is not attentive to the husband, so he steps out on her. Okay, and these things are reasons why people do what they do. But now I do have to say, it's not right for you to be stepping out on your wife. You know, if you're going to do that, then you need to get a divorce. That you know what I'm saying? That's just my opinion. That's just my opinion. You know, but don't step out on your wife and then here you come back to her. You know, that's called adultery. You know, and so these are words that are trigger words to people. And I'm learning how when they, like you say, Uncle Stu, they push back, you know, because, well, you're married. See, now that was a trigger to me for a little while because I'm like, wait a minute. So you mean to tell me because I'm married, I can't share some wisdom and some truth?
It doesn't matter if you're single. If they don't want to be held accountable, they're gonna find anything.
Right.
Well,
yes,
you don't
yeah.
live in my state. Well, you ain't from here. You know what I'm saying? They're gonna find something.
Right. Say it, girl. You're right. They gonna find something. But Uncle Stu, I'm telling you, I appreciate being in the fire. You know why? Because I'm gonna tell you something about when you're in fire, you know, gold is refined in fire. You know, twigs Twigs burn up in fire. Wood will burn in fire. But there's some qualities that people have to where they can be put to the test and to the fire, and they'll come out as pure gold. And that's my aim. I don't want to be tricked. And I have a saying, everybody laugh, and they know my saying around here. You ain't tricking me. I see just what you're doing. You ain't tricking me. I've been saying that for years. you know, but I appreciate you. I don't have a lot of, and in my personal life, if I can share this with you, I don't hang out with a lot of people. I go to work and I come home and I deal with my family, and I don't venture out a lot. I don't have a lot of buddies where we go out and do a lot of different things. I wish that was different, but I don't have that. Because I'm kind of, some of the situations that I have been through in my life made me the way that I am now. Because I definitely don't want to be making no mistakes. And, like I told you, I had a little trouble past.
Gotcha. Hold on, Mr. Vaughn.
Yes, sir.
Evelyn Woodbury, I'm responding to Matt Ricks in that manner because of a statement that he made. It was a simple joke. And a lot of times we end up having such serious conversations that we don't forget to laugh. So Matt Ricks received that with blessings and love because of previous conversations Matt Ricks and I had on a last podcast that I developed. So please don't take that from that perspective. It was more from the fact that, Matt Ricks was on here. There was a situation that broke out, and the fact that Matt Ricks is back in this chat shows me that he shows grace and mercy. I'm showing grace and mercy, and we're laughing up a situation that happened before. So it's not that I am saying anything negative in the sense of I am the one who made you famous. What that was a joke because he said, "Oh, I am now famous." And I was responding to the famous part of his statement. And it was nothing but two jokingly people who was able to laugh at a situation that shouldn't have been taken so seriously. He was responding to Mr. Vaughn's statement, and I was using his statements to show Mr. Vaughn how he was being received by someone in the chat.
Amen. That's
Sorry
right.
if that got
That's true.
misunderstood.
That's true. And Uncle Stu, what?
Vaughn, can I speak real quick? Because I'm about to tap out. I just finished doing what I needed to do, and I try to stay up as long as I could, but I got to get up early in the morning. So I want to shout out everybody on the panel, Tiana, Gail, Vaughn, Unc. I appreciate you guys. Congrats, Unc. You got 100 likes. You got to your 100 mark, buddy. So I'm proud of you.
I'm really thank proud you. Of you. That is definitely a record.
I'm gonna tap out. I will see you guys tomorrow. Talk to you guys later, and be blessed.
Okay. All right.
All right. Have a good night.
Well, what I wanted to say, Uncle Stu, is and I appreciate you making the statement that you just made, and this what is her name, Evelyn Woodbury, but you know what, I she made her statement or whatever, but look at what the rest of it is that she said, and this is so evident in your situation tonight. It says a man's gift maketh room for him and brings him before great men. And what I witnessed tonight is you being brought before great men. Even in your chat. And that's your gift, man. Listen, your gift is going to make room for you. And you're able to believe me, you touched me. I've learned a lot just by interacting with you. I have been touched and I've learned a great deal from you, and you helped me to kind of pull back, not push back, but pull back and re-examine and listen to things. And once I actually listen to them, now try to get an answer. And so, yeah, sometimes people can disagree with you, but at the same time, at the end of their statement, it could be something that you need to hold on to.
And I always say, or like to say, or in my little training, everybody's timing is not my timing.
Exactly.
You know what I mean? Like, everybody's time is not my time. Yeah, I would love for everybody to be healed in 5 minutes. That's unrealistic expectations. So when I gave you the pushback, now I gave you my real story. Now that was true.
Exactly.
What I've been through, that's true.
Good.
Okay.
Yeah.
But I'm also giving you that story to say to anybody that heard the story, Uncle Stu been there. I may not look like it, but I've been there. And I got living witnesses behind it. You see what I'm saying? So if someone came to me and said, well, he don't understand me. Oh yeah, you want to hear my story? Been there, done that. You see what I'm saying? At the same time, they also need to see, well, you don't know what it's like to be without your child. You think I don't? You don't think I know the pain?
I can't imagine that pain, because for me to even imagine that, and I have imagined it, when you have a child, you worry so much. I had no idea how much worry was involved in having a kid. I swear to you, and constantly, even when the young man goes out the door to go to school, God, watch over him. There's a worry that's involved with it, but you have to contend with that, and you have to trust God.
Yeah,
That
the thing,
there I go again with God.
Yeah, but for a lot of men, they have had to face things, and I'll be honest, there's some
I
things
would
that
be so
men
hurt
face
and
that I
devastated.
know they face that I ain't never had to face. You'll never hear me say negative, dirty things about my ex-wife. And a lot of men will say, well, you've been through this. Yeah, but see, I'm also wise enough, and this has nothing to do with my daughter. I'm wise enough to say I shouldn't have married her because I married her out of the wrong reason.
Okay.
I married my wife to be closer to my daughter. That's not the reason to get married. I could have handled that differently. You understand?
Wow.
I should have got my own mental health treatment that I never knew was available. But technically, I should have been in somebody's mental health treatment to get healing from the damage that I was walking into. I was damaged before I went into that marriage. You got to remember, I'm facing the trauma of what just happened, dealing with the woman that accused me of having a child. You don't think that was a traumatic experience?
Wow.
Now
I
I'm
know
traumatized,
it.
one, by the military. Then I get this trauma. Then I got my oldest daughter I can no longer see. That's another trauma. Now I'm coming into a marriage traumatized.
Wow. That's crazy, man. And we carry these things and we deal with them for years. And then we get to the point to where we're at right now. We're older in age, and we just like, oh, wow.
Yeah.
You look back and say, man, I've really been through hell. just pure hell. Wow. But we made it to this point. We have made it to this point. It didn't kill us, although that was probably the intention. it was probably the intention of the situation is to kill us. But you fought through it and you made it through. And these are the stories that we need to hear you talk about. How did you make it through that? Because, like you said, there's a lot of hurt brothers out here who are going through similar situations. And they have they feel like some of them feels like they don't have any hope,
They don't.
But when they can listen to you and you explain how you, and it's not, the way I came through it may not be the way you're going to have to come through it. But I'm just here to be an example that you can come through it. Okay, you were violated 3 times when you were a kid. You can come through that. That it doesn't mean you got to jump off the bridge. Don't mean you have to take your life. It's so many nuggets and jewels that's why, like I know people say, well, the elders, the young people don't respect the elders anymore. They don't, but what are these elders talking about? Are they talking about how they were on crack and how they got off crack? No. Nope. They're trying to look as if they didn't go through nothing or they're holier than thou. Let's actually tell these young people our stories. So, we have some horrific stuff that we've been through.
Mm-hmm. My daughter told me to stop. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yes.
She's about 15 or 16. She told me to stop protecting her. I'm like, what? She want to know, because children see stuff. She noticed how I don't go to certain people's house. I don't deal with certain people. They can see that kind of stuff. Mm-hmm. And she wanted to know why we don't go to such and such house no more for Thanksgiving or for, what I'm saying, that kind of stuff. And so I had to just go ahead and at her age, at the time, I shared some things with her, and I shared things with her a little at a time, because I don't want to traumatize her either. But now she's 23, and so like all bets are off. All the gloves are off now. So because she can handle it now, she understands now. Oh, this is why my mama don't go here, or don't go there, or say I can't do this, that, and the third. Because she didn't know. Just me telling her don't do this and don't do that. Okay, why? She didn't understand. You know how we have a lot of us have issues in our family. We have the incest and the people who are not good, not so good people.
I know about that too.
They wonder why you're not going over here, or why this. They have questions. Mm-hmm. Children can see that kind of stuff. And so she said, "Stop protecting me." I'm like, "What? That's my job."
Yeah.
Just tell her everything.
Yeah.
And see, see, when you really get deep into this, Mr. Vaughn, if you take what Gail just said, how many of these women was taught trauma that they never experienced? See, here's something, like I said, I like to take the good and bad of everybody. Here's why I don't deny Kevin Samuels, and at least take 70 to 80% of what he got to say. I will admit, first 3 years, Kevin Samuels taught to men, and he taught harder to men than he did to women. Hard. Yeah. People don't like to talk about that side. Okay?
Yeah.
Kevin Samuels has been talking this way since college. Because I know the person who knows him personally. So this ain't no new speech. He's been talking this way since college. Okay? This is a man that does know the Bible just as good as you and I, and was a minister. So he knows the word. And he has preached the word on his platform. He knows the word. Okay? Kevin Samuels is always saying, y'all need mental health treatment. He was the first black man I ever heard say that on anybody's platform. Need mental health treatment. Need that mental health treatment. Second thing he always advocates is A, you need mental health treatment. B, some of y'all expectations is out of control. We talk about respect. Let me tell you something. As long as I've been on these YouTube streets and had a platform, I've never had a male cuss me out. Now, they might debate me, but they ain't never flat out cuss me out. Vaughn, wow. I watched 20-year-old girls flat cuss this man out, a 52-year-old.
Yeah, see. Okay. Now when it comes, when it comes,
calling this man gay all over these YouTube streets. He gay, he this, he that. But you want to know what's so hypocritical? Let's be honest, Vaughn. How many women was running to gay men to find out about their relationships? What does his sexuality got to do with the truth?
With the message.
Yeah.
Wow. Now that's interesting. Right. That point that you just poised there, that's very interesting.
Right.
Yeah, you're right.
Turn around.
Yeah, they do. They definitely do.
So turn around. Not only did they call this man gay, but can you imagine somebody going in your past looking for every family member you got to try to get something on you? For as long as he's been on YouTube, you never heard about any of these ex-wives they looking for, or their daughter they looking for. None of these people ever came out in public saying anything evil about this man. But because he got 2 divorces, he can't speak on nothing. But then you want to sit up there and tell a man, accept me for who I am, but we're not going to accept him for who he is. Don't you see the hypocrisy?
No,
then they turn around and say, well, we don't like you because of your tone. Your tone. Right.
Yeah.
But then they go after TLA. Damn, how much calm of a voice do you need?
Yeah, that I was just like, wow. So they all up in his emails and going way off. No, I do. I hear your point, Uncle Stu. I do.
Yeah, because they're gonna find a reason to deny, to try to silence you in any. They'll call you gay. Oh, it's your delivery. You gotta be so rude and so cutthroat. But then TLA in the Suzette was like, she was cool. So why are y'all mad?
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, y'all weren't even on this. Y'all weren't even on the panel. Why are y'all in this guy email threatening him?
Right.
This is what's going on. It's like, really? Yeah.
Right.
And you know what? And she even came back on the show. Excuse me. She even came back on the show after that situation.
You know why she came back on the show?
Ended up being in a position where, Kevin Samuels actually came on. So but one thing that if I could address something about that, and just to say this part, I just felt bad that she felt so intimidated to where she could not speak to him. That's that part. Now I don't know if it's because she didn't want to be exposed for something, or if she, but I was just like, wow, that's kind of sad for a person that to be fearful of speaking to that person. I don't know, maybe she thought there would be some type of confrontation or something. I know you guys both saw it. I know you saw it, Gail.
Yeah, I was definitely there the whole stream. But what I'm saying is, like, she claimed. Now, I like Susie. I don't have a problem with her, but I'm just gonna keep it 1,000. What they say, 1,000. Wow, 1,000.
Right.
You said 1,000.
Yeah, 1,000. Wow. She claimed to have only watched a couple of his videos. I don't believe that. I believe she has seen more than that.
Yeah, she's had to have seen more.
Well, I think she definitely seen more, and I don't think it's the accountability piece. It's like, TLA is just an attorney, but see how he was questioning her, and she, in my opinion, she was babbling. I'm just gonna put it out there. She was babbling. I didn't get an answer, And that's
Oh, and she was definitely caught in a few discrepancies.
right. And and it's okay. I still don't have anything against her, but I hope she watches the stream and understand how she sounds. It's like,
Yeah,
look in the mirror, sis. If you want a man, you're gonna have to stop avoiding this thing.
yeah,
So
that's true.
so
You're
if you're
gonna
getting
have
the
to be
picture,
accountable at some point.
right?
You're right.
And that's why I said, Mr. Vaughn, the women of today is not our
Yeah,
yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
You
but I
understand?
know
Beautiful one,
This is what the
successful. Mm-hmm.
right. That's what they're facing.
yeah,
But
Didn't you hear
Vaughn,
TLA say if you ask an average woman, what do you want? She gonna give you a list of about 10 different things.
yeah. And all of it's not realistic, and
You can't tell a
especially for
woman
you
that,
to
don't
yeah,
don't
no.
say
tell
that,
a woman
Vaughn.
that.
What do you
Well, the
mean?
thing is, you would have to be realistic about what you're trying to have on your list. You know, you want A, B, C all the way through Z, but what are you bringing to the table?
See,
Now
now
that's just a
there
that's
you go being negative.
no, no,
What's
no.
the
That's
difference between
just a
Kevin and Samuel?
basic. Well, no,
Get him,
hold on,
get him,
hold on.
Gail.
Well, hold on now. That's just a basic
Y'all men out
concept
here,
of
y'all
life.
just dusties.
No, 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 no. Wait.
We the
It's
prize.
well, okay. And see, that's our downfall, is we think that we're the prize, and we need to learn how to humble ourselves so
Uh-oh.
that God could bring us higher. Now, I'm sorry I put God into it, but I can't figure out how to get him out of it. But anyway,
Mr. Vaughn, let me add a caveat. She the prize with
yeah,
4 kids, 3 of her baby daddies in jail, and about to be a grandma. But she
yeah.
wants you to give her $100,000, matter of fact, $250,000 house and take care of all of her kids. She the prize.
Wow, 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 wow. That's hard. That's a hard that's a hard situation. You
Yeah,
know,
and
No,
I
Vaughn,
don't.
why is
I
it
didn't
hard?
have it. I
Accept
didn't.
me as I am.
Well, I may be able to accept you if you're a good person. I can accept you as you are, but I don't. I don't need you to be staying as you are. You know, just like that saying in the church, and people run to that one. Oh, they love that one. Well, God said, "Come as you are." Okay, you should come as you are, with holes in your shoes and yeah, come as you are, but you're not expected to stay as you are. There has to be
I'm a
some
work
type
in
of change
progress,
that
no
takes place.
Vaughn.
Get him, Gail. Get
I'm a
him,
work
Gail.
Oh,
in
well,
progress for 30 years.
now, now you know what? You may be a work in progress for 30 years, but at the same time, there's some things that you should know. When I was a child, like Uncle Stu said, I did the things that a child did, but when I became, see, a man or an adult, I put away childish things. So are you to tell me you're still doing childish things?
Oh, you calling me a child now?
Adult?
I'm
I'm
a
a
Well,
grown
full-grown
woman. I
adult.
had 3 children. I'm a grown woman.
you know, and you know what? You are a grown woman, and that goes without saying. So why would you maintain this attitude? Why?
Well,
If
you're
if
not
you're a
gonna
grown
marry
woman.
me. I
You
don't
don't
want to
deserve
talk
my
about that.
submission
Right. I
and my
want to listen.
femininity. So
Well, see now, I'm gonna be honest with y'all. When a man to find a wife find a good thing, and I learned that at a young age. But at the same time, I wasn't looking for a woman with kids.
mhm.
And hey, no, and I didn't have any kids,
So
so
why
I
you
wanted
judging me?
I
Yeah.
wanted both of us not to have kids. Well, no, I'm not judging you. I believe that you still deserve love, and you still deserve a good man. It may
So
be a
why
little
you can't be
harder.
that man?
It may be a little harder for you to find one.
What? Why you can't be that man? Why I can't get one?
Well, because I'm already married, but I can give
Mhm.
you options of how to get a man when you have 4 children. Now, it's very slim. It's very, very slim.
This is a whole nother conversation. And I'm not shaming women who got children because I'm a single mother, but Gail had one baby.
No.
Gail had one baby out of wedlock.
Yeah.
Gail's like, you know what? It is not easy having a child and not have help.
Exactly.
Gail didn't have any more children. Gail was celibate. I had forgot about men were like invisible to me for a long time because I was working on survival mode trying to take care of my child.
Right.
So I don't see how women keep having babies and hadn't gotten married. So it's like you can't expect not even a high value, a medium value man to want to have to work hard and take in you and your 3 kids, have to deal with 3 different men who their dad. You know what I'm saying? It's a lot of work.
And then
hold it. What you gotta say, Tiana?
Tiana,
it comes from low self-esteem and issues, either daddy issues, mommy issues.
Yeah,
that's where that comes from.
So do you understand, Vaughn, why Kevin Samuels keeps telling these women you need mental health treatment? He's seeing that. He's not a therapist.
Well, now I have to agree. I have to agree because what I see with a lot of the young women, the modern young women, and I'm talking about the young folks because I'm older, but it's atrocious. I can't imagine anybody wanting to have to deal with that attitude. You picking your teeth with your long fingernails and you talking to me with your hand and Lord have mercy. I can't.
Yeah, he about to get it. They don't need just ask them take off the bonnets and they roasted her from New York to California.
Yeah, but a woman, see, back in the day when I was younger, and I know they don't know nothing about this now, but there was a such thing called a lady. Now, just anybody wasn't called no lady though. And the young people now will let you know that they'll know that's a thought, that hoe over there.
Yeah.
But she's not referred to as lady. Now, how did a lady carry herself? Wow. I'd love to see a lady. But guess what? We have some ladies in this present time. We have some definite ladies, and I'm sure Gail is not running around here with her boobs way out and just carrying herself any type of way. I'm pretty sure that she carries herself well.
Like a wife.
Exactly. So if we're looking at you from the standpoint of being that hole over there, which is what the young people taught me, thought. You see what I'm saying? Yeah, Thoughttiana and all of that. The whole WAP situation, all of that stuff.
Well, I'm getting hip in these streets. Go ahead, Vaughn.
Oh, let me tell you, I've been watching. I know about the WAP, and then not only that, but all these high body counts. See, I was listening to the brother. I think you're on his channel sometimes, Gail. The kosher clinician.
Kosher clinician. Mm-hmm.
And he referred to all of this body count as semen demons.
Mm.
And so when you get a woman that has a lot of semen demons, wow. It's like this thing is deep. This thing is deep.
Mm-hmm.
It's very deep. But what can I do to change it? I see it, but what can I do to change it? I just have to recognize it and see it and know that it's wrong. And I need to teach my son. That's my mission, is to teach my son. Son, this is how a lady carries herself. This is how a lady moves. And this is what you should desire. Because if you get this and that and the other, you just might get this, that, and the other.
Mm-hmm.
That part right there.
Believe it or not.
That part right there.
Believe it or not, you just spoke like Kevin Samuels, but in a different way, in a different tone. That's his whole platform. Yeah, there's some entertainment pieces. That's what draws people in, the entertainment side. But if you really put it in a nugget, what you just said is exactly what he says.
Yeah.
Some of these people have never seen a black man in a suit.
Yeah.
So what do? They call in his show to argue every single talking point you just said.
And I get it, the young people. But then here's my question, you know, because I would like to be on a platform with some of these young people so I could ask them questions, not for me to preach to you or to tell you what you should and shouldn't do. I just want to ask you questions. You know, inform me so I know what's really going on in your world. You know, why is it that you go for some of these young ladies who don't mind twerking at the drop of a hat, don't mind how they carry themselves, don't mind if they have a gold tooth and they picking their teeth with their fingernail, and then they opening up and closing their hand while they talking to you as if their hand is their mouth. I'm trying to figure out, and they're like, nah, nah, nah. And I watch this, and I'm like, you know what? I would have to run away. There's no way I could stay in that situation. But these young guys, these young men, I see a lot of them with the bling bling and bing bing, and they have all of this stuff. It's like these are the women that they want to gravitate to them.
But can I tell you something, Mr. Vaughn?
I want to understand why.
I got educators that I got women with college degrees that act like that. I got women that's 50 that act like that.
That's true.
Wait a minute. Okay.
See, do you understand, Vaughn, why I'm saying you ain't realizing what you're jumping into? What did my daughter just confirm to you? I said I got teachers that act like that. I got 50-year-old women that act like that.
Wow.
So they not all project chicks.
Yeah.
Society is teaching them this.
But Vaughn, look at the music that they have now versus the music that we had. Well, you know.
Oh yeah, like before I let you go.
No love making music and no trying to, you know, date a lady, court a lady. It's just y'all in the back of the car. We know some stupid. We don't have that kind of respect for one another.
That's gone. That's definitely gone. That's definitely gone.
Name me one good R&B artist right now that hasn't passed away or is no longer, you know, that who's actually still singing right now.
Yeah. If you're talking about male artists, it's very, very, very slim. I almost can't name any male artists. I mean, like that.
Yeah.
You know, but I mean, if you're talking about what the young people like, then that's a different story, you know, because they like Cardi B and they like the Megan, and she's a stallion. They like her, you know, and I don't know.
So do me a favor. Not only did I like Megan, but why you won't marry Lizzo? Why you fat shaming?
Uh-oh. Now see, here we go with that. Now here's if you want my twist on that, I'll definitely give it to you. Wow. Okay. And can you just delete this segment of the video after we're done?
What CLA say? We ain't deleting.
That's right. Look. Hey, Gail. He want me to delete a close to 6-hour live stream. Is he crazy?
No, not the whole thing.
YouTube talking about some. What she said? What she said in YouTube email or whatever?
Yeah.
Let me write YouTube to some take the video down.
Yeah.
Well, here's the thing.
I was on that live stream when she was on there too.
Yeah, I'm like, Lord, baby, sit down. Go ahead.
Well, you know, here's my twist on that. You know, listen. You know, first of all, sexy don't mean that we need to see your nipples. We need to see your camel toe. We need to see every aspect of your ass. That's you know, you don't have to display all of that in order to be a sexy woman, a woman who just, when she walks into the room, exudes, you know, beauty.
Now you're trying to
You
control
know,
me. You're policing my body.
no. Wait, hold on. Now, what I will say is that certain garments are for certain people to wear.
It's in the stove.
And even though it's in the store, it may not be for you. So what I'm trying to say is that you need to find something that accentuates your body and your shape. And what that did, from what I seen what she had on, it, I wouldn't want a woman that would even contemplate putting herself on display like that. Why would you do that? You leave nothing for my imagination. You see, maybe I thought you had one curve, but now I see you have three. See, you left nothing for my imagination. Absolutely nothing.
You want me to get him again, Gail?
You body shaming. I hear body shaming.
No body shame. It's just you need to know how to dress appropriately. Something that accentuates your body type. And that's not it.
Okay,
And
Mr.
then
Vaughn.
not only that, but dress modestly. You can still show a little cleavage and be, I've seen some women in church and they were in full church attire. And to be honest with you, I'm thinking in my mind, like, wow, she looks good.
All right, Mr. Vaughn.
Yes, sir.
I'm gonna take you to AIT, which is advanced training. All right, hey, Gail, I'm bringing somebody else that's going to give him some advanced training. You ready?
All
right, he gonna give you advance.
All right.
And look, it's 3 a.m. here, so it's 3 in the afternoon where he at. Go ahead.
We ain't
hey, hope everybody's doing well. I'm just in a taxi right now, man. Y'all go tough. 6 hours. Y'all go tough.
This brother,
I was in a morning meeting. I went to an afternoon meeting. I just finished another meeting. I've been traveling at least a good 2 hours around, and y'all still on the tube. Y'all go tough, man. Marathon. Respect. So, but yeah, I just want to chime in, and I feel a little bit mad at myself earlier because I wanted to address something TLA said earlier, where he talked about standards versus over policing. What Stu said, and now you can kind of see, even though I know Gail was saying it in just. How you're saying like you're policing my body, it's in the store. You see, even when we as Black men even broach the topic, right? Not talking about anyone in particular, but just broaching the topic, you get this instant pushback, right? But when we try to hold women accountable by saying, you know what, the weight is not where it needs to be. The way you dress is your uniform, and that's how people treat you. That's not where it's supposed to be. Even broaching that subject, not even classifying Black women, white women, or women in general, you see the immediate pushback. But yet we see Black men and how heavily they are policed, and still people are calling for accountability. And that's where it's so confusing to me, because I can't quite understand how is it that we're so over policed and everyone can see it, both professionally, socially, and in the criminal justice area, and yet people say, Black men and Black women alike say, it's still not enough. And I think that's where the disconnect is. And especially for people who are looking at the Black manosphere, we're saying, well, they're saying, because I'm not really a part of it, but I do digest the content. They're saying to you, stop judging me solely on my failures, right? Because when a black man is always about what you haven't done, and that is frustrating. And I agree with that message.
Mm-hmm.
right? And so yeah, and so that's what I kind of, when we're talking about these content creators and the Black manosphere and dating and relationships and things like that and finding suitable women, I am of the belief that 60% of Black men are good to great for husbands, right? And I think that whatever this issue is right now, without pointing fingers, I would just say it's not at the hands of Black men, and it's not really for Black men to fix it. I think these platforms like Stu is great to kind of give a voice to let Black men know, because you guys got to understand, this is really the first time Black men can really speak without punishment, right? And
Wow.
so when you're listening to these other people, you got to understand, this is the first time that Black men can speak without punishment. And for one of the reasons I don't have my face here is because I do co-branding with a US brand, and just for me talking like this, right, they can say you no longer fit my brand. So
Right. Yeah, I
YouTube
get
gives us a face. So, because you got to understand that this is the first time in American history that a Black man can speak without any repercussions.
and that's something.
Because
Yeah, well,
I'm gonna
yeah,
be honest with
I
you,
would like
Vaughn.
to say, yes, sir.
If I was working where I worked before I didn't have to work anymore, I couldn't have a YouTube channel. I have
Oh,
a
I
high
know.
security because I have a high security clearance.
Yeah.
I don't have a normal security clearance. I have a high military clearance.
Right,
So
Wow.
right.
if somebody where I worked saw this YouTube channel
Uh,
and I dealt with any topic that a woman may feel is controversial, I would not only lose my job, I can also lose my security clearance.
and that's
Right.
something. So yes, so we do have to be careful. I work for the county of Los Angeles,
And you might
and
not,
and
you not,
and and at the
you might
same
can't
time,
touch these subjects.
and but at the same, well, I'm approaching retiring early because I injured myself on my job.
Okay.
But at the same time, very true what you're saying, Uncle Stu. And we ain't talking ish. That you have to be careful
Yeah, but
what
Mr.
you
Vaughn,
do and how you present yourself on some of these platforms. Yes,
but
sir.
Mr. Vaughn, can I ask you a question?
Yes,
Now
you can.
I'm gonna show you the disingenuousness, not of you, but of the argument. You ready? I'm a
Sure. I'm
United
ready.
States Army soldier. I fought for your right to have the freedom of speech. Why can't a woman get on these platforms, say whatever she wants, and still go to work without fear?
'Cause that's the issue. That's the issue right there.
Without fear.
Perfect.
You and I fear.
Yeah.
Gail,
Well,
Gail Lockett can sit here today, cuss us all out from the top of our head, sole of our feet, tell us we ain't this, we ain't that, yada, 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 yada. And she can go to her corporate office and never worry about anything she said on YouTube.
well, life is not fair, and I can say that about being in the workplace. I work around surgeons and nurses, and the majority of the supervision is women. you know, and me being a black male, and not just any old black male, but a black male with a voice, because I just not gonna let you run over me. And thank God I work for the county of Los Angeles, because they allow me to have somewhat of a voice, but at the same time, it is very difficult in some of these situations on these workplaces dealing with the female supervision. It
But
is taxing.
sorry, but that's not my point. My point
Okay. Yes,
is
sir. Go ahead.
the fear of repercussions and Black men
Right.
not being able to speak freely. That's my point. And and let me say this. And so when you're
There is
talking about the Black Minister guys
definitely
and
a fear
Kevin Samuel guys, right?
at work.
Even when you say it's not fair, okay, that's a legitimate point. That's a reality point. But it can come off as, tough luck, whatever, move on, get over it. And in this day and age, people are not hearing that. Because, in a perfect example, Kevin Samuels has 1 million subscribers. Where is his endorsement deals? You have 1 million subscribers, tens of thousands on live streams. Where is his Visa current brand deal like you see all the other people that have the brand deals? Where is this deal about sponsored by? If you look at a girl named Kelly Stamps, 600,000 subscribers, right? Kevin almost eclipsed her. She has brand deals. She's black. Marquise Brownlee, tech guy, black guy, right? Microsoft brand deals, Tesla brand deals. Where is Kevin Samuel brand deals? Right? Because Kevin Samuels should be in the $2 to $3 million mark. Right? I don't know how much he makes. I have no idea. I am not counting his pockets. But he should be in the $2 to $3 million mark in brand deals. Right?
Okay, let me.
Because
Can
when
I?
you
Can I?
watch,
Okay.
let me. I'm
Right.
closing now. I'm landing now.
Sure.
Because when you
Sure. Go
watch
right ahead.
when you're watching other YouTube content creators with 1 million subscribers or more, they all, not some, not most, they all have brand deals. This video is sponsored by this time around, right? Now, I watched his shows, but I don't see that. Maybe he does. I don't know. I'm talking in limited knowledge, but from the shows that I see, I do not see Visa. I do not see car companies, or the typical people that market on YouTube. Because it's not because he's black. It's because of these topics. And I'll close with that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
All right.
because
Well,
this just to show you, if you want to say his power, have you heard of Obsidian Media Network?
Yes, I have.
No, I'm asking Vaughn.
now, actually, I've been in these YouTube streets for about several months, so I'm still learning a lot of phrases and a lot of people who are a part of it. So, no, I have not
Obsidian,
really heard of Obsidian.
yeah, Obsidian wrote a book. He endorsed that book one time. And Gail, I think if I'm correct, did he hit the $1 million mark, or did he hit just the over 6-figure mark with the sales of his book?
I know he sold out that night.
One night
during that stream.
And his book sold for at least $35 each.
30, yeah.
Oh, awesome.
This man
what is the book about?
To me,
what is the book about?
I haven't finished this. He's basically go through the history of what's been happening in the whole male dynamics. He's a deep writer. He's a deep thinker.
Oh, he's excellent.
Yeah.
Well, let me, if I can interject here just for a moment.
Sure.
I would like to just say to the brother, we ain't signing ish. I believe we were on a panel one other time, and we were a little bit contentious with each other during the time, and I just would like to offer you an apology, because there was a lot of things that I didn't understand at the time. So it wasn't that I was trying to buck against your opinion or trying to be against you. It was just my ignorance of not understanding certain things at that time. So yeah, I just want to offer you that apology in this situation, but just to make a comment on what you were saying about, the status of Kevin Samuels and why can't he get this and why can't he get that? You know what? I'm not sure why he can't do this and why he can't have that. My question is, what do you think the solution is? Is there a solution, or is it going to continue to do it the way
there is
it
a
is?
solution. Yes, there is a solution. And the solution is don't talk about it. Because if you look at other black content creators that get those brand deals, they don't. For example, Tasha TKO is more or less kind of like what Kevin said. She's more or less what Kevin Samuels is, right? But she does it on a celebrity level. Black woman, she got sponsors, right? She in every one of her videos. This video was brought to you by some wine company, some female self-care company, right? She has
But now
sponsors.
she's a gossip columnist, isn't she?
Yes, but she talks about the
Okay.
same kind of thing about with black community, and she be on a lot of black dudes on this and that, right? She
Exactly.
gets on them, rightfully so. She gets on them, right? But you see the contrast, right? Because this is not a race issue; it's a black men over police issue, right? Because I'm going to say something, and it's going to be highly controversial, but I would request that you guys kind of research it before you kind of, you know,
It's not going to be triggering, is it?
okay, maybe,
I'm just joking.
maybe,
I'm joking.
maybe.
Go ahead.
But
Go ahead.
first, I want
I'm
to say,
joking, man. Go ahead.
first,
Say
I
it.
want to say, I accept your policy. I accept your apology, and to be quite
Thank you,
honest,
sir. Thank you, sir.
I didn't take our conversation as contentious. We were just talking. I didn't really take it that way,
Okay.
but I will accept your apology. But I didn't take it in any kind of negative way. I actually enjoyed talking
Okay.
to you. So yeah, for whatever that's worth.
Great.
So
Great.
I'm gonna say this: racism, the way black men experience racism and the way black women experience racism is extremely different. And on top of that, black women racism is just a byproduct of oppressing the black man. And I will align you to some books. You can Google race lines or race themes, one of those two, and it goes into detail to talk about when you look at the policies and the things that systematic racism. It is designed and constructed for the black man. And because the black woman is in vicinity of the black man, she's going to get the overspill of the racism, of the systematic oppression. But when we look at it, when we look at the law, when we look at the different ways that the main society tried to oppress black people, 80% of it is geared to the black man. And one great example of this is the criminal justice system. Do you know? Do you know there are more black men in jail today than the total population of female inmates worldwide? There are more black men in jail than all the population, all the jailmates of women in the world.
Yeah, that's
Right
horrible. That's
now,
terrible.
so when the stop and frisk and all of that, that's so black women get stopped and frisked too, but that is the byproduct of the stop and frisk targeted at the black man, right? So the criminal justice is just one example of looking at that, right? And then when we look at affirmative action, right? Affirmative action was supposed to be for us, but who gets it? White women benefits the most, and then women in general. So black women are a double minority, right? So even when we fight for things and we get it, it's not for black men. So I would implore people to kind of take a deeper look. Now, I'm not saying black women don't experience racism. They absolutely do. But when we analyze the whys, then we get a clear picture of what's happening. And I'll close with that.
Wow. Awesome, man. You know,
Well,
you seem like a well of information, and I think that's awesome, man. You know, you drop a lot of knowledge on some of these platforms, and I appreciate that, man. Appreciate that a great deal.
all
The
right.
man you
Well,
got to
what
get is BGS, and I'll close with that, and I'll sign off. But thank you, Stu, and continue to listen. I'm subscribed, and when you get that cash thing, because I can't do Cash App abroad, but once you monetize, I will definitely be donating. But
all
Cash App
right. I
doesn't work abroad.
appreciate you.
All
I
right.
appreciate you. All right, y'all. Oh, excuse me. We are going
Ryan,
to shut it down. Now, Vaughn's in the whole day. You in California.
yes,
I'm on
I
the
am,
East
sir.
Coast. So I got
It's 12:15
6:15
out
and
here.
I got 3:17 in the morning.
Oh, okay.
So
Yeah,
I appreciate you, Gail, for coming up here, rocking with me.
Gail,
Having my back.
yes,
And Mr. Vaughn has been a joy and a pleasure. And I do have some more live streams already set up that's going to be set
yes.
up. So come rock with me. I'm gonna have some pretty decent names, and I'm trying to get Gail. I'm trying to get the real Dana on my show.
Yes, yes.
I think she'll come. You reach out to her already?
Yeah.
Oh, look at Before the Billions. He can't. He just can't.
Yeah, he's still holding on support. That's great.
Hang with the grown
I think
folks.
that's awesome.
Yeah. Before the Billions, grown folks said you need to be going to bed.
I know that's right. Wow, this has been a great opportunity. Thank you for putting up with me and allowing me to be a part, of this stream. And congratulations to you, Uncle Stu.
Thank you.
I mean, you're doing great things, man. You're doing great things.
I'm trying.
Mm-hmm.
I'm trying. I gotta get this platform right. Because I am gonna probably have to reach out for Before the Billions to do my website, because it's gonna be a dual website. It's gonna be the stuff that my daughter has and the stuff that I'm getting ready to try to get. So it's gonna be, where both of our merch is gonna be on that same page.
Well, he's definitely the person that can help you do it for sure.
Yeah,
he's a young man that is into his craft. So
yeah, he know it.
Kudos to him as well.
He definitely know it. All right, everyone. Thank you again. I love each and every single one of you.
Yes,
Uncle
sir.
Stu
Love you too.
is out.
All right. Good night,
All right.
everybody.
Good night. Good night.
Bye.